I think by the time we figured out, he had a string of 13 win lights, if I remember right. 13, I think it was, what did we go, 7 or 8 rounds in the main event. No, 13 won the lucky number, but I think it might have been 13 or 14, but he put together a string of win lights yesterday. Pretty darn impressive. So with Logan War having the bounty on his back in Super Pro, Chris Hall having the bounty on his back in Pro, we've still got some Drag Race Solutions gift certificates that we're going to be giving away, and they kind of threw those through the window at Mike and I and said, look, put these in somebody's hands. We've also got, like we said, Brodix hats, some T-shirts. We've got the T-handle hex key sets, couple of really nice pit mats to throw down on the ground if you've got to crawl under the car, keep your back comfy instead of, sitting there and finding that one really big rock that seems to find its way into the middle of your back while you're trying to work on a car. We've got the Jegs fender covers, 69-piece screwdriver set. So basically what we're looking at is if somebody, and again, we'll go through round number 1, if somebody ends up with a 069 reaction time, you're going to end up with a 69-piece screwdriver set.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our fourth and final day of live streaming video here at the one and only West Coast Bracket Races, the Southwest Showdown, where Val Torres Jr. took home the 50K last night. We had multiple winners yesterday, obviously in Pro, Super Pro, and the 50K shootout. What a great day of drag racing. And we are in for another good one today. So all of you that are just joining us, we appreciate it. I know that we said we were going live around 9 o'clock this morning, and it's actually almost 9:30 now. There were some technical difficulties going on here at the racetrack, not our live broadcast. Other little things, and so there was just no reason to hang out. We have music playing and stuff too, and that's always a copyright hassle. So it was just easier to wait for this morning, but you have not missed any cars going down the track. Only 2 race cars have gone down the track this morning, and they were time runs as they were new entries, and you will see them. One of them was Justin Lamb's Copo Camaro. You will see it running here a little bit later today, and actually here in just a little bit, we're getting ready for Pro Round 1, and then also a convertible Nova, or Roadster, I guess would be more appropriate. A big Nova, 3rd gen Nova, like a 69 Nova. It was crazy looking. And it is here, and it is cool, and it made me go, oh my God, this is a brilliant idea. I have all kinds of things I want to do now. This opens up the opportunity to race so many more cars that are all jacked up. Cut parts off. So anyway, very, very cool. So we are here and we are live. I'm Chad Reynolds with Bangshift.com. If you are just joining us, please hit the thumbs up button. If you are joining us and you've been here all the last 3 or 4 days or years that we've been broadcasting live drag racing, and you have not hit the thumbs up button this weekend, dude, you suck. Press the thumbs up button. It really does matter. It doesn't put money in our pocket. It doesn't do any of that crap. But what it does do is it says, hey, YouTube, this is rad. You should share it with more of the world. And they will do that. And that is good for us because that means that more people are watching. And more people watching means that we will be able to bring you more races. Again, not about money. It is about the exposure and about making sure we're doing good things for all these great drag races. So I want to thank our sponsors this weekend. The very first one right down here in the corner, Holly EFI and Holly. They are great, great partners of ours and have been for years. We truly appreciate it as they are our 2021 presenting sponsors for all of Bangshift's live drag racing at any event of any kind that we do live. I also want to thank K&N, obviously, the presenting sponsor of this weekend's Southwest Showdown, and Mosier Engineering, which is the Sunday sponsor here at the Southwest Showdown. But these boys, right here, Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC, they are rad. They are the ones that went to West Coast Bracket Races and said, we want to be the guys sponsoring for Chad to come out here and do this race, and they have done it, and we appreciate it greatly. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And a very big special thanks to my dude, Steve Valdez, who is here on the property racing his cool little Vega. He is a member of the chat bleachers. You guys all know him well. Steve is a great dude. I've been friends with Steve for a few years now, and he is awesome. He is my dealer. When I say my dealer, he is my dealer for the chorizo breakfast burritos, and I seriously appreciate it. He always hooks me up with burritos, and it cracks me up, and it's great. So big thanks to Steve. He is running again. He has not had the weekend he wanted so far, but he's having a good time. Has a smile on his face. I was over in his pit, and I imagined the smile because, of course, we were all wearing masks. But we were talking earlier. One of his buddies has a great little Nova that they were showing me as well, and it is super good. So Frank, everybody else that's on here, RTC, my man, thank you. Finish Fireball, dude. Good night. I know that we talked this morning. Well, this morning for you, which was last night for us, and now it's tonight for you and this morning for us. If you're confused, just imagine what I'm doing. So we're here and we are ready to go. They have called all of the pro round one competitors to the lanes. I hear cars back there running as guys are pulling in. I see them going through the pits. So we should be racing here in just a moment. Today is going to be another $10,000 to win in Super Pro, $3,000 in Pro. Here is the breakdown on the purse for today. All right, and these are the trophies that people are winning, which is awesome. And remember that we have all these best losing package awards that come on with each round, best winning packages and such as well. There are tons of giveaways at this event, all kinds of stuff that is coming up. And we love the sponsors for doing this for sure. There is absolutely no doubt. But right now, it is time. It is time for FTI round number one and Pro.
Right through this, but we do want to say thank you to Rich Trimmer, who was here on property all weekend with Team Racers for Christ, giving us our invocations for the opening ceremonies over the last couple of days, and this morning put on that non-denominational chapel service. So he's going to be wandering around back there in the staging lanes throughout the day. And yes, happy anniversary to Racers for Christ. Their 50th anniversary is this year. They were founded in 1971. Rich was there on day number one. Or maybe not. Maybe not. All right, here we go. Jeff the Man Sopranik and Stan Hammond. And the first pair of the day ends with a 1,000 red light. And Stan goes red and dead on. 001 red. And 641 on a 641. You know what, Stan? You're going to need some consoling. You need a prize. Coming up here to the tower, we'll get you a prize. You know what, as a matter of fact, a 1,000th red light is going to get you a $100 drag race solution. Yeah, 1,000 red and dead on. Stan Hammond, we're giving you a gift certificate. Ouch. First pair, so you were the number one car out. We're 1,000th of a second away from a perfect light. Runs dead on your dial. We're going to give you $100 from Drag Race Solutions to help you feel a little bit better. So Stan Hammond, come on up here and grab your gift certificate. Joe Accardo, 11th thou on the red side, as he was dialed in 705 in the Camaro. Paul Polito will get the win, 617 on a 617. He was 052 on the tree and then dead on 2 to be 54 total on the win. Joe Accardo missed the bull by 11 thousandths of a second at this end of the racetrack, and Joe will have to find his way to the buyback window. I guess I should say the buyback lanes when it's time. Again, we'll take care of buybacks in the staging lanes as we have done all weekend long. $60 to buyback in Pro if you do not light up the scoreboard in round number one. $100 to buyback in Super Pro if you do not light up the scoreboard in round number one. We'll see how it goes. How about Howard DeVore? Oh, the Hound Dog and Donald Drayton. Oh, Donald. My friend, I'm so sorry. Donald with a 3:47 reaction time goes 6:38 on a 6:39, and Howard DeVore was like halfway to Phoenix. 0:18 on the tree, 6:77 on a 6:76. Howard DeVore gets the win line and will be back in round number 2. Donald Preeton bows out and may be back in the buyback round. As now Jeremy Jacobs with a 7.30 second dial sitting on the right side of the racetrack, and Brandon Fletcher with a 7.00 dial sitting on the left side. Does that say Red Storm? Red Rum. Oh, Red Rum. Red Rum, Red Rum. 7 flat to dial for Brandon Fletcher in the Challenger. He goes 7.008 and not enough. Oh, goodness. Jeremy Jacobs, 004 on the tree. 732 on a 730. He's 2 above the dial, but had grabbed himself about 78 thousandths of a second advantage at this end of the racetrack and got to the stripe first, as now Chris Stout and Ken Gorman. Gorman in the red eye gets the red eye. Not good. Not good. Chris Stout, 7.009 on a 7.01. He was green at this end of the racetrack. Ken Gorman's red eye was red. And goes 6.87 on a 6.81. Check it out here in round number 1. Gorman's going to have to buy back if he wants to get a second shot at that $3,000 prize. We'll now bring up Jeff Devy out of Kimberly, Idaho. 643 is the dial for Devy. Stephen Lakey dialed in at 667. Not quite the 666 in the Battleship Great Malibu. How about the wheels up charge out of the 78 Malibu? That's cool. Get the wheelies going early in the morning. 666 on a 667. Should have dialed the 666. He was 2 thou under, getting there first by 400. Jeff Devy, 53 on the tree, and 646 on a 643. And I think for Jeff, that's like at least a breath of somewhat fresh air, as he has been struggling to get out of round 1 or struggling to get out of the buyback round this weekend. So for Devy, it's like, all right, we got the first one under our belt. Let's see if we can get things rolling here. It's Chris Silman and Brandon Umberger. Umberger in the Jelly Bean, the Chevette. And Chris Silman, 67 Barracuda getting chased by a 77 Chevette. Chevette on the double breakout gets the win. A 589 on the 590. Chevette is under 9 thousandths of a second. And Umberger advancing into round number 2. Chris Silman, 009 on the tree. Getting there first by 15 thousandths of a second and breaking out 14 thousandths of a second. Taking a 15 thou stripe, breaking it out 14 thou. Could have tightened it up to a thou or less and got the win light. Is now Jeremy Wilson and Phil Lauder. Is it Lauder or Loader? It's Loader. All right. Loader dialed in at 625. Jeremy Wilson dialed in at 608. Advantage on the tree by 300ths of a second went to Phil, and he's going to light up the scoreboard. Jeremy Wilson had a 108 reaction time, takes a 38 thou stripe, and breaks out 10 thou. Phil Loader, 631 on the 625. Moving on to round number 2 as David Beckwith and Mark Pelkey. Pelkey in the Blue Monty out of Tucson, Arizona, 720. Is there another Tucson somewhere else? I think there's like only one Tucson, right? I don't know either. That's got me like, is there another Tucson somewhere? 738 on a 739. Both drivers were red at this end of the racetrack. Mark Pelkey, the victim of True Start. David Beckwith, the benefactor of True Start. Both drivers leave early. Mark Pelkey left 29 thou before the green. David Beckwith left 5 thou before the green. Since Beckwith was leaving first, that is a True Start. It is. Come on, I got to break this out. I got to get into YouTube so I can see the chat bleachers. Let's go. Right? That's the one I want. You're the one that I want. You are the one I want. Ooh, ooh, ooh. There we go. So, Kyle Fritz and Ryan Mangus sitting here on the line, both of them sitting in the pre-stage position. Kyle Fritz jumped behind the wheel of Dad's Roadster yesterday. And goes 6:36 on a 6:36, but he left 19 thousandths of a second too early at this end of the racetrack. Ryan Mangus, who was laying down some mean laps, and I mean mean laps, yesterday during the shootout, was 14 green and goes 686 on a 687. Mopar man, appreciate that. We are also live with you now on Bang Shift. We got the chat bleachers up. We'll be playing along with you guys today as Seth Palvidor and Wayne Matthews. Matthews in the copper-colored Nova, dialed in at 658. Seth Palvidor, the 79 Ford Fairmont, dialed in at 669. Finish line, 669. I know we said you had to be like 069 on the tree to get the 69-piece screwdriver set, but a 669 on a 669, I'm going to say that's going to take a close second. If we don't get anybody with that 69-piece screwdriver set, that might end up being like a backup. We'll see. We'll see. It's now Matt Hawk and George Matty. Matty rolling in out of Las Vegas, Nevada, down 671 in the Camaro, and Matt Hawk running a home game. Oh! Matt Hawk, red by 47 thousandths of a second, fouls it away. George Matty, 677 on a 671, was 007 at this end of the racetrack. So Matt Hawk, 791 on a 789 after his 047 on the red side of Sasha Hofer and Ricky Barnhouse. Is it Barnhouse? Barnhouse? That's what it says on the screen here. We got a little T in it, so it's maybe it's Barnthusi. Maybe the TH is supposed to make the th sound. I'm not sure. Rick, 737 in the red Mustang, 738 on the 737 after an 027 reaction time. Sasha Hofer, with a 007 reaction time, ends up running a 10th off the dial. She's going to have to reach into like that big old stack of cash that she won last night as the finalist in the $50,000 shootout and take $60 and buy her way back in. I don't know. We'll see what Sasha and Hofer, or Sasha and CW have planned. Carson Heath getting the big head start over Tim Arnswald. Heath in the blue pickup truck out of Clarkdale, dialed in at 912. Heath goes 922. Tim Arnswald was 059 on the tree, goes 769 on a 765. And that is going to be that, as now Chuck Hawk Jr. and Sidney McDaniel are going to be our next two on the line. Sidney with a 63 Savoy, dialed in at 618, getting the opportunity to be the chaser. How many times do you really think that like a little 89 Fox-bodied Mustang, you look at the size of that 63 Savoy and went, wait a minute, that big old freaking hunk of steel is going to be chasing the Mustang? Oh, round number one has not been nice to the Hawks, not so far. Matt was red. Chuck goes red by 11 thousandths of a second as Chuck Hawk goes 685 on a 685. Red and dead on for Chuck Hawk. Sidney McDaniel, 618 on a 618. Chuck's not going to be thrilled with that. Knows that he was 11th thou red. He will see that Sidney McDaniel was 104 green and knew that that one was pretty much in his pocket. If he could have stayed green. That's going to bring up Justin Lamb and Charlie Salazar. Salazar in the gorgeous 66 yellow Malibu. Justin Lamb in the 2010 Super Stalker Cobalt. The Silver State Plumbing Cobalt. Oh, Charlie, hide. Yep, that one was pretty much done. Charlie Salazar had a reaction time that started with a 2. Justin Lamb was 12 on the tree, as the 5-time champ goes 570 on a 563. Blew by him, hung a fender out there, and just held on for the win. Charlie Salazar, 981 on the 975, as we'll bring up Tony Katea and Craig Sauerball. Sauerbaugh to Grand Haven, Michigan. That's a long haul to get down here to the dusty wood, like the dusty nomad land of, I don't know what you'd call this area. Are we in the high desert? I don't think it's the high desert. But we're in the deserts of Tucson. I love this place. The scenery's awesome. Craig Sauerbaugh read by 13 thousandths of a second. Tony Katea read by 25 thousandths of a second. And Sauerbaugh, with the lesser of the two offensive red lights, will advance. He goes 694 on the 692. Yeah. Once again, Stan Hammond, go ahead and come on up here to the tower. We've got a Drag Race Solutions $100 gift certificate waiting on you. So again, thank you very much to the team at DRS and Collector Tethers. We appreciate those gift certificates that we're giving away. Paul Coleman on the right side. And Troy Jackson on the left side. Jackson with a 6 Hun advantage in reaction time. He was 064 compared to Paul's 104. As Jackson goes 737 on the 726 to get the win. Coleman, after his 104 in the tree, ended up running 644 on a 605, and that's like, no good. No good. As now Brian Johnston and Daniel Fiello. Johnston running the home game. And Daniel Fiello out of Yucaipa running the 82 Camaro. 630 the down for Daniel. 618 the down for the Corvette. Win light's going to go to Fiello. 635 on the 630. He's 5 Hun above the dial. Was 063 on the tree. That gave him 3 Hun at this end of the racetrack against Brian Johnson's 093. Johnson puts up a 621 on the 618, and will have to race his way through the buyback round if he wants a second shot at the Mosier Engineering $3,000. Is now Larry Schmidt and C.W. Hofer. C.W. I mean, based on like all the money that Sasha won yesterday, is she now kind of like Sugar Mama? She's taking good care of the team. C.W. gets the win light this time. 034 on the tree to Larry Schmidt's 084 red light. CW 784 on a 766 at just 73 miles an hour. And he get out of it? Larry Schmidt runs 739 on a 737. CW advances. Is now Jeff Ford in the Challenger. Yes, it is certainly a paradox. It's kind of like we got some guys up at our track that, last name is Ford, run a big block Chevy. Jeff Ford driving the 70 Challenger. Dialed in at 789 on the right side. Tim O'More in the Camaro. He's got a 606 now. Once again, last call. Pro bracket, round number 1. Last call, pro bracket, round number 1. If you're not back in the staging lanes, you're late. Need you there, please. 8th thou the difference between the two in reaction time at this end of the racetrack. And on the brakes, Tim O'More gets by. 608. On a 606, he was 025 on the tree. Jeff Ford had a 33 thou reaction time. And then goes 793 on a 789. Are you really putting that kind of pressure on Mike Eames? And Dwayne Scheitlen. 1 Hun between them in reaction time exactly, and Scheitlen, the Hawk family, 0 for 3 here in pro round number 1. Scheitlen goes 657 on a 656, was 052 on the tree. Getting their first 18th thou. As Chris Citros Mustang rolls up against Carlos Ortiz's multicolored Nova. The Nova dialed in at 665. Citros Mustang dialed in at 654. So we had Jeff Ford in the Challenger earlier. Now we get our Ford versus Chevy matchup. The Chevy fouls it away. Ortiz by a 1/10 of a second leaves early. Chris Citro, 39 green and dead on 7. How about 654 on a 654 for Ortiz? Maine. Kelly Davis in the Mustang on the right side this time. Dial in at 651. Ricky Duschel. Ricky Duschel dial in at 627 down to the stripe. Ricky, 40 on the tree and 630 on the 627 to get the win light. Again, we are in round number uno. Number 1, the FTI round. Here in our pro category, Kelly Davis was 69 on the tree, and guess what, Kelly? Kelly Davis just picked up the 69-piece screwdriver set from Jegs. So 069 on the tree, and Kelly Davis gets the screwdriver set. Alan Abrams and Ryan Johnston. Johnston, 026 on the tree, goes 589 on a 585. Alan Abrams was 50 on the tree and goes 776. He's 5 above and behind 38 thou. But yeah, we had that 69-piece screwdriver set from Jegs that now belongs to Kelly Davis. So here, Mike Eames, let me put a post-it note on that. Kelly Davis, at your convenience, come on up here to the tower. I mean, still in the box, the whole deal. 69 pieces of brand new at jegs.com screwdrivers are now yours. Tony Marconi and Kyle Rizzoli in round number 1. Both drivers a little bit quick to the stripe, but Tony Marconi, 599 on the 600. He's under 5 thousandths of a second. Kyle Rizzoli, 648 on a 650. He's under 16 thou. Winner's going to be Marconi with 16 green and moving into round number 2. Rizzoli gets dropped out of round number 1 early, as now Austin Downing in the dragster and Donald Johnson in the S10. Well, let's see. We got the usual characters that are checking in on the chat bleachers. Glad to have each and every one of you rolling in here as we are live from Tucson Dragway, deep in the southern part of the great state of Arizona. 628 on a 620 for Austin Downing was 035 on the tree. That gave him 6 hundredths of a second advantage over Donald Johnson's 096 as Johnson 711 on the 708. Got it. So, as we've got Nick Marconi and Mark Kidd getting things staged up here on the starting line. We've got 579 and 818 up on the scoreboards. Red light start for Nick Marconi. Marconi by 9 thousandths of a second fouls it away. And as our next two begin to come out of the water box, hey racers and race fans that are on property, we do want to go ahead and give you all a reminder that while it is absolutely awesome we've been given the opportunity to come out here and race, our local officials have asked that we also maintain and adhere to specific COVID protocols. It is fantastic that they have given us the chance to be out here, but they've asked that we keep our face coverings on at all times while we are on property. So if you are out and about, if you are sitting up in the grandstands, please make sure that you've got those face masks on and keep them on and maintain appropriate social distancing. We would certainly appreciate that. We appreciate your cooperation as we all want to do our part to get out of this COVID situation as quickly as we possibly can. So again, we do thank you for being out here this weekend. We appreciate what you have been doing. But again, we do ask racers and race fans that while you are here on property, please make sure that you've got those face masks on at all times. And apparently there is also a pineapple pizza special going on at the concession stand. – So as we continue to roll through, Jason Kensel getting the win on a double breakout. How about Eric Halsey? Eric Halsey getting the win over Samantha Kidd. As Eric was 059 on the, or Samantha was 059 on the red side. Eric Halsey 84 green. And goes 709 on a 708. Halsey, who was drawn for the $1,000 Brodix gift certificate this morning out of all of the tech cards, gets the win light as Jeremy Plyler and Angelo Valencia. It's Jeremy Plyler's birthday tomorrow? All right. Early happy birthday to Jeremy Plyler. Gets the win light there, 620 on the 618. Dodged a bullet with a 142 reaction time. Angelo, red by 28 thou, goes 703 down at the top end of the racetrack. What's happening, Mr. PJ? Roar Man? No, it's not Hawaiian. It's pineapple pizza. Pineapple pizza, just saying. So Will Good gets the win light over Russ Hines. Hines was 14 red, goes 707 on a 705. Will Good 684 on a 680. And you know what, Mark White? I gotta say, as our next couple of cars roll up to the starting line, I don't know if they're gonna do the shipping to Australia thing, but you did give me a good reminder there as Steve Valdez and Kim Zimmerman make their way up to the starting line. Zimmerman with a 629 dial, or 621 dial. Steve Valdez with a 668. We do still have merchandise available at the West Coast Bracket Races trailer, so if you want a t-shirt or a hat from the event this weekend, you can swing by the trailer and pick that up. Steve Valdez gets the win light, 670 on a 687 for Valdez. Kim Zimmerman, 626 on a 621. She's 5 above the dial with 71 on the tree and 14 thou behind. Oh, White, you were asking about bank shift stuff. I don't know, Chad. That would be all on you. That would be all on you. Yes, the red rum car did already run. Ran earlier this morning, and that was like 6 pair ago, so I think, unfortunately, he bowed out. Danny's not here right now, Mrs. Torrance. But, there is the buyback round. There is an opportunity, and Mike Heath is going to have to use the buyback round if he wants $3,000, or a shot at $3,000. Victor Sandoval, 569 on a 572, gets the win after he was 021 on the tree. Heath, red by 8 thou, goes 646 on a 644. Chuck Elder and Rick Reynolds. Reynolds, 599. Chuck Elder, 733. Elder in the Cordoba. I dig that car. I'm so glad the Cordoba's back. I know that he heard it, parked it down there near the finish line earlier. But the Cordoba is going to have to race his way through the buyback window. He'll have to bring the rich Corinthian leather. Hopefully he can find a Ricardo Monoblonde like cutout and stick that in the passenger seat. That'd be great. That'd be great. Rick Reynolds goes 601 on a 599 to get the win light. As now Joe Kidd and Manuel Blea. Manuel in the Novinator. Dialed in at 643 over on the right side. And Joe Kidd dialed in at 635 this time, a little S10 pickup truck. Advantage on the tree goes to Joe Kidd. Win light, Joe Kidd. 34 green, dead on 5 to be 39 thou total. Manuel Blea was 046 in reaction time and no chance. None at all for Manuel Blea. Lino Cimaroli and Manny Blea. So we go from Manuel in the Novanator to Manny in the Mustang. Racing out of Albuquerque, 766 is the dial. For Manny Blea, Lino Cimaroli, 708 is the dial. Oh! Manny goes red by 0.005 of a second. Lino Cimaroli, 008, 709, winner. Winner is Baron Barler and Dominic Blea. So we went from Manuel Blea to Manny Blea. Is it fine Corinthian leather? I thought it was rich. I'm going to go look at it on YouTube. YouTube the commercial. Tell me, RTC. Is it fine or is it rich? I always thought it was rich Corinthian leather. But I know that commercial's on YouTube. Let me know. Oh! Problems for Dominic Blea at this end of the racetrack, and bigger problems for Baron Barler. Dominic Blea's car never left the starting line. Baron Barler left the starting line and went red by 0.008 of a second. So Dominic Blea, whose car is backing off the starting line right now, ish. I mean, they got him back a little bit. Now they're trying to figure out if they can get him to go forward again. Apparently some transmission issues. Well, they got it rolling forward. They'll take that. But for Baron Barler, a 008 red light. Costs him against Dominic Blea's El Camino that was broke and is now doing a parade lap down the right side of the racetrack. All right, Super Pro door cars. Super Pro door car. Your attention, please. Super Pro door car will take you back into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro door car, come on back. Round number 1, Super Pro door car. Need you to the lanes, please. All right, Cal Gordon goes red by 0.010 of a second, hands the win over to Larry Pittenger, and I do apologize there. I was on YouTube trying to confirm RTC whether it was fine Corinthian leather or rich Corinthian leather, and the answer is, on the commercial that I just saw, we were both wrong. It is soft Corinthian leather. It's soft Corinthian leather. I missed it. Ron Rios missed it too. By 1,000th of a second, 682 on a 677. Ron Rios bows out. 001 red. Chris Hall was 021 on the tree, and Chris, that wasn't the bounty round. Wasn't the bounty round. That was his non-X entry. But 588 on a 587. Chris Hall moves on after his 21 green. As now Remy Reynolds and Tim Arnswald. Arnswald the Camaro on the right side, Remy the Pinto on the left side. 595 the dial for Remy, 763 at the dial for Tim. Mopar man, I don't think so. Just because your tablet's at 69% doesn't mean you get 69 screwdrivers as well. Wow. Remy Reynolds, 002. Tim Arnswald, 005. Arnswald, 764 and a 763. Remy, 595 on a 595. Reynolds, 9 total. Gets the win light. That is the best of the round so far. We'll go from there. Marcos Ocampo and Jeff Devy. Devy, 644 is the dial on the right side of the racetrack. Marcos Ocampo dialed it at 659. Getting down to the finish line, and it's going to be Devy. 645 on a 644. He was 042 on the tree. Ocampo, 662 on a 659. Once again, Kelly Davis coming up here to the tower. We've got that 69-piece Jegs screwdriver set. We're going to swap spots behind the microphone here real quick. I'm going to slide out of the way, and Mike Eames is going to take over for a moment.
Thanks, Nathan Hershey. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. I miss you already. Marvin Wolfmeyer and Joe Accardo. Accardo in the Camaro. 708 to dial here in round number 1. A pro eliminator. Wolfmeyer in the Vega wagon. Going to break it out. As he just like freight trained 725 on 717. Accardo was 43 on the tree and 1 above in that Camaro. We'll come back for round number 2 with Steve Moss and Phil Oder. Moss in that altered out of Rio Rancho, New Mexico with the Mopar Power 579 the dial for Steve. Phil Oder, Carlsbad, New Mexico. 68 Camaro. That American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack. Loader is away. Looking over that left shoulder, here comes Steve Moss in the altar, looking over to the right. Rips down there, 636 for Phil Loader. Tightened it up to 5 thou at the stripe. Toit, like a tiger. Smoking a pancake. There for Phil. Steve Moss was 88 green and no good. Ron Height and Justin Lamb. Lamb in the stalker for Rad Torque Systems. That completely red Copo over there for Justin. 637 the dial. Ron Height out of Tucson, Arizona. That extended cab S10. 741 is the dial for Ron. When Justin came up this morning for that new entry time run, he was over in the left lane. Here around number 1 is over on the right side. Height is big red. Lamb is 008 green and a free sniff of 637. And he's going to take a big whiff of 635 too. At 105 miles an hour for Mr. Lamb. Ron Height was 269 red. Looked over to the right and sees that big number 3 on the window of Justin Lamb's car, and knew he had to push the tree a little bit, but just pushed too hard. Brandon Umberger and David Beckwith. Beckwith in the big Malibu. Brandon Umberger in the Chevette. They're for Big Check. Grand Junction, Colorado. 589 the dial for the Jelly Bean, and David Beckwith out of Rancho Cucamonga. I think I still have like a whole bunch of prizes for David Beckwith up here. Red light start for the red Malibu by 4 thou. Umberger's 14 green and 586. Here early on Sunday morning at the K&N Southwest Showdown. David Beckwith will be bringing $60 back up in the lanes when we have our buyback round. It's Jeff Safranek and John Schur. Jeff out of Phoenix, 722 the dialing for the 65 Mustang, the Colt of Arms ride. John Schur in the Valiant for Mr. Magoo 2. 669 is the dial for John Schur. That's right, Roar Man. Cigar and a crepe. Safranic off and away first, looking over the right shoulder of the valiant of John Shure. Ripped down there, Jeff Safranic, dead on 0. And I think Jeff Safranic should be able to come up and pick a prize for being dead donut. As we're making notes, Howard DeVore and Mike Zimmerman. Mike celebrated a birthday the other day. Matt DeYoung, the director of racing operations here at Tucson Dragway, we asked Matty how old Mike Zimmerman was, and he said he's dinosaur age, which I didn't think was nice. Howard DeVore, Flagstaff, Arizona in the Nova. 1 foul separated him on the starting line. Howard DeVore ends up on the right side, 679 on the 76. Was 15 green. Mike Zimmerman was 14 green and 6 above, and 300ths behind at the stripe was Mr. Zimmerman. Chris Stout and Seth Polvador. This is a pretty good matchup right here. Chris out of Marana, Arizona, 701 the dial. Seth Polvador, 667. And Super Pro door cars. Super Pro door cars should be up in the lanes. Seth out of Peoria, Arizona with that super sleek and incredibly aerodynamic Ford Fairmont. That big, ugly, nasty, ominous, grotesque, putrid red light in round number 1. And then red and dead on, of course. That's how it works. Chris Stout was pretty tough. 26 green, dead 5. There for Chris Stout. He knew Seth was pretty good and was definitely ready. Sasha Hofer, our runner-up for last night in the Kid Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout. Took that bottom bulb Firebird all the way to the final. Alongside Val Torres Jr. Just ended up on the wrong side there. Red light start for Sasha. She got bounced in both entries here in the first round. Matt Hawk is 23 green and 789 on the 781. So Matt Hawk will move forward into round number 2, and our competition single, Nathan Williams. 65 satellite there for Nathan. Taylor, Arizona. You see 743 on that American Walk-In Cooler scoreboard. $100 on the reaction time. 100. Benjamin Franklin on the starting line. And then 748 on the 743. There for Nathan Williams. That's going to wrap up round number 1 in Pro Eliminator. I believe. Leave round number 1 of Super Pro door cars coming around the corner. Chuck Hawk, Chris Gabbard. Chuck in the extended cab S10 Tucson, 551 is the dial. Chris Gabbard, that flamed 79 Corvette, 504 is the dial in. On the American Walk-In Cooler side, about a bulb going to be the head start there for Chuck Hawk. Chuck up on the wheel this morning is 003 and going to get the win. 552 on the 551. Chris Gabbard was 20 green and 2 above, and those numbers do not result in a win light for Chris Gabbard. Chuck Hawk We'll take that S10 into round number 2 is Dave Johnston and Ken Rader. Rader out of Tucson, 718 the dial for the 75 Nova. Dave Johnston out of Cave Creek, Arizona, the Beretta. 539 is the dial for DJ. He's going to be doing the chasing. In fact, it's a full tree and then some, as Rader is going to be out there at about 100 feet plus in that Nova before Dave Johnson gets to release the hounds and begin his pursuit. He's off by like 20 feet, but Rader's in a bad spot. Dave Johnson's 009 and 541 to get the win. Ken Rader was 190 on the green light start, and it was all over there on the starting line. It's Martin Corella and Robert Neighbor. Martin out of Vail, Arizona. That Corvette Roadster out of the Davis camp, and Robert Neighbor out of Miraloma for Neighbor Trucking and Neighbor Motorsports. We've talked about the new sponsor for Neighbor Motorsports this weekend. That's Chad Neighbor's trailer tipping service. A new operation under the Neighbor banner. Robert's got 505 on that super gas car. Fourth out, going to separate the two Corvette Roadsters on the starting line. Neighbor looking over to the left, 5:06.4 for Rob is going to get the win. Was fourth out better on the starting line, 26 green for Rob. Corello's 30 thou on the green light start and under by 14 thou, taking 24 at the stripe. So Martin had a little room down there. He could have snugged it up and flipped that wind light over in his other lane. Did not do it. Robert Neighbor gets out of round number 1 as Rick Hosan and Shane Thompson. Shane in that like grotesque, like it's just hideous, that 67 Nova. I was talking to Shane in the lanes the other day and I'm like, man, this thing's a pile of crap. I mean, obviously I'm kidding. That thing's an incredible hot rod. Wow, Shane Thompson is going to bow out in round number 1 by 9 thou. Rick Hosan's 10 green and 2 above. Shane Thompson's 008 in that gorgeous, and I cannot like understate like how cool that car is. 008, 513 with a 1 on the 510. There for Shane for Team Silver State. Rick in the Old's going to move it around number 2 is Andy Morris and James Hartvigsen. Andy out of Olympia, Washington. 69 Camaro for Andrew. 601 the number for James Hartvigsen and the Barracuda. Sir James Machine. Red light start for Andy by 1 thou. 624 for Morris, 113 on the speed. Hartvigsen was ready for Andy Morris, 22 green, dead 2. It's 24 total. So Brad Hawk and Judd Shoup. B-Rad, one of the Hawk Mustangs. Judd out of Gypsum, Colorado. We talked about it a few times during the weekend. Pretty good look, pretty good part of the country there, Gypsum, Colorado. 2 green for Judd. Dead 6 makes 8 total. That's pretty tasty. Judd Shoup gonna take that dart in round number 2. Hawk was 17 green to 3 above and just flat out in the way. So Kelly Davis, once again, Kelly Davis, we've got a prize for you up in the tower. Jeff Safranek, we got stuff for you up in the tower as well, please. Again, Kelly Davis and Jeff Safranek up in the tower. Blue Hayball and Mark Mesher. Mesher in the S10 out of Michigan, 660 the dial. For Mark, alongside Blue Hayball in the GTO out of Fort Hall, Idaho. It's just so weird seeing Blue in a door car. Blue's lighting the lamp, which is not unusual to see Blue Hayball. Winter drag race, 11 green, 3 above. There for Blue. Mark measures 30 green in the truck and 2 above. And was a hun behind at the finish line to Scott Sturm and Andy Dawson. Andy had a pretty good run yesterday in the kid performance and dyno shootout. I think he made it down into the money. Andy out of Peoria, Arizona in the Nova, 673 the dial. Scott Sturm, 64 model Nova out of Tucson. 656 is the dial in. 300 advantage for Scott. Going to come down to the 8 mile finish line. See that nose dip down a little bit for Scott Sturm. 659 to be out in front by a couple of hun at the finish line. It's 14 green. Andy was 43 on the green light start and 3 above. So Scott Sturm will send Andy Dawson to the buyback booth. Well, technically to the buyback lanes with $100 in cash when we run that. There's Jeff Burke out of Mesa. The Camaro 692 there for JB. Jeff with a free look at 692 drops 005 and 695.0 there for Jeff Burke. Pretty good on the starting line. We'll adjust that dial in accordingly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages. Chris Forsyth just made us all aware that the payouts from yesterday's Hughes Performance Saturday are now available over at the West Coast Bracket Races trailer. Once again, payouts from yesterday's Hughes Performance Saturday are now available over at the West Coast Bracket Races trailer. So if you were in the money yesterday, you can go get your checks over at the Hughes for Hughes Performance Saturday over at the West Coast Bracket Races trailer. All right, so we're going to continue Super Pro Door Car. This is my bad. I thought that last one was our final car in class. Sincerely apologize. Scott Hess, Surprise, Arizona. Jeremy Jacobs, Whitman, Arizona. The 62 Savoy that I have professed my love of the entire weekend. Just completely unique. Jeremy was up in the tower and saying that some of them that I honestly didn't know. That 62 Savoy is the only year for that body style, which is a little unusual. 39 red there for Jeremy. He will have to come back up and buy back. And 17 green for Scott Hess and 1 quick. 567 on the 68. There for the Nova out of Surprise, Arizona. As Joe Kidd Jr. and Matty Larson. Matthew for Team Larson Farms. I'm sure Trevor and Kendra on their little nugget is tuning into the Bang Shift feed, watching Matthew. 63 Corvette Roadster out of Yuma, Arizona. 598 the dial for Matthew and Joe Kidd Jr. The Outlaw 73 Nova 721 the dial. Both are away. Larson on the throttle stop. 1 thou separate them on the starting line. And the win by 7 thou gonna go Larson's way. Dead 0 for Matt Larson. I think we could give him something for that. And Joe Kidd Jr. was dead on 6. 7 thou the margin of victory for Matthew Larson. 30 green, dead 0 for Larson. 31 green, dead 6. And no good for Joe Kidd Jr. Daniel Fiello and Marco Peravaleris. Daniel had a big run in yesterday's $50,000 kit performance and dyno shootout. 630 is the dial. Marco 502 the dial. $12 green for Daniel. Marco's 29 green and Fiello 12 total. And if you heard me earlier in the run, I said he was 12 green, which means Daniel Fiello is dead 0. So Dave Eels and Bob Cordova. As Daniel Fiello bounces Marco, who is fully froze out. As Daniel was 12 total. Eels in the Brogy Roadster. He will move forward as Bob Cordova. The Colorado-based Camaro is red by 20 thou. Eels is 45 green and 6:17.4 on the 618. They're on the racetrack. 6:06.7 on the 6:05 for Bob Cordova, but it was all over right down yonder. As Bob was red by 20 thou, as Doug Cash in that lidless 61 Corvette Roadster, 5:33 the dial. And Lorene Rogers, Seligman, Arizona, right up the road. In the car that Lorene normally campaigns in, Super Gas Eliminator. She's like, throttle stop? Man, take that thing off. I'm going all out in this bad boy. See 499 on the board. Red light start for Doug Cash. Lorene is 497.8, was 26 green. Doug Cash, after being red by 14, Pete Rose, is 2 above, 535. Mark Lalonde and Brad Pierce. Lalonde, 556 on the dial. He'll be doing the chasing. Brad Pierce out of Riverside. Debbie, Alden, the whole team watching back in Riverside. The 58 Corvette, utilizing the throttle stop here this week in his traditional Super Gas trim. Brad missed the tree. Lalonde in big control and going to get the win. 11 green, 559 for Mark Lalonde, and Brad Pierce was 71 on the starting line. And I can literally count on like 2 fingers the number of times that I've seen Brad Pierce be 71 on the starting line. Actually, I think I could probably count on 1 finger the number of times I've seen Brad Pierce be 71 on the starting line. Sammy Franco the third, and Eric Jakewith. Jakewith on the Hayabusa. Hayabusa, there for Eric Jakewith. It's kind of like in Super Comp on the divisional and national event show when you see a door car in Super Comp. And Erica's red by 29 thou. Sammy Franco the third gets a gift wrap win in round number 1. 6:08 on the 6:05 for Sammy Franco, was 28 green after Eric was red. Was then 4 above the dial, going 6:10 on the 6:06. Is Vic Spitali in the Roadster. The National Auto Collision Center side out of Tucson. 579 is the dial. He will leave second. Nick Jonoff. Tucson, Arizona, the 73 Camaro. 650 is the dial. Spitali dug himself a hole on the starting line. Nick Jonoff trying to hold off the Roadster and will do so. 24 green, 651 there for Nick. Spitali was 93 green and 1 above. Nick Jonoff will advance out of round number 1's Daryl Nance and Dan Bain. Nance in the 77 Mustang. He went deep yesterday in that $50,000 shootout. 6:07 is the dial. Dan Bain in the Camaro. He was a first round casualty in that shootout yesterday. Lake Havasu City in the Camaro. Nance, Bain, Mustang, Camaro. Give it to Daryl Nance, dead on 2. And 23 green makes 25 on the combined numbers. And Dan Bain was 38 thou reacting to green and had no shot. Brian Fritz and the Torco Roadster out of Mesa. Saw son Kyle running this machine earlier today. Steve Denny out of Tucson in the Ford Mustang. 624 will be doing the chasing. Fritz will get to launch that Roadster first. 7 thou the difference in the reaction time. Brian Fritz looking to the right at Steve Denny and gonna get the win. 650 in the Roadster on the 646. Steve Denny just didn't run the number. had 624 on the car, 631 on the racetrack. Was slightly better on the starting line. Denny was 44 green. And then 7 above. And no good is Larry Spitali. And Brian Lopez. Lopez on the 84 Camaro, the white hot rod over the American walk-in cooler side. 620 is the dial. Spitali in the Monza out of Glendale. Lopez, 002, and on a double breakout, both drivers under the dial. Look at the numbers here. Brian Lopez under by 1 thou. Larry Spitali under by 2 thou. Both drivers are underneath that dial in. The one who was closest is your winner, and by 1/1000th of a second. And that's eyelash. Brian Lopez will be your winner. Larry Spitali will have to bring $100 back into the buyback round as Joe Kidd Sr. and Emma Duschel. Joe Kidd and the duct tape 66 Chevy 2 out of Marana. And Emma Duschel, that's 63 split window Corvette out of Palmdale. Emma's pre-stage, Joe Kidd Sr.'s pre-stage. They both run in together. Away and away. How about 009 is leaving second? As 1 thou separate Emma and Joe on the starting line, and Joe Kidd Jr. on the breakout will move forward. 009 and 1 above for Joe Kidd Sr. Emma Duschel is 008 green, under by 0.03 of a second. Mike McBrayer and Bill Bollock. McBrayer in the Tomato for Team Pennzoil, the 86 Corvette. 634 is the dial. Bill Bollock out of Litchfield Park, Arizona. The Anglia, 589 the dial. We talked about it before. I just want Bill Bollock's car to do like a 20-inch wheel stand out there at about 100 feet. I mean, after all, it's for our enjoyment. McBrayer with the advantage in the win. 638 on the 634. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls in the pit area, I need double entry Super Pro dragsters in lanes 2 and 4, please. Double enter Super Pro dragsters in 2 and 4. Blue sticker dragsters in 6 and 8, please. Again, double enter dragsters in 2 and 4. Blue run sticker dragster single entry in 6 and 8, please. Ryan Mangus and Hank Pramoff. So double entry Super Pro dragsters 2 and 4. Single enter blue sticker dragster 6 and 8. So Ryan Mangus, Hank Pramoff. Mangus in the Nova. Pramoff in the Vega. Ryan, watch that nose drop in that Nova. Bam. Drops it to dead 2. Taking 3 thou. That's just filthy there for Mangus. 18 green. Dead 2 for Ryan. Hank Pramoff was better on the starting line. 007 goes 574.6 on the 73 and was 3 thou behind. Phil Garrison and Andrew Jaramillo. Garrison out of Flagstaff going to get the win as Andrew is led by 18 thou. Phil in the 68 Camaro with a free look at 556. How about 5538 there for Mr. Garrison? Andrew Jaramillo is red by 18 thou, and then, well, a lot above. This is Race Kid and PJ Giacalone. Race out of Race with 580 on the Kid Family 67 Nova. PJ Giacalone, 57 Pizzazz, or 55 Pizzazz Chevrolet, looking at 7. There's like 7s all over the place. 74 in Division 7 last year in Super Street Eliminator. 605 the dial for PJ. Yeah, once again, 5.5 Chevrolet, which we have determined all weekend is the best of the Tri-5 Chevrolets. PJ and race. Give it a race, kid. 16 green, timed it up to 5 thou at the finish line. 582 on the 580 for race. PJ was 19 green, 607 on the 605, but was 5 thou behind when they went through that 8th mile finish line. Is Jason O'Terry and Keith Montague. Montague in that very interesting Nova Roadster. I mean, I think Chevrolet produced so many Nova Roadsters, a lot. Very popular, the Nova Roadster. Jason O'Terry out of Norco, the 92 Firebird, 707 the dial. Jason running the throttle stop. You'll see that car leave and idle away for a little bit, and then relaunch itself. Right, O'Terry off the stop. Here comes Keith Montague. 8th mile finish line. Rip, rip, rip down there. Jason O'Terry, 007. 709 on the 707. Montague dialed 581, was 588. 7 Hun off the pace. There was all sorts of room down there for Jason O'Terry to make it work, and he did so. It's Kelly Harper and Will Yakimets. Let's see. So do you like your kind of like traditional 69 Yanko, Kelly Harper, and that gray hot rod, or do you like the Will Yakimets route, the Top Sportsman 69 Yanko? Yakimets 461 the dial, and that white hot rod. He'll be doing the chasing. Kelly Harper off and away first. Yakimets a little bit better on the starting line, trying to run down Kelly Harper. Not going to get there. 592.6 on the 591 for Kelly Harper. 116 on the mile an hour is 41 green. Will Yakimets was better on the starting line with the deuce reaction time. 466 on the 461. And Will Yakimets, a little wee bit shy. That's Chris Northup and Don Toya. Funny car Chris made it all the way to the finals on the door car side in yesterday's Kid Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout before Sasha Hofer, when I say beat up on Funny car Chris, I mean Sasha was 5 total, which was just stellar. Don Toya, at Don's Hot Rod Shop, Roadster, 525 the dial for Don. Northup, behind at the start, trying to make it work, not going to make it work. Don Toya, 14 green, 1 above, to be a Hun in front of the finish line. Northup was 27 green, 6765 on the 675, and was a Hun behind to the finish. Tell you what, it's been a long 4 days for the announcers. They're right there on your head. The elevator thing, the sunglasses thing. We'll get into that for a little bit, because both of those things that happened were quite humorous. Cody Robinson and Andy Morris. Andy got knocked out in his first entry by a thou. Turning on the red light. Andy 624 on the 69 Camaro over in the right lane. Cody Robinson out of Cottonwood, Arizona. 70 Camaro left side. So both are green, Andy and Cody. And Andy Morris, after being red in round number 1, breaks out in round number 2. 22 thou in front at the stripe, taking 7 thou. He needed a whomp and a little tappy tap of the brakey to turn that wind light over on his side. Cody Robinson was 14 green and 1 above to be 24 total, and good. As Dave Mazier from Mazier Enterprises and that Cavalier Roadster that's won a lot. Ken Rader, Tucson, Arizona, the 75 Nova. over the American walk-in cooler side. 721 is the dial. So a full 2 seconds plus going to be the head start for Raider. Off and away. Mazier, couple on advantage. You see that nose drop on the Cavalier and drops it dead one. 006, dead on one makes 7 total. And that's pretty sporty. Ken Raider, 26 green. 719.4 on the 721, but Raider could not get inside 7 total. Davey Mazier. It's Martin Corella and C.W. Hofer. Martin in that 2012 Don Davis Corvette Roadster. 530 the dial. This is another big 2 second plus head start. C.W. in the Firebird. 765 the dial for C-Dub, whose lovely wife Sasha had a really good day yesterday. Red light start for C.W. Hofer by 16 thou. Martin Corella is 31 green and under by a hun, which is totally fine. So we were talking about like Nate Hershey and myself. Like some of the stuff that goes on behind the scenes is relatively comical. So we're so tired the other night when I got back to the hotel. I have my card for our room, as we're rooming together. I go to the elevator. It's a push button to get the elevator like to open, to come to your floor, open up, right? Well, I took my room key out and I'm swiping my room key in front of like the push button thingy. And after like 5 swipes, I finally realized how stupid I am and that you actually have to hit the button of the elevator for it to like to open up and take you up to your floor. Well, this morning, just a few minutes ago, Nathan's up here in the tower, walking around looking for everything, picking up everything, looking. Well, he was looking for his sunglasses. They were on top of his head. So it was like a 5-minute search for Mr. Hershey sunglasses, and they were right on top of his dome. Hey, nobody ever said that we're like the sharpest knives in the drawer. However, we have a lot of fun. Because, I mean, if you're not having fun, then, you know, I've always said you can't put a price tag on a good time. Alright, so Super Pro Dragster, round number 1. Start off with Chandler Mazier and Chance Parker. Chandler out of Escondido, California. Chandler, 507 the number. Chance Parker out of Roy, Utah, 496 the dial. Chandler, a little starting line advantage. Rip down there. 5-10 for Chandler, going to get the win. Chance Parker was 19 green and 6 above. Thanks for the heads up on that, Dora. Just came up as Chris on the screen, and he just didn't change his tech card, so. But we'll make note. Chuck Hawk and Dustin Wirtz. Dustin must have got his problems fixed as late yesterday. He said he was leaving. He was having converter issues. But apparently, all is good. Chuck Hawk, Tucson, Arizona, Spitzer. Dragster 474 is the dial. Dustin 460 the number for the young man coming down out of Napa, Idaho. .474 on the dial for Chuck. He will be leaving first. Dustin, staged. And away. Chuck Hawk, 3 green and 5 above is good enough. Dustin Wirtz was 30 thou on the green light start, 463 on the 460. We'll bow out here in round number 1, Chuck Hawk. We'll press on as Kevin Heffington and Mike Zimmerman. Heffington out of Moxie, Washington. Race Tech Dragster, blown big block there for Kevin, 453 the dial. Mike Zimmerman, the birthday boy from a couple days ago. And a Phoenix, 507 the dial for Mike. And a 1 bulb head start there for Mr. Zimmerman. Zimmerman. Oh, that was close. We'll talk about that in a moment. 6 thou, the difference on the starting line. Kevin and Mike. Heffington, 19 total. 12 green, dead on 7. Zimmerman was 18 green. He would have to be dead 0 to move the win light over in his lane. So what I was saying was so close is after one driver is fully staged, as in pre-stage light and stage light are both illuminated, the driver in the other lane has 7 seconds before they get timed out to get that stage bulb lit. I'm sure it wasn't as close as it seemed, but it seemed like Zimmerman took 6.28 seconds to get that last bulb lit. It was Lloyd Salveson for Rich Ford. Quick lane, 499 the dial for the Rio Rancho, New Mexico dragster over on the left side. Jordan Stewart, the winged dragster on the right side. 482 the dial. At the speed machining cam. Wow, that was all sorts of weird. 80 thou left first, which is Jordan Stewart. Lloyd Salveson was 239 on the green light effort. Jordan gets to advance. Lloyd gets the honor of coming back in the lanes with $100 to buy back into the show. Larry Beckner and Tim O'More. Tim out of Tucson, Arizona. 538 there for Tim. 506 the dial for Larry Beckner out of Scottsdale. At Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing team car. Beckner carefully inching his way up into the beams. Both drivers are pre-staged. Roll in just a little bit further. Those stage beams are illuminated. Both are in. Tim O'More in control. Looking over to the left. Here comes Larry Beckner. Gonna run out of real estate. Tim O'More, 541 on the 538, was 19 green. Beckner was 6'6", 2/3 evil on the starting line. 507 on the 506. Victor Blea and Nick Downing. Victor out of Albuquerque, 529 is the dial. Nick Downing, Phoenix, Arizona, 623. Nick had a good run yesterday in Brian Weber's dragster in that kid performance at Dino Shootout. All right, attention to the pit area. The West Coast Bracket Races trailer has a slew. I don't want to say a slew. They have a good selection of kids' apparel and merchandise. So those of you that have kids and grandkids, more importantly, neighbor kids, friends that are kids, etc., etc., head on over to the West Coast Bracket Races trailer and they're ready to wheel and deal. Victor Blea, red by 10 thou. Danning will move forward. 37 green, dead 0 there for Nick. I think we can find something for Mr. Downing for being dead 0. Victor Blea, after being red by 10 thou, goes 527. It's Kevin Johnson and Mark Darso. Mark was our winner on Lucas Oil Products Friday. Took out Ken Suio in that final round in Super Pro. Kevin out of Draper, Utah, 509 there on the left side. Mark out of Tempe, small block Chevrolet dragster for Mr. Darso. Kevin is 008. Mark is 16 green, and dead on 9 as Kevin Johnson breaks out by, well, a bunch. Darso, it's back to his winning ways. Kevin Johnson was 008, and then 506 on the 509 is Mark. We'll move forward. It's Greg Hicks and Bailey Neighbor. Bailey out of Mariloma, 5 flat the dial for the young lady who just got her NHRA competition license Thursday in the test and tune. It's her first rounds of competition. There for Bailey Neighbor and Greg Hicks. Out of North Las Vegas, the Mullis prepared dragster for Silver State and Fig Speed. 479 is the dial for Greg. Red light start for Bailey by 7th out. Hicks is 008 green and 476 on the 479. Bailey, after being red, was one above, 501 on the 5 flat, as we bring up Tom Bear and Jeremy Wilson. Thomas Bear and Jeremy Wilson. Bear, 510 for the Lucas Oil Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing team car. And Jeremy Wilson, the dragster raffle winning professional out of Grand Junction, Colorado. 472 for Jeremy, looking over the left. Bear looking to the right. 5, 10, 8. Dead on 8 for Bear. 11 green is 19 total. Jeremy Wilson was 25 thou, ripping the finger off the button and initiating his run of 473, but Jeremy Wilson was just wasting fuel as he had no shot. His bounty gate right here on the starting line. Debbie Dolzal, 494 is the dial, alongside Logan War. Logan was our winner of Hughes Performance Saturday and has the bounty on his head, that Specialty Fasteners bounty. So Debbie can take out Logan. She will take that Specialty Fasteners bounty and not going to do it, and Logan Orr is perfect on the starting line. Red light start for Debbie. Logan is 000, ripping the finger off the button. Simple perfection. So Logan War still has the bounty on him. It's Dan Lafferty and Bruce Briscoe. Dan Lafferty out of Wendell, Idaho, like president of the Chamber of Commerce. In fact, when you drive by the Wendell, Idaho exit, if you're going north up towards like Firebird Raceway, there's a sign by the Wendell, Idaho exit that says home of Dan Lafferty. It really doesn't, but it should. Bruce Briscoe, Pueblo West, Colorado. Looking over the left, here comes Lafferty. Briscoe, 529 on the 528 was 11 green. 529.9 on the 528, and that combination of numbers is good enough to bounce Dan Lafferty, as Lafferty was 24 green and 4 above, and no good. for that Lafferty drilling and blasting dragster is Nick Cobb and Ethan Bourne. Ethan out of Riverton, Utah, 487 the dial, and Nick Cobb, Lake Elsinore, the white dragster with the black scoop over in the National Auto Collision Center's lane, was your Division 7 rep in Super Comp Eliminator for the Jegs All-Stars race last year. Nick over on that left side. Ethan Bourne, the Utah runner, over on the right side. Ethan is perfect on the starting line and dead on 8. That's just like not nice. I mean, Nick Cobb is like one of my favorite people on the planet. Ethan Bourne, who I've watched graduate through the junior dragster program up there at the old Rocky Mountain Raceways, is 8 total alongside Nick Cobb. Parker Theobald and Marco Peravaleris. These two outstanding race car drivers did a horrible job of pulling into the staging lanes. Parker, who finished number 6 in the world in Super Comp last year, 5 flat the dial for the Theobald Motorsports team out of St. George, Utah. Marco Peravaleris, Sonoma, California. The dragster for Marco, 461 the dial. For the Peravaleris family, Marco, Nick, Leyland team. Red light start for Parker by 1 blinking thou, and you can add your own adjective in there. Marco's 007 green, 459.2 on the 461 for Marco. It's Parker after being red by a thou. And over by a hun, but it was all over on the starting line. It's Jeremy Rapp and Cortland Carter. This is another great matchup in round number 1. Jeremy out of Las Vegas, Nevada. How many like Super Pro championships has he won at the strip at LVMS? Like 18? It's definitely like more than 3. And Jeremy Rapp, 477 there for Rapp, 506 for Cortland Carter, who's also a bad man, and then 32 thou leaves first. And Jeremy Rapp is going to get the win as Cortland breaks out by 5 thou completely. All-you-can-eat buffet in the finish line down there. 29 thou in front, breaking out by 5 thou. 478 on the 477 for Rapp is good enough to advance. Sean Page and Punch Johnson. Punch out of Seligman, Arizona. That Fender Yanster dragster. Sean out of Meridian, Idaho. Red light start for Punch in that Fender dragster. Sean Page on the solo is going to go 506.6 on the 29. Sean Page will move forward as J.R. Learcamp and Jerry Denton. J.R. out of Olympia, Washington. The Mullis chassis, 476 the dial for J.R. 576 on the board for Jerry Denton. An American walk-in cooler side, so a full 2-bulb head start for Jerry Denton. Learcamp, 400 advantage on the starting line and is going to get the win. 477 on the 476. Denton was 60 on the tree, and that was just too big of a deficit to climb out of as J.R. Learcamp will advance. Yeah, so be justice. This is a quarter-mile track. However, this event all weekend is run in the 8th mile configuration. So Tucson Dragway is a quarter-mile facility, but we are running this event, as many of the big money bracket races do across the country, utilizing the 8th mile configuration, is Dustin Henches and Jerry Duffy. Dustin out of Olympia, Washington. Mullis prepared chassis, 491 the dial for Dustin. Jerry Duffy out of Tucson, right over there, 561 is the dial. Dustin is 009. Dustin is ripping down there to go 494, 3 above. Duffy was 27 green, broke out by 7 foul. Got to the finish line first by 20 thousandths of a second, so there was a little room down there. Dustin Hench has made the right choice, and will advance out of round number 1 as Gabe Torres and Jerry Devenpeck. Gabe out of Valinda, California. G Money for Val Torres Construction. His brother Val Jr. was the winner of yesterday's kid performance and dyno $50,000 shootout. We will not see Val Jr. here today as Val's daughter runs a junior dragster, and there's a junior dragster race up a Wild Horse Pass, and that was kind of the deal, was that they were going to come down and run the big car Friday, Saturday, and then load up Saturday night and go to Phoenix. Devenpeck with a starting line advantage, looking over at Gabe Torres, and Devenpeck bounces Gabe. Gabe missed the tree, 62 green. And 470 dead on 1 for Gabe Torres, but it didn't matter because Devenpeck was 30 green and 1 above to be good. Brian Hout and Taylor Vetter. Brian out of Junction City, Oregon, 478 the dial for Brian, who normally campaigns one of the fastest top alcohol funny car cars. Funny car cars? Are we at that point of the weekend where we got funny car cars? Apparently, in the country. 478 for Brian, 496 for Taylor Vetter for Team Matco Tools out of Las Vegas. Taylor will be leaving first. So it's funny, we have Funny Car Cars, Brian Howe, and Funny Car Chris in the burnout box. Hashtag synergy. Taylor looking over the left shoulder. Here comes Brian. Double breakout win, going to go Taylor Vetter's way. 15 green, 493 on the 496. Brian Howe dialed 478, went 473 under by 500 in that situation where both drivers are underneath the dial, and whoever's closest is your winner, and that was Taylor Vetter. Howe was 33 green is Chris Northup. Out of Boise, 523 for Team Guess Who. Jack Sadler, 493 the dial. For Team Fig Speed out of Henderson, Nevada. So Funny Car Chris, looking forward to his Discovery Channel show that he filmed a little bit ago. Said it should be a couple months from now. Be watching for that because, I mean, I've seen the pictures and I've heard some stories. It's going to be spectacular. So Sadler left or right side. Chris Northup left side. Chris and Jack, give it to Jack Sadler. 494.0 on the 493, was 7th thou in front at the finish line. Chris was 24th thou on the green light start, 525 at 127 on the speed. 7th thou behind at the finish line. Dylan Howe. And Rich Nasby. Nasby. Alright, we'll go Nasby. If anybody knows for sure, we'd greatly appreciate it because we need the help. Again, all dragsters should be in the lanes, please. All dragsters. Both green and blue sticker. All dragsters should be in the lanes. Dylan Howe. 467. Dylan had a big run in yesterday's kid performance and dyno $50,000 shootout. Young Dylan finished number 5 at Division 6 last year in Super Comp. Double red lights. And not a true start situation. Nasby left first, was 9 red. Dylan Howe, 5 red. Dylan Howe is going to be your winner. And a double red light, but not a true start win light. Lindsay Meserve and Dylan Smith. Dylan, who was your Super Pro champion here at Tucson Dragway 2020. 530 the dial-in for the runner out of Buckeye, Arizona. Lindsay Meserve, 465. The dial for Lindsay. Here in a few pair, we're going to do the ever popular mid-round announcer swap. So looking out the tower window, Lindsay's son Knox up on Dad Trevor's shoulder is watching Mom. 001 for Lindsay. Dylan Smith is 21 green, and Dylan Smith by 1 foul is going to take out Lindsay Meserve. 21 green, dead 7 for Dylan. Lindsay got a foul behind at the finish line. 1 green and 2 above, and was 1 foul behind at the finish line. It's Tanner Theobald and Jason Dawson. Tanner, St. George, Utah, 486 the dial. Jason Dawson from North Las Vegas, Nevada, 468 there for JD. Couple hundred advantage on the starting line, and the win light for Tanner Theobald. 19 green, 487 on the 486 is good. Jason Dawson was 39 green, got to the finish line first by 5 thou, but he broke out by 11 thou, and there's no way that win light was going to flip over to Jason Dawson's lane. As Mark Lalonde and Mark Kidd, as we are in the Mark and Mark show part of the program. Kidd for Kidd Performance and Dyno. 462 is the dial. Mark Lalonde out of Cottonwood, Arizona, that yellow dragster. Over on the American Walk-In Cooler side, 525 the number for Mark Lalonde. So a full bulb and a skosh will be the head start for Mark Lalonde. Kidd is in. Lalonde is in. And we're both away. Mark Kidd missed the tree. Does he have enough room down there? No. Mark Lalonde by a thou takes out Mark Kidd. 28 green. 526.3 on the 525. Mark Kidd was dead on 2, but he was 40 on the reaction time. Mark Lalonde will move on, and as we bring up Greg Carlisle and Alexis Thompson, do the old mid-round announcer switch. Nathan Hershey can roll on in. I'm sliding over this direction.
Well, thank you very much, Mike Eames. As Greg Carlisle and Alexis Thompson, the pair on the line right now. We're in the middle of round number 1 of Super Pro Dragsters here at the K&N Southwest Showdown. It is the Mosier Engineering Sunday. $10,000 to win here on the line in Super Pro. And it is FTI at round number 1. Best losing package gets that $500 gift certificate to FTI. Greg Carlisle hands the win light over to Alexis Thompson. Alexis 14 green, 468 on a 467. Carlisle lit up the red bulb at this end of the racetrack by a 23 thou margin, and then runs 531 on the 549 as Johnny Carter and Phil Jaramillo backing up from the burnouts. So with Phil Jaramillo, 544 is the dial, going to get the head start. Over Johnny Carter's 497. So Johnny and Phil, 497 the dial for Johnny, for Philip 544. Here we go. Both drivers leaving green. Phil Jaramillo getting the advantage this time at this end of the racetrack, and 546 on the 544 for Jaramillo will light up that American Walk-In Cooler side of the scoreboard. He was 24 green, at this end of the racetrack. Johnny Carter was 53 thou behind with an 077 light and goes 502 on a 497. As now Val Torres Sr. and Brandon Lynch. Lynch out of Roy, Utah. The black dragster over on the right side of the racetrack, 4.86 seconds. Going to be the head start for Brandon Lynch. Well, he's dialed 486, so he gets the head start against the 479 of Val Torres. Looking at about a 700 split at this end of the racetrack as Val Senior's in, set, staged, ready. Tree drops, and here we go. 21 thou the difference at this end of the racetrack, and Brandon Lynch, 009. 488 on the 486 for Lynch, gets the scoreboard to light up on that right side of the racetrack. Val Torres was 30 on the tree and then goes 477 on the 479. Val bowing out here in round number 1 will have to make his way through the re-entry round. He'll take $100, go back into the staging lanes when it is time. It's not time yet, but when it is time. And those buybacks are available for Super Pro Dragster. That's going to bring up Don Toya, owner, proprietor, and the big man down there at Don's Hot Rod Shop, right here in Tucson. 488. Going to be the dial-in for Don and for Elliot Franco. The red machine on the left side out of La Palma, California, 550 is the number. Franco turns it red, 21 thousandths of a second. 486 on a 488 for Don Toya. 19 green at this end of the racetrack. Wind light is on. And Franco will exit the program here in round number 1. We're going to back our cars up just for a minute. Going to take a look at a couple of things. And while it's quiet out there, we've got a moment to do a little reminder as far as some of the prizes we've got up here. Matt Larson, Daniel Fiello, Nick Downing. We've got some special prizes up here in the tower for you. Come on up. We're going to get you hooked up with some good Jegs gear, possibly some Clay Smith Cams gear. Ethan Bourne. So we'll interrupt that real quick. Hey, 6612, car number 6612, we need your crew member down by the time slips booth, please. 6612, need the crew down to the time slips booth, please. So again, we've got all kinds, and I mean all kinds of prizes that are waiting on their rightful owners up here in the tower. Ethan Bourne. We have got a $200 Taylor Motorsports gift certificate for you. You had a perfect reaction time here in the Super Pro category, so Ethan Bourne, come on up here and collect your gift certificate. Greg Hicks, we have got a $200 Lindsay Racing Products gift certificate for you, because apparently you need some new wheels. So Greg Hicks, $200 gift certificate up here for you. I don't know if Lindsay sells battery chargers or not, but you got a $200 gift certificate up here for you. I'm just saying. Tim Arnswald, best losing package in Pro round number 1 today. You've got a $400 FTI gift certificate in the tower for you. So Tim Arnswald, thanks to FTI, our best losing package in Pro round number 1. $400 gift certificate rating on you. We did a random tech card draw. Again, want to make sure that everybody had an opportunity to get some of the prizes that are here. So reached into the tech cards and drew Tony Katea's name for a $200 Taylor Motorsports gift certificate. So Tony Katea, we have got a $200 Taylor Motorsports gift certificate for you. And of course, Eric Halsey. We did that random tech card draw earlier, a $1,000 Brodix gift certificate waiting in the tower for you. Bring the crew for the photo opportunity. Ken Rader, we've still got your RB Components gift certificate up here. Seth Palvidor, we've got your goodies. And finally, Dave Beckwith, we've got some goodies up here in the tower for you. So Dave Beckwith, Seth Palvidor, Ken Rader, Eric Halsey, Tony Katea, Eric Halsey and crew. That's right, we do want Eric Halsey and crew. Tim Arnswald, Greg Hicks, and Ethan Bourne. Come on up here in the tower and see us. We've got gift certificates galore for those names that we have called out. Looks like we got a little bit of a possible cleanup situation taking place down there at the top end of the racetrack. The track crew is on it. They are going to get things taken care of and get things handled. Matt Larson has found his way up here and is going to go home with some good stuff. Dead Zero, what'd you get? That nice 10-piece T-handle? Hex wrenches? Oh, yeah. We won't, That's all right. It's all right. See? It pays to be perfect. It pays to be perfect. So Ken Rader has been up here and has gotten his stuff taken care of. Again, Dan Fiello, Nick Downing, we've got some prizes for you as well up here in the tower. Yeah, went through a lot of that. We still have our unclaimed Specialty Fasteners product bundles. We still got another $100 gift certificate from Drag Race Solutions that we're going to be giving away. But it looks like the top end of the racetrack has cleared off. And we're going to go ahead and pull dragsters back up into the water box. So it was Cody Weber and Sammy Franco that were pulling out of the water box when we went on hold it there for a moment, backed them up, got the top end of the racetrack cleared up, and that will work. We'll go ahead and give Cody and Sammy another opportunity here. I'm going to kind of take a look. I mean, if it's one of those things where, I don't know, something like that. You go down there, you take a thou, break out a thou, something like that. I mean, something to that effect. We've got another Drag Race Solutions $100 gift certificate. I mean, earlier in the day, Stan Hammond was like first car out, missed a tree by a thou and went dead on. That's one of those like, oh man. Sammy Franco goes red by 25 thousandths of a second. Cody Weber 17 and dead on 0. To be 17 total on a 461 dial. Going to get the win light. Sammy Franco bowing out via the bottom bulb, and it's going to be... Who's in the car today? 720BX. Is that... Who's in the car? We do get a little bit of that from time to time, a little bit of that musical chairs driver swapping, so not exactly sure who's taking over the driving duties of the white dragster on the right side. We'll find that out, but 623 is the dial, and for Lance Parker, one of our competitors there in the big $50,000 shootout yesterday, 484, going to be the number up on the left scoreboard. So as we get them pre-staged, roll them into position.
.486 there for Lance Parker, going to get the win. 57 green for Lance, missing the tree. Left side breaking out by 6 thou. As Lance Parker will move on.
See? As our next two make their way down the racetrack. Chris Lindsay in the Shelby Flyer. Speaking of Lindsay Racing Products, thank you so much to Chris and the team for being on board again. here at the K&N Southwest Showdown. That $200 gift certificate, or one of them, going to Greg Hicks. Good towards maybe a new set of wheels on his dragster. And Chandler Mazier here on the left side, dialed in at 5:08. Chris Lindsay dialed in 0.06 of a second quicker than that with a 5:06, or excuse me, 5:02. So the 5:02 right side for Lindsay, 5:08 left side for Chandler Mazier, with the pre-stage bulbs lit. We continue on in round number 1. 24 thou the difference between the two at this end of the racetrack, and at the top end, Chandler Mazier will light up the scoreboard. 5:09 on a 5:08 for Chandler, was 0:30 on the tree, and takes a 27 thou stripe for the win. Chris Lindsay was 0:54 and ends up one above with a 5:03 on the 5:02. I wonder if Chris needs a $200 Lindsay Racing Products gift certificate. I don't think so. I don't think he's going to need that. How about Tyler Murrup and Shane Thompson? Thompson was one of those guys last night that he rolled into the early rounds of that big $50,000 shootout, and it's like just couldn't quite pull into the lanes right. I mean, he ended up winning a couple of them, but pulled in first, got paired up with Greg Hicks, teammate. Pulled up the next time, got paired up with his daughter. Then pulled up the third time, and unfortunately couldn't quite get the package that he needed to move on, as Thompson in the blue dragster dialed 468. And Murrup getting the head start, just a hun shy of a 5 flat dial at 499. Advantage on the tree goes to Tyler. Win light goes to Shane by 4 thousandths of a second. Shane 0.25 on the tree and dead on 9 down the racetrack to get the nose of the dragsters to the stripe first by 45 ten-thousandths of a second. Tyler Murrup was 0.009 in reaction time, but ends up running just about 2 above the dial with a 5:019 on the 499. It's Dean Bush and Chuck Babcock. Babcock left side, Dean on the right side. 5:10 is the dial for Dean, and yeah, Dean unfortunately still chasing the same demons that have been plaguing them all weekend. Dean had a 32 thousandths of a second advantage in reaction time, and then the car just kind of went, it sounded just like that too. Couldn't quite get it there. Ran way off the mark, and it's going to be Babcock who gets the win light and gets to come back, as now Shelby Williams and Tony Titone. Speaking of Mr. Tony, another one of those random tech card draws earned him a brand new cover for that dragster, thanks to California Car Cover Company. So Tony, we have got a dragster cover sitting up here for you. If you're out here racing with Tony, let him know. We'll tell him again in a little while. But a brand new cover for the ride to keep it nice and clean overnight while you are sleeping away in the trailer. Tony's dialed at 486. Shelby's dialed in at 535. Miss Williams will get the head start, as Dad Steve, former Super Comp world champ, he's the champ of the world, watches as his daughter gives it a go. 24 thousandths of a second at this end of the racetrack. Advantage to Shelby Williams. But the win light's going to turn on Tony's side of the racetrack. Tony, 497 on a 486, was 30 on the tree and got there first by a couple of tenths. Shelby Williams, the car definitely just kind of didn't do what they thought it was going to do. She was 006 at this end of the racetrack. And then 4 tenths off the dial at that end of the racetrack. Ends up running 573 on a 535, and that is not going to work out. So Tony Titone gets a round number 1 win to go along with that brand new dragster cover from California Car Cover Company. As now Kevin Johnson and Carl Canavo. Kevin Johnson, 10 on the tree, and 5.06 on a 5.06. 12 total for Kevin Johnson. As Carl Canavo missed it by 0.02 of a second and goes red at this part. Calvin Locke and Taylor Strange. Brian walking away from the car over here on the left side of the racetrack. 5.02 for the racer out of Alamosa, Colorado, Calvin Locke. He's got a 5.16 dial, going to get the head start by 0.14 of a second. So as Calvin Locke missed the tree by 0.21 of a second, then goes down to a 6.03. Win line belongs to Taylor Strange, 30 on the bolt. And then 5.04. That's right. Thank you very much, David Phillips. Shane, kind of like that three-time pulling into the lanes the wrong way. Raced Greg round 1. Raced his daughter round 2, and then lost to race in round number 3. Former teammate and East Coast hired driver, David Phillips, kind of keeping everybody honest there. Appreciate that, man. Glad to hear you are listening in, courtesy of that Bank Shift feed, as Robert Neighbor and Morgan Rose rolling up now. Miss Morgan on the right side. Out of Henderson, 466 is the dial, and Robert dialing at 472, going to get the head start. Well, Robert Neighbor's car didn't move here on the starting line. He's still trying to get that thing rolling. I wonder, did it die? Did he refire it? From this point, it's a little bit difficult to hear exactly what's happening, but he just kind of slowly rolls his way off the starting line. Morgan Rose gets the win, was 11 on the tree, and then goes 482 on a 466 as she gets out of the throttle. Was expecting to see the nose of Robert's car down there somewhere near the finish line. Didn't see it, jumped out of the throttle. So is Gary Youngblood and Tom Bayer. Out of the burnout box and up to the starting line, and Gary Youngblood's getting pushed back off of the starting line. Came out of the burnout, and what is that they are holding on? Is that plug wires? What is that? I don't know, that cable that they've got that was loose that they're flipping up. Whatever it was, it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. So, that's going to give Tom Bayer the solo. Tom on a 476 dial will go 475-4. Tom was 38 thou early at this end of the racetrack. But on the solo shot, going to get him situated and into round number 2. That'll bring out Larry Beckner and Dustin Wirtz. So a couple of the Tom Bayer cars back to back. Let's see. Just kind of rolling back through to see how everybody's doing in the chat bleachers this morning. What are we at, 11:30 here in Tucson? It'll be 7:30 in Germany. Mike Eames has been paying very close attention to what time it would be in Germany since he nailed it And I mean, like, nailed it as far as the time was concerned. We got folks, we had folks checking in from Finland, Germany, Australia, Poland, I saw at one point. Not sure exactly where else we've got folks coming in from. Of course, Miss Northup checking in from Emmett, Idaho. How about Dustin Wirtz getting the advantage on the starting line over Larry Beckner, as Wirtz is 009 and 464 on a 462. Taking a 39th thou stripe, 28th thou above the dial, gets the win light. Larry Beckner 51 green and 25 thou above. What's up, Roar Man? Shaka, back to you. Aloha and mahalo for listening in from the fantastic state of Hawaii. Actually, I think you're supposed to make that more like Hawaii. I think. I do get to spend a little time over there now and again, as like my regular day job has me affiliated with a business that does operations there out of Honolulu. Are you in Honolulu? Are you on Oahu? You on Maui? Which island are you on? Roar Man. That's Richard McFarland and Kevin Heffington, the next two. Heffington, left side. McFarland, right side. That like back of the shop built Barron's Jagster, that thing is just flat out cool. He's getting the head start. Here comes Kevin Heffington. Whoomp, whoomp, whoomp at the finish line, and Heffington whomps to a 28 dead on 4. 28 on the tree and 553 on a 553. Mike English, 8:30 in South Africa. Great. It's 5:30 in Australia. 5:30 a.m. So good day, mate. Glad to have you joining in, Mr. Mark White. Happy Monday. Team Ohio's watching in. We got Kentucky checking in. Renee Fletcher rooting on Team Red Rum. We got more. Trevor Harkham of 496 is the dial on the right side, and he goes 4990 after a 006 reaction time. To get the win light, Lane Desper was 57 on the tree and dead on 8. But the difference in the reaction time, uh-oh. Phillips, wish you guys could have made it down here too. Hopefully we get the motorhome fixed up very, very soon. Nebraska's checking in as Harkham gets the win light. J.R. Learcamp and Patrick War now up on the line. War with a 4.40 second dial. I'm talking about some quick cars when you get down to like 4.4 and 4.3 seconds. Had a few of those out here this weekend. J.R. Learcamp with a 475 dial. All right, RJ. Texas in the house. My wife would be very proud, as she is a Houston girl. Advantage on the tree to J.R. Learcamp. Learcamp 005 and 476 on the 475. Gets their first 16th thou to get the win light. Patrick War was 17th thou behind with an 022 reaction time and goes 441 on a 440 to end up 17th thou behind. So again, we've got another Lindsay Racing Products $200 gift certificate going to Calvin Locke. Calvin Locke. We've got a Lindsay Racing Products $200 gift certificate up here for you. Greg Hicks, you have the same thing, a $200 Lindsay Racing Products gift certificate. Again, Ethan Bourne, Eric Halsey, and crew. And David Beckwith. I'm not going to say that we're like making progress on the gift certificates, because as soon as I say that, then Matt drops a whole bunch more on us. Dustin Henches 001 red, and then 491 on a 492. Logan War 16 green, had the win light on, and goes 464 on a 467. All right, 66 lane. Is that like 66 fair lane? Is that what that 66 lane stands for, or is that like I live on 66 Lane Drive? Down there in White Shores, Biloxi, Mississippi. I've been down there a couple of times as well. The company I work for in Vegas, we have a property down there in Biloxi. Nice place. I like visiting Biloxi. Good food, really good food down there in that part of the world. Bobby Dye Jr. and Pat Marvick. Margaret, the shorty dragster, left side of the racetrack. 515 is the dial against the Specialty Fasteners ride of Bobby Dye, dialed in at 481. 9 the difference between the two at this end of the racetrack. Advantage on the tree went to Pat, but the win light's going to go to Bobby. Bobby, 27 green and 482 on a 481 for Bobby Dye. Pat Marvick was a little bit better at this end of the racetrack with the 18 reaction time, but runs 34th thou above the dial and ends up 7th thou behind at the stripe. Bobby Dye into round number 2. That's kind of what I thought, a little 66 Fairlane. As now Dan Lafferty and Chad Weber, Old Dynamite out of Wendell, Idaho. 459, the dial for Dan and for Chad Weber. Lining up on the right side, dialed in at 4.83 seconds. That's Sherway Automotive Group based out of Kingman, Arizona. So a Chad and Dan on the line. Pro buybacks. Pro buybacks. We'll take you to the staging lanes, please. Chad Weber, 483 on a 483. 14 green, taking a 4th thou stripe, locking it down. Dan Lafferty was 23 green and had no, well, little bit of a chance. Little bit of a chance. So pro buybacks. It is your turn. If you did not find yourself victorious in round number 1, we'll take you into the staging lanes, please. Pro buybacks, if you're double entered 2 and 4. Single entered to lane 6 and 8. But pro buybacks, come on back. Lloyd Coker and Ethan Bourne, Big E. I wonder if he listens to like the Commodores, the song Easy. That's why I'm easy like Sunday morning. Nope, not easy this time. Unfortunately, Big E is read by 13 thousandths of a second. Lloyd Coker, 58 on the tree. Dead on 2. Ethan Bourne goes 486 on a 488. But was read at this end of the racetrack. So Lloyd Coker moves to round number 2. Big E's going to have to buy back. And speaking of buybacks, we're ready for pro in the staging lanes. Again, pro bracket, buybacks. If you have not yet begun to make your way to the staging lanes, come on down. Bring your $60 in cash. We'll get you bought back in. Again, buybacks just like they've been doing all weekend long. We'll take care of them in the staging lanes. Don Sefton and Raymond Harshbarger. How about here in Tucson, Arizona? Bremerton, Washington, and Waterloo, Montana. We're like almost as far south in the country as you can get. You get a couple of guys that are almost as far north in the country as you can get. States-wise, anyway. Sefton down 444. Harshbarger dialed 493. Whomp, whomp, whomp 3 times. 448 on a 444 for Sefton. He was 10 on the tree. Raymond Harshbarger, 18 green, and was 6 above the dial to be 24th thou behind at the big end of the racetrack. As Jordan Stewart and Parker Theobald, and I'm sorry, I said it before, I'll say it again, but every time, whether it's your first name, last name, whatever, unfortunately, remember the old show In Living Color? They did that whole skit about Stewart. Look what I can do. Look what I can do. We'll see if he does it. Jordan Stewart dialed in at 482. Parker at Theobald. Your number 6 finisher in the world in Super Comp last year, and the racer out of St. George, Utah. I think if we had like an award for like the biggest pit area, most cars, things like that, I think between the Theobalds and the Bears and Thompsons, they just like come in and put up fencing. Advantage on the tree goes to Parker Theobald. He's 5:02 on a 5:01, 0:06 at this end of the racetrack. To Jordan Stewart's 0:33 reaction time. Stewart was 5:82 on a 5:82. And 23 thou behind at the stripe to bow out. That's right. Thank you, Roarman. It was Mad TV, not In Living Color. Yeah, In Living Color was the other one. Mad TV was the Stewart. Thanks, Roar. Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of great parts to Mad TV, but that was one of them. So I appreciate the clarity. I do remember In Living Color, though. There was some funny stuff in there. Fire Marshal Bill. Cortland Carter, 5:06 was the dial. Heard a couple of whomps down there. He was 0:09. And how about 2 whomps to tighten up the stripe to 5/10,000ths of a second? Wow. Wow. I got to be honest. I don't know if it was Cortland whomping or if Trey whomped to be 5/10,000ths behind. But there was some whomping. Trey is dead on 3. Cortland was 1 above. Cortland was 0:09. Trey was 16 at this end of the racetrack. So a 7th thou split at this end, a 7th thou split at the ET at the top end, and it comes down to 5/10,000ths of a second. Oof. Oof. You know what? I'm sorry, but that was one of those drag races. They both laid it down, and laid it down well, as Greg Hicks and Race Kid make their way down the racetrack. Kid 480 on a 479, and I saw a little puff of smoke out there. I don't know. Greg Hicks, 17 green, goes 480 on the 479. Gets the win line. Homie, don't play that. Yeah, Steve, I gotta go with that. In that 5/10,000ths of a second race between Trey Vetter and Cortland Carter, that was both of them. Be like, homie, don't play that. Tanner Theobald and Gabe Torres. Nice matchup here. Gabe dialed in at 474. Theobald dialed in at 487. Tanner Theobald red by 12,000ths of a second. Gabe Torres, 28 green, and goes 473 on the 474. Tanner Theobald, 488 on a 487, but Tanner was red at this end of the racetrack, and that is like a no good deal. Come in. It's open. Hello. There we go. Brian Howe and Dylan, really? Brian Howe and Dylan Howe. And of all the times in the weekend that Brian Howe puts down a lap that he needed to put down, how about 008 on the tree to beat up on his kid? Brian 008, Dylan Howe was 024. Dylan got to the stripe first by 21,000ths of a second and breaks out 7th thou. Brian Howe 008, 477 on a 474. Howe has been struggling to find the tree and figured it out. What's up, Mo? Trujillo checking in on the Bank Shift live feed, seeing how all of his best friends and relatives are doing down here in Tucson. Sean Page and Lindsay Meserve now. Lindsay over to the right side. Dialed at 466. Sean Page dialed at 506. Advantage on the tree went to Sean Page, 006 and 23 thou above to get the win light by 15 thou over Lindsay Meserve. Lindsay was 18 green and goes 468 on the 466, and that brings us to our final pair in Super Pro. Funny Car Chris doubled up in the dragster today, and Angelo Sanchez out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Angelo left side, the 67 Nova, Northrop right side in the dragster. Once again, pro buybacks, you should be back in the staging lanes. Pro buybacks, you should be back in the staging lanes. I believe we got most of you back there. Sounds like they're getting them fired up and getting them rolling this direction so we can get right into our buyback round. Buyback. 11th out between him. You can see the scoop rock out of Funny Car Chris. 525 on a 525. He wants it to be dead on 9. Was 007 at this end of the racetrack. And whoo! That was mean. Angelo Sanchez, 18 green. And 554. On a 553. I get it, Mo. I get it. Take a little break from the yard work because, you know, like up there in Oregon, you guys have to do yard work. There's like all kinds of green stuff that grows a lot when it rains a lot, and you have to maintain it. But I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to seeing everybody load things up, come down and see us in Vegas in a couple of weeks. That's going to be fun. That's going to be a lot of fun. So with our Super Pro cars wrapped up in round number 1, we get into our re-entry round for the Pro category. Stan Hammond and Chuck Hawk Jr. Chuck in the Mustang on the left side, dialed 687. Hammond out of Artesia, New Mexico, 644 the dial for the Nova on the right. Round number 1 in Pro was not nice at all to the Hawk family. They are hoping it's a whole lot better. Stan Hammond on his first trip down the racetrack was 001 red. I think it got him a little scared because he gave up plenty old time in the reaction time. He was green times 2 with a 175 reaction time. Chuck Hawk, 23 green, goes 692 on the 687. As Chuck gets the win light and gets back in. Wayne Matthews in the Copper Nova. Sasha Hofer in the Firebird. Sasha won a bunch of money yesterday. Out of the pro contingency was the final car standing in the doors when we ran our final last night for the big 50 grander. Sasha 33 on the tree and 765 on a 764, getting there first 48 10,000ths of a second. Wayne Matthews 665 on a 663. And as we bring up the Battleship Gray Malibu of Stephen Lakey and the green Challenger of Jeff Ford. Again, Calvin Locke, Greg Hicks, $200 Lindsay Racing Products gift certificates are up here for you. David Beckwith, we got a couple of prizes up here for you. We've still got $100 worth of DRS gift certificates to give away. And Dan Fiello and Nick Downing, we got some bonus prizes for you as well. $796 the dial for Jeff, $665 the dial for Stephen Lakey, and the wheel standing Malibu. Picks him up, sets him down, and a 665 on a 665 for Stephen Lakey will earn him a spot in round number 2 of the 3 grander today. Jeff Ford in the Challenger, 797 on a 796. And not enough. Not enough. Comes up short. Alan Abrams, Carson Heath, 919. The dial in for the C10 pickup truck with the 350 under the hood. And for Alan Abrams, 2019 body Challenger with that big Hemi under the hood, he's dialed in at 786. Head start goes to the pickup truck. And here comes Alan. Challenger pulling up alongside of the Chevrolet and Carson Heath, 921 on a 919. 2 above the dial was 058 on the tree, gets there second and wins it as Alan Abrams had the 089 reaction time. And then goes 782 on a 786, taking a 34 thou stripe to break out on the loss. That's now Jeremy Wilson and Paul Coleman. Coleman, the Chevelle out of Rio Rico, Arizona. That's the white car on the right side, and Jeremy Wilson in the Vega wagon. Jeremy turning on a few win lights last night in the shootout, turning on the win light here in the re-entry round. 032 on the tree, that gave him 57 thousandths of a second advantage at this end of the racetrack. Got down to the stripe as Paul Coleman's car looked like it may have just gone away on him. Ended up running a 649 on that 605 dial. Ends up 4/10 behind Jeremy Wilson. 616 on a 609. Your winner. As we've now got Brandon Fletcher and Kelly Davis. We got a lot of Red Rum fans, or at least we got a big Red Rum fan out there watching along on the Bang Shift live feed. Here's your car. Fletcher dialed 702. Kelly Davis, who picked up that screwdriver set from Jags. Davis in the Mustang making the charge to the finish line, and it's going to be Kelly Davis. 661 on the 658 for Kelly. Brandon Fletcher was 028 on the tree and 4 above the dial. So it's Chris Silman and Brad Hawk. All right, mentioned earlier that, like round number 1 was not nice to the Hawks. So far in the buyback round, it's been much better for the Hawks. Chris Silman goes red against Brad. Silman by 20 thousandths of a second. Gives the win light over to the 2020 track champion and sportsman here at Tucson Dragway. Brad Hawk, 48 on the tree. And then goes 703 on a 704. VA Mod, I'm not sure what you're talking about. That stuff doesn't stunt anybody's growth. I mean, I grew up to be a very tall 4'9". Russ Hines getting the win light over Matt Hawk, so the Hawks go 2 for 3 here in the buyback round. Hines 74 on the tree, goes 706 on a 708. Matt was 791 on a 792. And that's going to bring out David Beckwith and Carlos Ortiz. David Beckwith going to get the win over Carlos Ortiz. Ortiz was 17 red, Beckwith 55 green, and goes 744 on the 742. Carlos Ortiz ends up running 664 on a 665. But that's going to bring out Mark Pelkey. And Nick Marconi. Marconi, 825 in the Challenger. Pelkey, 720 the dial in the Monte Carlo. And the win light's going to go to Mark Pelkey on a double breakout. Pelkey, under 15 thou, getting there first by 40 thousandths of a second. Marconi with an 822 and an 825, breaking out by more. And Pelkey will advance as Baron Barler and Samantha Kidd going to be our next two. Samantha and the Outlaw. The Chevy Nova out of Morena. Is it Morena or Marana?
Marana?
Matt.
Yeah.
All right, I had it totally wrong. It's not Morena, it's not Marana, it's Marana. I mean, come on, it's like M-A-R-A-N-A. So, right? There we go. I like the Munson pronunciation. Samantha Kidd out of Marinara, Arizona. Samantha breaks it out, 718 on a 720. Baron Barler, 55 green and 670 on a 668. But yeah, I do like that. Marinara, Arizona. What did it? Marana, it ends up being Marana.
And now it's Marinara.
Yeah, now it's Marinara.
Right to the left.
Sounds like a place to stop for lunch. Mike Heath and Donald Preeton are going to be coming up. Donald out of Waterton, Wisconsin. We've had racers out of Michigan, Wisconsin, Montana, Oregon, Washington, Texas, of course, Arizona, California, Utah, Nevada, which that's one of those things where every time I hear somebody go, Nevada. Nope. Nevada. All right, here we go. Mike Heath, 646. Donald Preeton turns it red by 37 thousandths of a second. And then goes 639 on the 638. Mike Heath, 96 on the tree and gets away with one. As he was 650 on the 646. That's now Ron Height and Tim Arnswald. Height in the olive green pickup truck. Tim Arnswald in the Camaro. Arnswald dialed 766. Ron Height dialed in at 743. They're in and set. Tim Arnswald gets the win, 771 on the 766. Ron Height late at this end of the racetrack with a reaction time that started with a 2. Not good, not good. Ed Niquette and Joe Accardo. So wait a minute, if it's Marana, is that Accardo? I don't know. Accardo? No, I'm just kidding. Accardo out of Rio Rico, 713 on a 711 gets him the win light. They were separated by just 3 thousandths of a second. Down here at this end of the racetrack, Accardo was 047, Ed Niquette was 044. Niquette on a 538 dial ends up running 541 and ends up 33 10 thousandths of a behind, 10 thousandths behind, 10 thousandths of a behind.
It's Sunday.
It's Sunday. Sunday, right here at Tucson Dragway. But Seth Palvidor, 668's the dial. Larry Schmidt back here in the water box trying to break the tires loose. It's just not working out. Final call, pro buybacks. I think we all got you there. And Super Pro door car buybacks. Super Pro door car buybacks. We'll take you to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro door car buybacks. Go ahead and start making your way to the staging lanes. Again, if you're double entered, go ahead and make your way to lanes 2 and 4. Single entered Super Pro door cars, make your way to lanes 6 and 8. Come on back, y'all. If you are buying back, $100 in Super Pro for another shot at that $10,000. You could join the ranks of, you know, Logan War and Mark Darso, who have already won 10 grand this weekend in main events. Seth Palvidor, 29 on the tree and 672 on a 668. Larry Schmidt, after the concern here in the water box of kind of dry hopping it a couple of times, ended up with a 004 reaction time. But the car runs 643 and not going to work out as Marcos Ocampo, 663 is the dial for the Blue Mustang, who went a few rounds last night in the shootout, picked up a little bit of money, and Charlie Salazar in the yellow Malibu. Salazar running, trying to stay away from the Blue Mustang, but won't. Marcos Ocampo slips by to get to the stripe first by 0.2 of a second. Goes 663 on a 663. He's dead on 1. Charlie Salazar, 993 on a 980. Can't survive. Tony Kataya in the blue 56 Chevrolet, and Mike Reed. Reed, 687 the dial in the Dodge pickup truck. Tony Kataya, or Kataya, excuse me, 669 on a 664. Tony gets the win light in that pair. Mike Reed had a 1/10 of a second reaction time, goes 686 on a 687, and Miss Renee, you are welcome. Loving that red rum car. Unfortunately, don't get to see it again, but hey, it was fun. It was fun. Marvin Wolfmeyer and Manny Blea, the third. Blea over on the right side, 767. Marvin Wolfmeyer, 720 the dial for the old school Vega wagon. 3 thou between them at this end of the racetrack. And at that end, it turns out to be a double breakout. Manny Blea getting there second, getting the win, 765 on a 767. He's under 16 thou. Marvin Wolfmeyer under by more as he goes 713 on a 720. As now Kyle Rizzoli and Steve Maas. Steve in the altered. Is it Maas? Is it Mas? Uno Mas? He's looking for Uno Mas. At least Uno Mas. Win light. Mass dialed in at 580. Kyle Rizzoli dialed in at 651. The blue Camaro of Rizzoli. Ready? Altered goes red by 0.02 of a second, and Steve Maas will not get to return. Kyle Rizzoli back in the game. 651 on a 651. And for those of you that are, kind of chatting back and forth in the bleachers, the chat bleachers, that is, on that Bang Shift live feed, just a heads up to you. Mr. Garrison is here, and he says drugs are bad, okay? Drugs are bad. Okay, children, drugs are bad. And that's our stance. Drugs are bad, okay? Kyle Fritz and Sasha Hofer. Kyle in the Roadster. Sasha in the Firebird. Sasha, who, round number 1 wasn't nice. She ended up having to, come back through it twice in the buyback. 764 to a 641. Sasha Hofer over on the left side. Kyle's getting comfortable in the Roadster. Unfortunately, it's going to be done. Kyle goes 638 on a 641. Sasha 036 on the tree and dead on 5. The car dialed in to be consistent, and it's doing its job. Driver is doing her job. Guys, don't let her get hot again today, because otherwise she'll just whoop you all up again. Ron Rios and Cal Gordon. Ron's Camaro, 684 is the dial on the right side. Cal Gordon in the Mustang, 651 the dial on the left side. Again, Super Pro door cars. Super Pro door cars for the re-entry round, you have been called. Super Pro door cars for the re-entry round, you have been called. Rios gets the win light, 73 on the tree and 692 on a 684. Cal Gordon, the car was just not where he wanted it to be at all. He was 47 on the tree at this end of the racetrack, then goes 697 on a 651. There's now John Schur and Manuel. 641 the dial for the Novinator. And John Schur and Mr. Magoo too. That's what we need to have. We need to have just names on every car. Not driver names, but give your car some character. Because every car has a personality, right? On a double breakout, John Schur going to pick up the final win light in pro buyback. Was 044 on the tree and goes 670 on a 672. Manuel was 639 on a 641. And that is going to do it for pro buyback. Once again, Greg Hicks, $200 gift certificate sitting up here in the tower for you. Eric Halsey, bring your crew. Because, you know, we've got a $1,000 Brodix gift certificate up here in the tower for you. So Eric Halsey, come on up. And then David Beckwith times 2. Still, like from yesterday. And then we have got, we got what? The gift certificate, we got shirts, we got hats. We have got apparel. We're going to deck you guys out. We've still got our specialty fasteners, product bundles. We've still got a $100 DRS gift certificate up here that we're going to be looking at. And then we've got some pit mats, some nice little things you can throw down on the ground to lay on when you got to get under your car to work on it, courtesy of our friends at Jegs. And then the Jegs fender cover. But we've still got all kinds of cool stuff to give away, including the big money and the trophies at the end of the day. Still looking to see, our overall Super Pro Points champ at the end of the weekend. Going to get that custom painted Race Quip helmet, thanks to Imagine That Customs. We were able to give away our best losing packages, thanks to Mazir Enterprises from last night's $50,000 shootout. We got those figured out. Oh yeah, Tony T-Tone, we've got a dragster cover up here in the tower for you, courtesy of California Car Cover Company. So Tony T-Tone. Or Tatone when you get a chance. Tony Tatone when you get a chance. Come on up here. We got a brand new dragster cover for you. Thanks to California Car Cover Company. Hey, Trey Vetter. Best losing package, round number 1 of Super Pro. Good for a $500 FTI Performance gift certificate. Trey Vetter, your $500 FTI gift certificate is up here for you. Were you just talking to Trey Vetter? Why will you not leave that nice young man alone? I know. That's what I'm saying. Leave that nice young man alone. He does not deserve to be harassed by the likes of you. Super Pro Door Car Buyback. This is going to serve as your final call. Final call, Super Pro Door Cars for the buyback. We should have most of you out there. And, ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder for those of you that are joining us in the grandstands and all over the property, before you roll out, if you'd like, we've got the concession stand that's open. Coffee to Cones is open. Got some great coffee and ice cream there. I don't know if the kettle corn guy's here again, but we've got some good stuff. So you've got that, and just a reminder, folks, that while we have been allowed to have some additional folks on property here over the next, or today, we do want to remind everybody that the local authorities have asked that we do continue to wear those masks. It's one of those stipulations. Sitting in the grandstands, even though it's open air, all that kind of stuff, they've asked that as long as we're on property, that we stay masked up just because of those COVID protocols. So we do appreciate your cooperation with that. I know we're with you a little bit here. It's like, hey, we're sitting out in the open air. We're like still several feet apart.
Today we're going to take a closer look at Holley's development truck, a 1999 Dodge Dakota. Let's find out what makes it special. Yep, you can't even tell, but underneath the hood sits a Scat Pack 392 cubic inch Hemi, which packs a solid 485 horsepower. The engine fitment looks factory installed. What a sleeper. A Terminator X Max manages the engine, including the VVT and SRV controls, while a Built Hughes 46RE transmission also takes cues from the Terminator X Max. A huge Holley Pro Dash keeps the driver informed. Aside from the custom badging, you'd never assume what lurks under the hood. Holley has taken the guesswork out of installing a Hemi in your Dakota. First, start off by choosing engine and transmission mounts. Our engine mounts are designed to eliminate firewall and brake booster clearance issues while maintaining proper weight distribution. Our transmission cross members are modular, meaning that they will work with all the popular transmissions just by using the right transmission adapter and the recommended mount. Step 2 is choosing an exhaust system. Our Tri-Y headers are designed to work with Hooker Blackheart engine and transmission mounts, giving you maximum clearance and allow left and right hand starter installations. Our 304 stainless steel headers not only add additional power, but will last a lifetime. Step 3 is choosing an accessory drive. To clear the frame on our Dakota, we've relocated the alternator with our factory style bracket and pulley, which positions the alternator as low and inboard as possible. It fits our one-wire style alternators. If you're using the stock OEM alternator, use this relocation bracket, which works on VVT and non-VVT accessory drives. Step 4 is choosing a flex plate. You'll only need one if you're using an older transmission. Our dish design flex plate allows these older transmissions to mate with Gen 3 Hemi engines. Step 5 is choosing your fuel system. Upgrade your stock fuel pump to handle the increased power of your Gen 3 Hemi. Or choose from a 255 or 450 liter per hour drop-in fuel pump module. We even have a return style or returnless options and fuel rail kits available. Take control of your Gen 3 Hemi with our Terminator X and Terminator X Max EFI systems. Plug and play right out of the box, or take control of your VVT and SRV with Holley EFI software. Terminator X Max also takes control of your 46RE transmission, so you know you're set with a complete turnkey system. The proven performance from Holley EFI systems means less time in the garage and more time in the driver's seat. With our Pro Dash lineup, you'll have all the vitals at a glance on your Dakota. And it doesn't stop there. There's also universal air intake systems, intakes, valve covers, and custom Gen 3 parts. You can be sure to find what you're looking for. From mild to wild, our entire portfolio of brands has the parts you need for your Mopar. Holley has everything you need to get your project going from start to finish. So head on over to holley.com and start planning your Hemi swap.
So with Super Pro Door Car rolling up here into the water box, it's announcer rotation time. I'm going to slide out of the way. Mike Eames is going to make his way onto the microphone, and he'll take you through the Super Pro Door Car re-entry round, and maybe a little more.
All right, Neil Hershey, thank you very much. You go do you, my good man. Super Pro door by background. So the bad news is all of these competitors were defeated in round number 1. The good news is they have the opportunity to get back into the shoe. The bad news is if you do not illuminate a win light in this round, then that particular entry for the K&N Southwest Showdown is done for the weekend. Is Willie Ackermans and Andy Morris. Will out of Canada, gorgeous top sportsman, Yanko 69 Camaro over on the left side, 464 is the dial, 623 the dial for Andrew Morris. Andrew out of Olympia, Washington. Andy and Dustin Hench's Camaro will be leaving first. Andy had a bite back in both entries. Andy looking over the left shoulder. Here comes that screaming Camaro. Will Yakimitz and Andy Morris will move on. 18 green, 630 on the 623 for Andy Morris. Will Yakimitz. Yakimitz 5 over and 50 on the tree and no good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Super Pro Dragster buyback, double entry in 2 and 4. Everybody else in 6 and 8, please. Super Pro Dragster buyback. 2 and 4 for my double entry. 6 and 8 for everybody else. It's Steve Denny and Ken Rader. Denny out of Tucson, Arizona in the Mustang. Rader in the Nova, and Denny turns a red by 17 foul. Rader, 27 green and a free look at 723, 7217. There for Rader. Denny, 17 red. It was all over right on the starting line there. Is C.W. Hofer and Hank Pramoff. C.W. CW turns a red by 2 thou. Hank Pramoff in the Vega gets out of the buyback round. 576.4 on the 574. CW was read by Derek Gita. 2 thou there for CW. Jeremy Jacobs and Marco Pervaleris. Jeremy Jacobs, 585 the dial. Marco Pervaleris in the Corvette Roadster. In the Camaro Roadster, excuse me. There's shenanigans and tomfoolery going on in the tower. But then again, what else is new? Marco out of Sonoma, Pervaleris family. Here this weekend, Marco a little late on the starting line, but he makes it pay off. That's his lucky round. 62 green for Marco. I cannot tell you the last time that I saw Marco 62 on the starting line, but then he's dead on 6 to sneak by Jeremy Jacobs. Jeremy was 26 green, but 5 above. So Marco will get back into the program. Is Brad Hawk and Mark Mesher. Hawk in the Mustang. Mesher out of Michigan in the S10. Looking over to the left of that Mustang of Hawk and going to get the win. 665 on the 664 was 18 green. Hawk was 42 thou on the green light start and 1 above. And those numbers do not get Brad Hawk back into the program as Vic Spitali and PJ Giacalone. PJ in the Pizzazz 55 Chevrolet 608 the dial, and Vic Spitali 580 the dial for Vic in the 27 Ford Roadster. 1,000th of a second is the difference on the starting line. PJ, Vic, give it to PJ. That 55 will come back around. 610 on the 608 was 25 green. Vic Spitali, 26 green, 585 on the 580. And that Roadster will get put back in the box for the weekend as Martin Corella and Eric Jakewith. Jakewith on the Hayabusa. Love having Eric here this weekend at the K&N Southwest Showdown on the Hayabusa. Queen Creek, Arizona. 609 the dial. Martin Corella. Don's Hot Rod Shop, Davis Roadster, Corvette body out of Vail, Arizona, 530. The dial-in for Martin. Eric Jaquith, unfortunately, not getting off the starting line in round number 1 as he rolls that Hayabusa back around. As Martin Corella gets a freebie there, being dead on 5. Doug Cash and Emma Duschel. Doug Cash, 535 the dial for the 61 Corvette lidless Roadster. Emma Duschel, Palmdale, California. 63 split window Corvette for Emma and the Duschel family. Doug Cash going to get the win as Emma was read by 0.02 of a second. Cash 17 green at 533.3 on the 535. Emma after was 2 red, was over by a Hun going 601 on the 6 flat as Joe Kidd Jr. and Brad Pierce. Brad was like insanely late in round number 1, which was shocking. BP out of Riverside, the 58 Corvette, Joe Kidd Jr. out of Phoenix in the Nova, the Outlaw ride. Red light star, Joe Kidd Jr. by a thou. Brad Pierce, 43 green, dead on 8 there for Brad, but it was all over on the starting line by 1 stinking thou as Joe Kidd Jr. turned on that big ugly red light. It's Keith Montague and Bill Bollock. 2 of the more unique machines on property. Montague in that Nova Roadster, and Bill Bollock in that Radical 49 Anglia. 591. The dial in for Bill. Montague 588. Both drivers are pretty good on the starting line. Bill, Keith Montague 13 green, 595 to move on. Bollock was 006 and then wasn't close to 591, going 617. Chris Northup. Well, it's actually Sam Northup. As we got driver switch and stuff moving around. Sam out of Boise, 669 is the dial. Andrew Jaramillo out of Las Cruces in the big dart. Gives up 500 on the starting line. Sam out in front, going to get the win, 671 for Northup. At 98 miles an hour, 625 for Andrew Jaramillo with 73 green, and that definitely factored into the buyback round exit. So Angelo Sanchez, 554 is the dial for Angelo, and Dan Bain out of Lake Havasu City in the 69 Camaro. So Dan Bain, right side. Angelo Sanchez, left side. Angelo, starting line advantage, looking over at Dan Bain, and going to get the win on a double breakout. Angelo Sanchez under by 1 thou, Dan Bain under by 9 thou. Angelo. Getting the win there is Ken Rader and Andy Morris for the second time in the buyback round. Andy out of Olympia, Washington, the 69 Camaro, 628 the dial for Andy. 722 for Ken Rader out of Tucson in the 75 Nova left side. So Andy already took out Will Yakimitz earlier this round in the buyback. He was being chased. This time he's going to be the chaser. So earlier in the round, Andy was the tortoise. This time he gets to be the hare. Andy is green, trying to pull up alongside Ken Rader. Look at Andy Morris down there. Double breakout win for Andy. 627-2 for Andy was 14 green. Ken Rader, 721 on the 22. 33 green for Ken Rader. So Andy Morris, 14 green. 627 is good for Andy Morris. All right, Super Pro door car buyback. That was the last pair. Dan Lafferty and Lane Desper. Lafferty, 459 for Lafferty Drilling and Blasting, and Lane Desper for Lane's Tire and Auto out of Lake Havasu City, 517 the dial in for Lane as we are in the Super Pro Dragster buyback round. It's our first right off the bat. Lafferty is in a tight spot. Desper in control and going to get the win. Lafferty is done. 32 green for Lafferty, one above. Lane Desper 11 on the tree, 518 on the 517. As Lane Desper takes out Dan Lafferty. Greg Carlisle on the left side is going to bow out here. 19 total. They're in. It's Austin Downing's dragster, but not fully sure who's driving it today. We'll work on that. 13 green, dead 6. To be 19 total is good. Greg Carlisle, last run of the week, is green, and way too quick is Larry Beckner and Dustin Wirtz. They can't get that Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing machine dragster in reverse, but okay, now we are. Dustin Wirtz waiting patiently. That Miller dragster, just gorgeous. Out of Napa, Idaho. 463 the dial in for Dustin. 508 for Larry Beckner. Beckner is away. Dustin Wirtz, 300 advantage on the starting line. Going to get the win on a double breakout. 462-1 for Dustin Wirtz was 15 green. Beckner was 40 thou on the green light start, under by 14 thou. The margin to victory on that double breakout is going to be 5 thousandths of a second in Dustin Wirtz's favor is Victor Blea and Cortland Carter. Victor out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. 529 is the dial. 508 the number for Cortland Carter coming over from Texas. Cortland and Dad Johnny. Victor is in. Cortland is in. Cortland, 300 advantage on the starting line, looking over to the left of Victor and going to get the win. 509.9 for Cortland Carter. Timed it up to 8 thou at the stripe. There for Cortland. Victor Blea was 46 green and 6 thou. Too quick and was still 7 thou behind at the finish line. As Gabe Torres and Jeremy Wilson. All right, Jeremy Wilson, Gabe Torres. And we got all that squared away. Gabe G Money out of Valinda for Val Torres Racing and Val Torres Construction. 474 is the dial. Jeremy Wilson, Grand Junction, Colorado. 473 is the dial. There for Jeremy. Gabe, Jeremy, both drivers are late. Gabe Torres is going to make it work. 475 on the 474 to advance. All right, attention in the pit area. Mark Mesher and Don Toya. Don Toya, Mark Mesher, I need you guys up in the tower, like, urgently. Mark Mesher with the truck and Don Toya. Need you up in the tower, like, as soon as possible, please. Don Toya. Mark Mesher, need you up in the tower like ASAP, please. That's Parker Theobald and Gary Youngblood. Gary in the first round never even made it to the stage beams. Had to be pushed off the starting line. Good to see they got it fixed. Pueblo West, Colorado, 484 is the dial, and they did not get it fixed. Parker is going to get a free one here in round number 1. Tough break there for Gary Youngblood. Parker 5:02.4 on the 5:02. 137 miles an hour. So once again, Mark Mesher and Don Toya up in the staging lanes, please. Final call, Super Pro buybacks. You should be in the lanes, please. Super Pro buybacks. Final call is Jerry Denton and Tanner Theobald. Tanner's hot rod is for sale. So Tanner and Jerry and Tanner. If you'd like to get into a very, very competitive race car, the one that Tanner is sitting in right now is for sale. Jerry Denton, red by 8 thou. Tanner Theobald, 12 green and 488. We'll get back into round number 2 of competition. Jerry Denton, red by 8 thou, and his weekend in that car will come to an end. That's Punch Johnson and Mark Kidd. Mark out of Twin Falls, Idaho for Kidd Performance and Dyno, 463. The number there for Mark. Punch out of Seligman, Arizona, the Yancer Fender Dragster, 591 the dial. For Punch in Super Comp trim. Punch is in. Mark flickers that bottom bulb to get in. Red light start for Punch Johnson. Mark Kidd, 13 green and a look at 463. How about dead on 3 for Mark? That's 16 total for Mark Kidd. Punch was 16 red. 592 on the 591, and Gonzo after the buyback round is Lloyd Salveson and Rich Nasby. Rich out of Tucson. So Nasby, 497 the dial. Lloyd Salveson coming over from Rio Rancho, New Mexico. 499 is the dial. So just 0.02 of a second separate them. But it was all over like instantly into the run as Nasby was red by 22 thou. Salveson 003, 496 is good. Nasby red by 22 thou. Weekend is over. Is Brian Howe and Pat Ward Jr. Pat out of Erda, Utah for Pete's Diesel Repair. So, Nathan Hershey, can I tell you something about Pat Ward Jr.? Sure. He just picked up another car for the stable that he's just going to bracket race. And that has to do with our conversations we've had this weekend. 56 Shiv back half, 55 Shiv nose.
Wow.
It looks pretty cool.
That is cool. So,
He said I could come sit in it. War going to advance there, 24 green, 2 above. Brian Haups, 57 green, breaks out by 21, taking 14 and had no shot. Calvin Locke is red and off the gas. Pat Marbach. 12 green and 5:14, but it was all over right off the bat as Calvin had some problems. Tyler Murrup and Chance Parker in an all-Utah matchup here. Tyler out of Sandy. 502 is the dial. 497 for Chance out of Roy. These two have been together a time or 10. Ahead by 7th out of the start, but Tyler Murrup is going to win this round. 5:02.9 on the 5:02, 30 green for Tyler. Chance was 23 green and 3 above to cross the finish line second and not light up a win light there. Tyler Murrup, excuse me. We'll get back into round number 2. Dustin Henches and Richard McFarland. Dustin out of Olympia, Washington. 492 is the dial. McFarland in that home-built shorty dragster Pontiac Power out of Yucca Valley there for Richard McFarland. 1,000 separating drivers. Dustin, Richard McFarland dead on 0. Going to take out Dustin Henches. Henches was 21 green and 1 above and no good. Val Torres Sr. and Bailey Neighbor. Senior out of Valinda, California for Val Torres Construction, Val Torres Racing. Val 478 is the dial. 501 there for Bailey Neighbor, and Bailey red by 18 Val 11 green, dead on 1 is 12 total. Bailey did a pretty good job this weekend considering that she's brand new into that car. She just jumped in there Thursday for her license passes. Race Kid and Trey Vetter. One of these two very talented drivers are going to be done for the weekend in their respective vehicles. Race out of Boise, 480 is the dial. Trey Vetter, Henderson, Nevada for Team Matco Tools, 469 is the dial. Trey, the dragster with the wing. Race, Sands wing for Kid Performance and Dyno. There'll be some serious throttle work down there at the big end. Race is way late. Hear that rip down there? Double breakout wind. Going to go to Trey Vetter. 468.9 on the 469 for Trey, under by 1,000. Race is under by 13,000 on the double breakout. Trey Vetter will advance. Pro Eliminator round 2. Pro Eliminator round 2. My double entered cars in 2 and 4. Everybody else, 6 and 8, please. Double entered pro cars in 2 and 4. Pro Eliminator. Round number 2, double entered in 2 and 4. Everybody else, 6 and 8, please. This is Dylan Howe and Raymond Harshbarger. Harshbarger out of Montana. 499 is the dial. Dylan Hout for that Hout Racing team. Dylan had a great run in yesterday's kid performance in Dyno 50 grander. $469 for Dylan, $499 for Raymond Harshbarger. Red light start for Harshbarger. Dylan Hout, 37 green, dead on 8 there for Dylan. So he'll get back into the show. 37 green and dead on 8 there for Dylan, but it was all over early as Raymond was red by 40. Sammy Franco the second, Johnny Carter. Sammy out of Los Lunas, New Mexico, 544. Johnny, 503. For the runner out of Hobbs, New Mexico. So Sammy Franco, 2 sticks, Los Lunas, New Mexico. That mono strut wing on the Mike Boss prepared dragster, 544 is the dial. Franco looking to the right, Johnny Carter looking to the left, 8th mile finish line, Sammy Franco. 14 green, dead on 4. Is 18 total, Johnny Carter 23 green and froze out. All right, my best appearing and long haul cars need you up in the staging lanes, please. Come all the way up to the front. So again, my best appearing and long haul cars up in the lanes, please. Need you all the way up in the front as Dan Lafferty and Robert Neighbor. Lafferty out of Wendell, Idaho for Lafferty Drilling and Blasting. Neighbor out of Mira Loma for Robert Neighbor Trucking. Chad Neighbor's Trailer Tipping Services. Neighbor taking all of the time to get in that bottom bulb. Away and away. Lafferty a little better on the starting line, looking to the right. Neighbor trying to hold him off. Lafferty 462 on the 461 with 17 green. Neighbor 28 green, 1 above, and a hun shy down there at the finish line stripe. Dan Lafferty gets 1 entry back in as Nick Cobb and Larry Beckner. Nick out of Lake Elsinore, 485 the dial for Mr. Cobb. And Larry Beckner, Scottsdale, Arizona. The worthy prepared dragster there for Larry, 499 is the dial-in. Beckner for Team Lucas Oil and Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing. And one of those Thomas Bear school cars. So $499 the dial for Larry. Nick Cobb, $485. Beckner going to be leaving first. Or the opportunity to leave first, I should say. Red light start for Larry Beckner. Nick Cobb get back in round number 2. 485, 4. And 12 green for Nick Cobb on the 485. That makes 16 thou on the combined numbers. So once again, my best appearing car and my long haul car need you in the lanes if you would please. All the way forward. All the way forward if you would please. So that wraps up our buyback round. As I need Pro Eliminator up in the lanes, please. Pro Eliminator up in the lanes. I have some other prize up here. Raymond Harshbarger. I have a $100 gift certificate for you up in the tower. Dan Lafferty. I have a $100 gift certificate for you up in the tower. Punch Johnson, random tech card draw for $200 for Lindsay Racing Products. Punch. Come up in the tower and see me, please. Wayne Matthews was the pro buyback best losing package. Wayne Matthews, I know you're probably back there getting ready. After that buyback defeat, you got a $250 certificate for BTE up here for you, Wayne Matthews. See, Greg Hicks, I have stuff up here for you. Let's see, those haven't been done yet. Trey Vetter, I have a prize for you up here. And David Beckwith, a couple for you. Once again, David Beckwith, Trey Vetter, Hollywood Hicks, Wayne Matthews, Punch Johnson, Raymond Harshbarger, and Dan Lafferty. I have prizes for you up in the tower. So we will have a few moments of quiet time down here on the racing surface. Pro Eliminator. Pro Eliminator, you should be heading up in the lanes if you would, please. Pro Eliminator. My double entry cars in lanes 2 and 4. Everybody else in lanes 6 and 8, please. Pro Eliminator round 2. Up in the lanes if you would, please. All right, attention to the pit area. Dominic Blea. Dominic Blea, need you up in the tower if you would, please. Dominic Blea. Come see me up in the tower if you would, please. Dominic Blea. All right, attention. We need a photog down on the starting line, please. Tucson Dragway photographer. Need you down on the starting line, please.
All right. Well, we are standing down here in front of the tower. We're going to get a couple of special awards taken care of before we get into round number 2 of today's Mosier Engineering $10,000 to win Super Pro Day and $3,000 to win Pro Day. Our first special award that's going to be going out the door is our Long Haul Award. We've had racers that have come in from all over the country. Of course, we've got California, Nevada, Arizona, Utah, Oregon, Washington, all represented here. Texas is in the house. We've had folks from Michigan and Wisconsin, and our Long Haul Award for a 1,626-mile tow to get here to come racing at the K&N Southwest Showdown goes to Mark Mesher. Mesher, who's been here from Wisconsin. You said it was, what 18 hours to get here today?
Yeah, it's a 23-hour drive to here.
All right, so I was shy on the 18. I was shy on the poundage of nickels, too, but 23 hours to come all the way down here. I know you guys wanted to try and get here Friday, but we're a little behind, and you're here to race today and tomorrow.
Yeah, we blew an injector line on Duramax pickup, so we had to get that taken care of, but we'll be here today and tomorrow, maybe next weekend for the team Tucson race, and other than that, we're going to pack them up and head back home.
Well, I'll tell you what, for that long haul, we don't want you to go home empty-handed in any way whatsoever. We have got a very special RB Components prize package for you. First of all, we have got a $200 RB Components gift certificate that you're going to get. And in addition to that, to help make your trailer a little bit snazzier and a little bit nicer, we have got this we've left it in the box so it's easier to transport, but this really nice trailer door organizer that can go in your race trailer. You guys get to take this home with you right now. So, Mark, thank you very much for making that long haul to come out here and race with us. On behalf of all of us at the Southwest Showdown, we appreciate it. Thank you for being out here to run with us today, Mark. Glad you're here.
Thank you, sir.
All right, let's hear it for a long haul, 1,626 miles to get here to go racing with us at the Southwest Showdown. So we are going to get a couple of photos taken care of with our long haul award winner. Our best appearing car waits in the wings. We'll get him up here in just a moment. And once again, Pro Bracket, round number 2. If you haven't yet made your way back to the staging lanes, Pro Bracket, round number 2. We need you back there getting ready to go, please. Pro Bracket, round number 2. So after our long haul award, it comes down to our best appearing car, and our best appearing car this weekend selected was Don Toya's Roadster. Don, a longtime resident here in Tucson, and I understand that this hot rod shop has been around long enough that Alan Reinhardt, even when he was a kid, was shopping at your place, so that basically says you've been in business for a long, long time. This Roadster is gorgeous. Tell us a little bit about your car.
It's one of a kind. It's over 24 years old. I don't know. It's just been a really, really good car for me.
It has been a really good car. We've enjoyed watching you go down the racetrack, whether it's here in Vegas, wherever it is that you're around. I mean, the paint job on this thing is spectacular. It is gorgeous. And we want to make sure that this car that's been with you for 24 years is taken well care of. We have got our California Car Cover Company prize pack for you. Included in that is a $200 best appearing gift certificate for California Car Cover Company, a hat for you, sir. And to keep this car shined up and clean, we have got a polishing kit that includes the Golden Shine Quick Shine, a polishing cloth, as well as a very high-end car duster here for you. Again, ladies and gentlemen, from right here in Tucson, Don and Don Toya's Hot Rod Shop. This is a gorgeous Roadster. Thank you for bringing it out here to race with us this weekend.
Thank you very much. Thanks for picking me today.
All right, let's hear it for your best appearing car, Don Toya. So as we take care of a couple of photos out here in front of the tower, again, racers, we do thank you for being part of the K&N Southwest Showdown as we're here on the final day. Again, it is a Mosier Engineering Sunday, and with that being said, We're going to ask Rich Trimmer to come over here and join up with us. We've got Chris Forsyth, the promoter, the man behind the West Coast Bracket Races brand. And Chris, this is something that you've been looking forward to for a long time. It's been a lot of years that you've been putting on these races between here and Fontana. And this weekend you made some history, sir. I know that you've got a few things that you want to talk to the racers about, so we're going to turn the microphone over to you at this time.
Thank you, Nate. Well, I think everybody here goes without saying that this is the largest event West Coast Bracket Races has put on in the 6 years that we've been doing this. I got to thank first Tucson Dragway, Matt DeYoung, Jim Hughes. This starting line staff is unreal. Freddie, Terry, I know everybody's watching online, and I know the racers that are here listening in, but if you haven't been paying attention, this has been some of the best racing I've seen on the West Coast, 8th mile, hands down. It's been tight, it's been good. We've raced at 80 degrees in the middle of the day, and we've raced at 50 degrees at night, and we haven't had one single flaw. So hope I didn't jinx myself moving through the rest of the day, but got to thank the track here. I want to thank my staff, all of you. An excellent job this weekend, as always. Try to surround yourself with the best people possible, and I feel I've done a pretty good job doing that. My family. Hell, my kids are here. This is pretty cool. The manufacturers, K&N, Jonathan Fiella was here. I wish he still was. Major factor, major player in both bringing K&N in with Steve Williams, as well as the stimulus idea. That was something me and Jonathan had come up with on the phone, actually leading out of the canceling of Desert Classic a year ago, moving into August or September as we were going to do. It didn't come to pass. I was not going to forego that idea because I felt it was a good opportunity for our racers to understand the appreciation we have to get them here to support this racetrack and also support this event. So 240 of you participated in Thursday. That was nothing like we foresaw, but I want to thank each and every one of you. I want to thank each and every one of you that took your time to drive out here, be a part of this event. This has been unreal for me. I'm not going to lie to you, I didn't see this happening. I've wished for this for 6 years, and I feel as though everything we've done leading into this has finally paid off. The only thing now is I got to keep going because you guys obviously appreciate what we're doing, and I want to reciprocate that for years to come. So I'm going to start that right now. We didn't have 300 cars, didn't need to. But I'm going to add $3,000 to the pot. I'm going to split $1,500 into the final on the Super Pro side, and I'm going to add another $1,500 into the final on the Pro side. So again, I just want everybody here to understand that we greatly appreciate you being a part of this. And I've always said it takes you guys to show up for us to keep building. And as long as we have that support, West Coast Bracket Races is going to continue to build these platforms for you guys to chase these big checks. So thanks again, and good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Chris. All right, an additional $3,000 going into the pot, split $1,500 to Super Pro and $1,500 to Pro. We're going to go ahead and let Don make his way back into the pits because, well, he's now got an additional $1,500 to race for. So we'll let Don get out of the way. We should have our Pro cars suited up. We'll go ahead and pull our Pro cars up here to the ready line and get them ready to go. So back in the staging lanes, Pro cars. Let's get them suited up, rolled up to the ready line, please. All right, racers and race fans, once again on the final day of the K&N Southwest Showdown in 2021, before we continue on, we would ask that you please rise and remove your caps as Chaplain Rich Trimmer joins me here on the starting line to provide our final invocation of the event.
Thank you, Nate. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for an absolutely beautiful day to go racing. As Chris said a minute ago, we've got an incredible staff here this weekend. We've got a great turnout of cars. You've blessed this event, Father, and we ask that you continue to bless this event. Let this day continue to go smooth with some amazing competition. We've got a great racetrack to run on. And Father, because of you, we have hope for every day. It's been a crazy year through 2020 and start of this year, but you give us hope every day. As we move forward, Father, I know we got some racers that are hoping for a big check today. We ask for it to be a fun, safe day of competition with your blessing and your guidance and your protection. And talking about protection, Father, again, we never want to forget that we've got servicemen around the world that are protecting our freedom to live in this amazing country that we live in. Bring each of them home safe, along with our first responders every day. Bring them home safely. Never let us forget that we've got many, many people protecting our freedoms. So guide us, Father, in Jesus' precious name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Rich. And again, as he said, we've got servicemen around the world and women that are protecting our freedoms. And regardless of what happened last year, we are back out at the racetrack enjoying time with our racing family. Let's remember that as we listen to our national anthem and appreciate our freedom. If you've not done so yet, please rise and remove your caps for our national anthem.
All right, great job, Nathan Hershey, Chris Forsyth, the whole team down there. Pro Eliminator, round number 2. Start off with Jeff Safranek and George Maddock. Jeff out of Phoenix in the 65 Mustang. Now with the buyback rounds being done, you light up a win light, you got to keep playing. You're on the wrong side, you're done for the weekend. George out of Henderson, Nevada, the 74 Camaro. Over the American walk-in cooler site, 678 the dial. Safranek red by 3 thousandths of a second. George Maddox 002 green and under by 2 thou. 677.8 for Maddox. Safranek red by 3 thou and ends the weekend for the Mustang. Stephen Lakey and Phil Loader. Steve out of New Mexico in the Malibu. Phil Loader, Carlsbad, New Mexico, the Camaro. For Phil, 632 the dial-in. Red light start for Lakey by 2 thou. Loader dead on 6 and 20 green. To move forward, that's Chris Stout and Ryan Johnston. Stout in the Vega. out of Marana in the state of Arizona. 701 is the dial. Ryan Johnston, North Las Vegas, Nevada in the Camaro. 593 is the dial. Red light start for Stout. His K&N Southwest Showdown event comes to a close by 8 foul. Ryan Johnston, 29 green. 588.8 for Ryan Johnston. To move forward, Jeremy Wilson and Jeff Devy. Jeremy, Grand Junction, Colorado in that Vega wagon. Jeff Devy, Kimberly, Idaho. The uber talented pinstriper, painter, letterer, Devy just pegs the rad meter with some of the stuff that he puts out. Jeff is going to get the win as Jeremy Wilson. Oh, Jeremy Wilson is going to need a hug and a beverage. 6:07.9 on the 6:08, breaks out by a thou, taking 61 thou at the stripe. Jeremy might throw up in a garbage can. Jeff Devy, 37 green and 3 above, and ends up on the right side is Brandon Umberger and Carson Heath. Carson in the big 68 C10 pickup truck, 919 the dial. Look at the spread here. 589 the dial for Big Check Brandon Umberger for Legal Addiction Racing. Grand Junction in the Jelly Bean, the 77 Corvette. Carson Heath is way out there. Here comes Umberger in the Chevette. And going to get the win. 595 on the 589 there for Umberger. Carson was 70 green. Umberger was 20. And Umberger had a pretty easy one there on both sides, as Austin Downing and Joe Accardo. Austin out of Tempe, 619 the dial in for the dragster. Joe Accardo out of Rio Rico, 715 the dial in for Joe. So almost 2 full bulbs with a head start for Joe. So we're off and away. 6 thou was what separated them on the starting line. Austin and Joe, and the win light going to go to Joe Accardo, dead on 3. As Austin breaks out by a hun, taking 19 down there at the stripe. He had a little room, but it took a little bit too much. Joe Accardo. So Joe Accardo will move forward. Justin Lamb and Jason Kensel. Justin out of Henderson, Nevada in his super stock Cobalt for Silver State Plumbing and Refrigeration. Jason Kensel, Mesa, Arizona, the Trans Am. Dustin Henches. Dustin, you are the best losing package buyback in Super Pro buyback. Dustin Henches, come see me in the tower if you would, please. Justin is green, Jason is green, and Lamb, the 5-time NHRA champion of the world, 570 on the 567. Moving around number 3, Jason Kensel, 42 green and 2 above, and is shy against Justin Lamb, Seth Pulvidor, and Craig Sarbaugh. Sarbaugh, Grand Haven, Michigan, the 88 Firebird, 692 is the dial. Seth Pulvidor, Peoria, Arizona, in the Flying Brick, that 79 Ford Fairmont, 668 the dial for Seth. Red light start for Seth Pulvidor by a thou. And Seth is going to throw up in a garbage can. Craig Sarbaugh on the other lane is 252 green. And we'll move on. In fact, the ET Shack should just take that time slip and just throw it in the garbage can so Seth never sees it. Sasha Hofer, our runner-up in the kid performance Sedano 50 grander last night, and Rick Barnhouse. Barnhouse out of Ukaipa in the Mustang. Sasha is in a tight spot. Sasha is done for this entry. 008 green, 4 above for Rick. Mustang will press forward. Sasha Hofer, 68 on the green light start. And 7 with a whole bunch of evil behind it. 7, 6, 6, 6. Eek. On a Sunday, even. Chuck Hawk Jr. and Nathan Williams. Nathan in the satellite. American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack. The right lane, 746 is the dial. Chuck Hawk Jr. 687 the number for the Mustang out of Tucson. Chuck Hogg Jr. is going to get the win there. 58 green and 4 above is good. Nathan Williams, 84th thou on the green light start, and a couple hunt above is 1 thou shy at the finish line. David Beckwith and Victor Sandoval. David Beckwith. David and Victor. Victor and David. Victor Sandoval. 572.3 on the 571. 28 green. Tightened it up to 3 thousandths of a second there at the stripe. David Beckwith was 31 green, 1 above, and 3 thou behind at the stripe, and will be done in that entry in the Malibus. Howard DeVore and Dominic Blea. Howard out of Flagstaff, Arizona. 677 the dial. Dominic Blea, the youngster from Albuquerque, New Mexico. The very excitable Dominic Blea. Been a pleasure meeting him this weekend. Dominic 641 is the dial, and Dominic's going to be mad at himself because he's wailing, trying to chase down Howard DeVore. You see the nose drop for DeVore, and Howard going to get the win. 681 on the 677 with 69 green. Dominic was a $110 on the green light start. And Howard DeVore will move on. C.W. Hofer. Tony Kataya. That 56 Chevrolet. 671 for Tony. 771 for C.W. So we just saw wife Sasha a few pair ago be late and out. Here's husband C.W. C.W. off and away. Tony Kataya trying to chase down C.W. Gonna get the win. C.W. Hofer breaks out by 0.05 of a second. Was 10 green, taking a 1/10 and a half at the finish line. We were talking about Seth Pulvidor, Jeremy Wilson wanting to throw up in garbage cans. I think CW might projectile into a garbage can. CW is one of the best. And seeing him 5 hun under, taking 15 hun, that's something you don't see every day. But Tony's like, hey, I'll take my 56 Chiv in round number 3, that's fine. So Paul Polito and Russ Hines. Paul out of Tucson, Arizona in the Vega. 620 is the dial. Russ Hines out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. 95 Firebird. Paul Polito, a couple of different times this weekend, has had a little difficulty on the burnout, but he hurries up with the 620 dial in as Russ Hines is already pre-staged. The Vegasaurus. Five thou red for Russ Hines. Firebird going to be done for the weekend as Paul Polito, 622 on the 620, 17 green. And as we continue to work our way through pro round number 2, doing the old ever popular mid-round announcer switch. I'm out of here. And Nathan Hershey. Trade, rotate. Good job down there, by the way, in opening ceremonies.
Oh, well, thank you. Appreciate that. It was nice to be able to hand out the award to Mark Mesher and to Don Toya for that best appearing car. Mesher, of course, coming in the long way from Perry, Michigan, to be all the way down here. As again, Mark Pelkey and Kelly Davis. Davis had to fight her way through the re-entry round in order to get back here to round number 2. Pelkey with a 718 dial in the Monte Carlo on the left side of the racetrack, going to go 721 and come up 7/10,000ths of a second short. Kelly Davis, 656 on the 654 after she was 023 or 026 on the tree. As now Chris Citro and Joe Cox Jr. Joe out of Peoria, Arizona, 737. Citro dialed in at 656. The Black Mustang going up against the, what do we call that? Is that kind of like a cream color? Is that a vanilla color? We'll see. Advantage on the tree goes to Joe Cox Jr. And at the finish line, Chris Citro gets back into it. 657 on a 656 for Citro. 13th thou above the dial. He was 072 on the tree to Joe Cox's 037. So a 45 thou split at this end of the racetrack, and Citro is able to overcome it, making his way into round number 3, as now Ricky Duchelle and Tony Marconi. Marconi dialed it at 601. The 76 Aero on the right side. Out of Surprise, Arizona. And Ricky Duchelle, 631 in the black racing striped Camaro on this side of the racetrack. Woo! 12 on the tree, leaving second here in our pro category. And Tony Marconi is 10 total. Ricky Duchelle had a 12 thou reaction time and gets locked down as Tony Marconi tripped, zip, perfect in reaction time and exactly 1 hun above the dial. Getting there second. Ricky taking a 2 thou stripe, breaks it out 4 thou. No opportunity to move on there, cut it as close as he could. But it wasn't going to happen as Marconi moves on. That's going to bring up Daniel Fiello and Ryan Mangus. Nice matchup here. Fiello in the blue Camaro, Mangus in the silver Nova. Nova down 689, Fiello down 633. 4 thou between them in reaction time, and it's going to be Fiello. Wow. 47 on the tree for Daniel Fiello and 633 on the 633. He's dead on 5 to get their first 12 thousandths of a second. Ryan Mangus had the 043 reaction time. And then goes 691 on a 689 to end up 21 thou above the dial. Here's Eric Halsey and Sidney McDaniel. Halsey, who was the winner of that $1,000 Brodix gift certificate by way of that random tech card draw. He and the crew seeing if they can get it done to McDaniel, and this they do. And the crowd goes wild. Eric Halsey, 89 on the tree, goes 711 on the 710. Sidney McDaniel turned it red by 41 thousandths of a second. And our car 3X23. Attention, 3X23. 711 on the 710, gets the win light and moves on. He'll be back for round number 3 as Jeremy Plyler and John Sure. Dialed in at 670. Plyler dialed in at 620. So a bold difference between the two as far as the dials are concerned. And 7 thou between them. In reaction time, advantage on the tree went to Jeremy Plyler. Win light's going to go to John Sure. Is Sure 22 green, and then goes 674 on a 670. He's 4 above the dial. Plyler getting 5 hun at the stripe. breaks it out 1/1000th of a second. Oh. Ouch. 500 at the stripe and breaking out 1 thou. That's going to hurt. Dwayne Scheitlen and Steve Valdez. Here's Steve. He's a popular guy in the chat bleachers. A lot of fans in the chat bleachers going to be happy as Steve gets the win light. 41 green and 671 on a 669. Scheitlen dropped it red 16/1000ths of a second. Gets out of the throttle and just kind of cruises through to an 824 on a 660 dial at just 61 miles an hour. So it's going to be Valdez. Moving into round number 3 as we are in our California Car Cover Company round. In our pro category, $200 gift certificate from California Car Cover Company on a Mosier Engineering Sunday. Going to our best losing package. Rick Reynolds gets the win light, 36 green compared to Joe Kidd's 003 red light. Kidd goes 632 down at that end of the racetrack, but Reynolds with a 600 on a 599. Kim Zimmerman needs you to the staging lanes with a golf cart for a tow, please. Kim Zimmerman needs you to the staging lanes with a golf cart for a tow, please. Kim Zimmerman needs you to the staging lanes with a golf cart for a tow, please. Manny Blea gets the win over Mike Heath as Heath goes red by 20/1000ths of a second. Manny Blea 69 green and 764 on a 766 as Tim Arnswald going to roll up here on a competition solo. Arnswald got paired up with Jeremy Jacobs back in the staging lanes, but unfortunately Jeremy's 71 Dart going to end up uncooperative at this point in time, and that's not a good thing. For Tim Arnswald, he says, that's fine, I'll take it. And I'll get the free look at 769 here in round number 2. He goes 766. At 88 miles an hour. Was 037 on the tree on his competition so low. I'll bring up Barron Barler and Ron Rios. Rios over on the right side, Barron Barler on the left side. Barron with a 669 dial in the orange Chevrolet. Rios with a 682 dial in the black Camaro. Head start will go to Ron Rios. Barron Barler will do the chasing in this pair. Ron Rios getting the win, 686 on the 682, was 056 on the tree. Barron Barler had given up 7/100ths of a second advantage in reaction time with a 126 bulb. He goes dead on 2, and Barron is going to be kicking himself for that one. 700 at this end of the racetrack, and then dead on 2. Barron Barler bows out as Ron Rios will advance. That's going to bring up Marcos Ocampo in the blue Mustang and Brandon Umberger in the Chevette. How about 1 thou, the difference between the two at this end of the racetrack? And the Chevette, Brandon Umberger, goes 10 total. 006 dead on 4 for Umberger in the Jelly Bean. Marcus Ocampo, 005 at this end of the racetrack, taking a 12 thou stripe and breaks out 7 thou at the finish line. So Ocampo, who picked up some money last night in the big bonus race, bowing out here in the California Car Cover Company round number 2 on a Mosier Sunday. Phil Loader and Tim O'More out of the water box and up to the starting line. O'More in the 88 bodied Camaro out of Tucson. It's a home race for Timo. 608 is the dial, giving up the head start to Loader's Camaro out of Carlsbad, New Mexico. Dialed in at 632, away goes Phil Loader, and he goes red. 009. Leaving the starting line 9 thousandths of a second before the green light illuminates. The Camaro is eliminated. Tim O'More goes 6:06 on the 6:08. Had an 0:45 reaction time. Timo did. And the win light's going to belong to him as Loader let go too soon. Brad Hawk and Jeff Devy now. Devy in the relapse 67-bodied Camaro out of Kimberly, Idaho. Beautiful job for the painter coming down out of Idaho. And Brad Hawk, the 89 Mustang from Tucson. We just saw Tim O'More, the hometown runner, pick up the win light. Can Jeff Devy take out Hawk this time? Nope. Brad Hawk, 0:49 on the tree. And dead on 5. 7:05 on the 7:05. Puts up a 54 thousandths package. Jeff Devy had a 96 thousandths of a second reaction time. And there was nothing that Devy could do to try and light up the scoreboard on his side. As now Lino Cimaroli and Howard DeVore. How about the 66 Mustang with a 302 under the hood? That green, white, and yellow stickered up car. Looks like an old school race. I mean, that thing looks like it was a race car in the 60s. And Howard DeVore, the 69 Nova, over on the right side out of Flagstaff. 679 DeVore giving up the head start to the Mustang. Not by much. Not by much. The head start that Lino Cimaroli had, he almost gave back in reaction time, and a double breakout ensues at the finish line. Both cars driving and running quicker than what they had dialed at. Howard at 676 on the 679, going to get him the win, as Lino was 713 on a 716. The difference in the breakout, just 2 thousandths of a second, but the math added up for Howard DeVore. Super Pro Door Car. Super Pro Door Car. Need you to the staging lanes for round 2, please. Super Pro Door Car. Need you into the staging lanes for round number 2. And bounty alert. Bounty, bounty, bounty. The folks at Specialty Fasteners have put a bounty on yesterday's winners. You got Will Good lining up on the left side of the racetrack in that orange Chevelle, and last night's winner, Chris Hall, over on the right side. Hall dialed in at 590. Good dialed in at 686. If Good lights up the scoreboard, he gets a prize. Nope. Win light goes to Chris Hall. 6,000 is going to be the run for Chris Hall. Was 18 on the tree. Grabbed himself a sizable advantage. At this end, again, Super Pro Door Car. Double entered to 2 and 4. Single entered to 6 and 8. But Chris Hall stays alive. And, you know, hey, at the end of the day, if you're still in, pick up your own bounty. You're like, I took my own bounty, thank you. That's going to bring up Troy Jackson. Troy in the flat black 76 Nova out of Mesa. And Larry Pittenger, the 68 Camaro out of Williams. Pittenger dialed 667, run 671, and no good against Troy Jackson. Jackson, 18 green, 3 above the dial with a 734 on what was a 7.31 second ET. Gets their first 68 thousandths and lights up the board as Kyle Rizzoli and Matt Hawk. This will be a fun pair. Matt, the Mustang, on the right, dialed 791. Kyle Rizzoli, Super Stocker Camaro, finished 7th in the world last year on the NHRA side, dialed in at 651. 1.4 second head start going to the Mustang. Just a little shy of a full tree. 3 thou the difference between the two in reaction time at this end of the racetrack, and down to the stripe it's going to be Matt Hawk taking care of business by 3 thousandths of a second. Matt Hawk gets the win light. Kyle Rizzoli gives it back. 653 on a 651. So what, it's been like 1 and 3 giving back the stripe. Matt Hawk, that was one of those nope you take it, nope you take it, nope you take it, oh you took it, and the win light goes to Hawk. Now Jeff the Man Safranik, 65 Mustang out of Phoenix, Arizona. Dialed 722, getting the big head start over the orange 67 Nova of Mark Kidd. Kidd out of Twin Falls, 585 on a 585. Beauty. 22 green. That was 22 thou better than Jeff's 044 light. Kidd taking a thou at the stripe. Once again, Super Pro Door Cars. Go ahead and make your way into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro Door Cars. Again, if you are double entered to lanes 2 and 4, single entries to lanes 6 and 8 is Seth Palvador and Sasha Hofer. Wow. Palvador in the Fairmont left side, 674. Sasha the Firebird right side, dialed 765. Away goes Sasha. 7th thou, the difference between them at this end of the racetrack. Advantage Sasha, win light Sasha. Miss Hofer has been on it this weekend. 49 on the tree, 767 on a 765. Seth Palvador had a 56 thou light. And then goes 673 on a 670. That is going to bring up David Beckwith and Justin Lamb. How about Beckwith in a 1979 Malibu, dialed in at 745, going to get about a second head start over Justin Lamb's 2020 Copo Camaro, the stalker that he runs on the Andes race circuit on a regular basis. Justin waits, goes. Justin's 19 green. Beckwith is 52 thou red. Beckwith goes 745 on a 745. He's dead on one, but gave it up at this end of the racetrack with that 052 light. Justin Lamb, 19 green. Saw the wind light already on the American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack. Legged it through to go 638 on the 643. And we'll take that into the next round as Tim Arnswald and Chris Stout. Arnswald, who was up a little while ago, ended up with a competition solo as Jeremy Jacobs' car broke back in the staging lanes. Not going to be as easy this time as Chris Stout on the opposite side of the racetrack in the Vega out of Marana, Arizona. Stout goes 699. Arnswald goes 767, he said dyslexically, but gets the win light. 5 thou was the difference between the two at this end of the racetrack. 043 on the tree for Arnswald, 48 thousandths of a second the reaction time for Chris Stout. But Arnswald getting there second, breaking out by 12 thou less, gets the win light as now Remy Reynolds and Joe Accardo. Accardo out of Rio Rico. Remy Reynolds out of San Diego, 598 the dial for the Pinto, 716. Big head start going to the Camaro. 3 thou difference at this end of the racetrack. Win light belongs to Remy. 599 on the 598. Chase Joe Accardo across the finish line. Joe taking a 25 thou stripe, breaks it out 11 thou of a second. As Remy Reynolds, 599 on a 598. We got a quiet little moment here. Once again, put out a final call for our Super Pro door cars. We should have you back in the staging lanes. Super Pro dragsters, you're on standby. Get them ready. Just a reminder, we've got some prizes up here in the tower. Again, Punch Johnson. We've got a $200 Lindsay Racing Products gift certificate for you. Punch Johnson, a $200 gift certificate in the tower for you. Greg Hicks, we've got a $200 gift certificate in the tower for you. And we're going to keep kind of hounding on these because we don't want folks to jump into their cars or their toter homes or their trucks and roll out of the racetrack without coming up here to get their prizes. We've still got some Brodix goodies and some Jegs goodies to give away. David Beckwith, we've still got 2 prizes here in the tower for you. We've got some Clay Smith Cams goodies up here in the tower to give away. And we have got a complete Alltronics weather station in the box, brand new, complete with software, the whole deal, that we have awarded. Again, wanted to give everybody on property a chance to win that prize. Did the random tech card drawing, and the complete Alltronics weather station is going to Andy Morris. Andy Morris, go ahead and come on up here in the tower and collect up your brand new weather station. We've even got a t-shirt courtesy of Alltronics that you can wear around proudly. You don't think it'll fit him? Oh, it's a little bit big. Is it like a 2X? And Andy's more like a small medium guy? Schmedium? So Andy Morris, we've got your weather station up here for you, ready to be picked up. Punch Johnson, Greg Hicks, come up and get your gift certificates. And we've still got some bounties to be awarded before we are done today. I know, Guy, right, Guy? Don't leave without your free stuff. Don't leave without your goodies. Got to make sure you don't leave without your goodies. So, we get into Super Pro Door Car. Speaking of the guy that just won a brand new weather station, that is Andy Morris behind the wheel of the silver Camaro out of Olympia, Washington on the right side of the racetrack. 6.25 seconds is the dial for Andy Morris, and for Dave Johnson in the Beretta. He's got the 5:39. Head start to Andy just like that. Chase goes to Dave Johnson just like that. And the finish line scoreboard lights up just like that. Andy Morris 6:26 on a 6:25 was 0:09 in reaction time. That was 7 thou better than Dave Johnson's 0:16 as he goes 5:45 on a 5:39. Here now is Matt Larson and Chuck Hawk. Chuck out of Tucson in that brilliant white 2000 extended cab S10 pickup truck, Madcap power plant under the scoop, and a 5.52 second dial. Up on the scoreboard in the left lane for Matt Larson, 6 seconds flat is what he predicts his 598 cubic inch big block Chevrolet powered topless roadster will do here in Tucson, in topless Tucson. You don't want to start topless Tucson? Make sure you wear your mask. Whatever you do, wear your mask. Yeah, right. Brainerd's got the zoo. We got topless Tucson. 5:52 on a 5:52 for Chuck. 6:00 on a 6:00 for Matt Larson. Chuck was dead on 8. Chuck was dead on 5. Matt was dead on 8. And an 18 thou margin at the stripe goes to Chuck Hawk for the win. Exactly. We're talking about convertible cars. But we're also talking about maintaining a responsible COVID protocol. So topless or not, make sure you're wearing your mask. Just make sure you got your mask on. So our next one, Martin Corella and Judge Shoup. Shoup coming down out of Colorado, that full-bodied 1970 Dart, 572 cubic inches worth of Pentastar power for Judge Shoup. Dialed in at 535, Corella in the Roadster. Hey, another topless Tucson runner. Out of Vail, Arizona. 531 to a 535, 400ths. The difference between the two in the dial, and 31 thousandths the difference between the two in reaction time. Judd locking it down, 001, gets there second, goes 537 on the 535. Martin Corella was 032 on the tree at this end of the racetrack. Takes a 6 thou stripe and breaks out. Wasn't much he was going to be able to do with that. Judd was 26 thou total in the package. Martin had an 032 reaction time. And it's going to be Judge Shoup. Rolling into the next go-round is Sammy Franco III and Robert Neighbor. Neighbor in the Corvette. Sands top over on the right side of the racetrack. 507 going to be the dial for Neighbor. And Sammy Franco tucked comfortably away inside the full cockpit of the 67-bodied Camaro. 11 thousandths of a second differentiate him in the starting line, and 509 on a 507 will get Robert Neighbor a win lane. 003 on the tree, getting their first 31 thousandths of a second. Sammy Franco was 14 green. So was hanging with him at this end of the racetrack. By the time they got down to the stripe, Franco was 4 hun above the dial and 31 thou behind on the loss. As now Rick Hosen and Mike McBrayer. Hosen, the 84-bodied Oldsmobile out of Tucson, 647 into the dial. McBrayer, he's got the 86-bodied Tomato Corvette for the folks at Pennzoil. He's got that Dustin Lee race engine, and he's got a 637 on a 637. McBrayer was dead on 0. but was 94 thousandths of a second behind the green light. Rick Hosen had an 053 bulb and goes 647 on a 647. 400 better at this end of the racetrack for Rick Hosen, and dead on 4 gets it done against McBrair's 94 dead on 0. That's now Dave Veals and Nick Jonoff. Jonoff of the Camaro, 73 model year, 6.49 seconds the dial on the right side of the racetrack, and Dave Veals in that 412 cubic inch small Brock Chevrolet Brogy Roadster. 618 the dial, and Veals is in trouble with a capital T. Nick Jonoff, 657 on a 649, tightens up the stripe to 3 thou, was 018 on the tree, and that had given him 12 hundredths of a second advantage. Had a 136 reaction time on the opposite side of the racetrack, and Jonoff doing what he needed to do. Hung a wheel on him, tightened up the stripe to 3 thou, and winner. Winner. That's going to bring up our long haul award winner. What do we say? It was 1,626 miles? Something like that Mark Mesher drove to bring that purple, pink, and yellow pickup truck out of Peary, Michigan. It is the purple people. Well, it's not all purple, so it can't be the purple people eater out of Peary or Perry. I wonder if it's Peary or Perry, but it's just Perry, Michigan. 666 to down for the truck, getting the head start over Kelly Hess. Mark Mesher, 666 was the dial, 066 was the reaction time, and 671 was the run. Bowing out here is Scott Hess, 12 on the tree, and goes 572 on the 571. 12 thou behind the green light on this side of the racetrack. 13 thou above the dial. Getting to the stripe first by 93 thousandths of a second as Hank Pramov awaits Angelo Sanchez. So as Angelo Sanchez comes out of the water box, dialed in at 5:54, Hank Pramov waits on the starting line. And again, we do have those like overall pro and super pro points champions. I just got kind of the word from Matt that they have looked at it. Pretty much at this point, we can't even whittle it down to like a top 5. There are so many folks that are so close as far as the overall points, and again, points tabulated by round wins. It's been kind of such an evenly balanced race. No one person has run away with it in the main events. And again, we're talking about main events. The showdown points don't count. It's just the main event stuff. 11 people within 3 rounds of each other in pro. See, I mean, you can't even really say who that is yet. But as soon as we do, we'll let you know. Hank Pramov, 578 on a 575, was 15 green and out. Angelo Sanchez, 18 green, 17 thou above, gets him to the stripe first by 10 thousandths of a second, and Angelo moves on. There's now Brad Pierce in the blue Corvette and blue Hayball in the red GTO. Gonna steal a little line, and you know, Alan Reinhardt always does that 1 car, 2 car, red car, blue car. That's 1 car, 2 car, that's blue's red car. I'm just saying, it's, you know, you can't do the Dr. Seuss anymore. Apparently he's become part of the cancel culture. We're not politically correct here. Oh, that's right, we're Topless Tucson. We're Topless Tucson. We are not PC, we're TT, Topless Tucson. Blue Hayball with a 630 dial. Brad Pierce with a 632 dial, and the win light's going to belong to the blue car of Pierce, the Corvette. Moves into the next go-round, 032 on the tree. Blue just flat out missed it. Reactions time, first number was a 2, second number was a 5. That's difficult to deal with. Brad Pierce, 32 on the tree, 651. As now Ryan Mangus and James Hartvigsen. Sir James in the Barracuda on the right side, dialed 606. Ryan Mangus dialed 691. Hey, final call. Super Pro door car. Final call, Super Pro door car. And Super Pro Dragsters will take you into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro Dragsters, we're doing, I think it's blue sticker dragsters. Blue sticker dragsters. So our double entry dragsters to lanes 2 and 4. Blue sticker dragsters, single entry to lanes 6 and 8. Come on down. Hartvigsen getting it done on a double breakout. 605 on a 606. He's under 3 thou. Ryan Mangus was under 13 thou. The win light to Hartvigsen, and Sir James will bring back the Barracuda. So again, Super Pro Door Car, final call. Super Pro Dragster, first call. Double entered cars to lanes 2 and 4. Single entered cars, blue sticker to lanes 6 and 8. Come on down. Don Toya in what was selected as our best appearing car of the event. Over on the right side, going up against Joe Kidd Sr. And Don Toya powers through to get the win light. Joe Kidd, 002 on the tree at this end of the racetrack. Toya was 10 thou behind with a 12 thou reaction time. Toya 526 on a 525. Joe Kidd taking a 27 thou stripe and breaks out 3 thou. Needed to take 24 thou or less down there at the finish line. Could have reversed that scoreboard, but Don Toya moving into round number 3. As we've now got Laureen Rogers. Actually, I think it's Seth Balvador. Have to see. Anyway, 5 flat the dial. For the ride on the right side of Sligman. 5 flat. Going up against Funny Car, or excuse me, no, Funny Car's doubled up in the dragster. That is Sam Northam. Driving the car today from the message that we received earlier. Again, that kind of musical chairs behind the wheel of the race car. I was like, Sam was in it on Friday, and then Chris was in it yesterday, and Sam's back in it now. Sam Northam getting the big advantage on the starting line, and whoo! Sam Northam, little bit of smoke from out from underneath the tires down there. Goes 669 on a 669. 11 total, or 11 on the tree, dead 5 to be 16 total for Sam. Opposite side of the racetrack, 501 on a 500. That's Ken Rader and Daryl Nance. Rader in the Nova out of Tucson, 722 is the dial. For Daryl Nance in the Mustang 2, it's a 611 dial. Big red light for Ken Rader. Missed it by almost a bulb. Bows out here as Daryl Nance chases him through with the win light already on. Nance was 32 on the tree and goes 609 on a 611. And I'm going to agree. I mean, Vegas is not bad. I like the weather in Vegas, but the weather here in Tucson this weekend has been really nice. Minus the wind. Minus the wind, it's been beautiful. It's been great racing conditions. Like Chris said, we've been racing at like 80 degrees in the afternoon, 50 degrees at night. The starting line crew has kept things tight, ready, and raring to go. I mean, it has been perfect. We've had a bunch of fun. PJ Giacalone, 607 is the dial, 606 is the run, and unfortunately that breakout will cost him a trip to round number 3. Scott Sturm, 26 on the tree, and goes 659 on the 658. And on to round number 3. Once again, now in our Super Pro Door Car category, we are in round number 2, the Goodyear round. Best losing package here in round number 2, going to get a brand new set of those Goodyear tires. And of course, we do thank the Goodyear folks. They've packed up and headed out, but we appreciate that they were here all weekend long, supporting our racers and helping them out with whatever needs they had in their tires. How about Marco Paravalaris and Mark Lalonde? Mark left side, the red Camaro out of Cottonwood, 408 cubic inch small block Chevrolet. Marco Paravalaris over on the right side in that topless Camaro. Marco down 505, goes 507 after a double 05 reaction time. And by 1,000th of a second, Marco moves into round number 3. Of course, for those that are all very tight members of our racing family, we know the devastating loss that the Paravalaris family has experienced recently, and our hearts, our thoughts, our support, whatever you guys need, You are always there for each and every one of us. Whenever we needed anything, you guys were the first ones to show up. You need something, we'll be here for you. Guaranteed, we'll be here for you. So Marco moving on to round number 3. Lalonde 16 green and 558 on a 557. As we got Dan Fiello and Brian Lopez. Hey, just a reminder again, David Beckwith. We now have not 1, not 2, but 3 items up here that we need you to collect. So before you take off, David Beckwith, if you would come please see us in the tower. We have got a California Car Cover Company gift certificate for you as best losing package in round 2. We've got a BTE gift certificate for you as best losing package in the buyback round the other day. And we've got an RB trailer door shelf for you as best losing package in round number 6. So David Beckwith, when you lose, you do it the best. We've got 3 prizes up here in the tower for you that we want to make sure you get before you go. So please, 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 come see us, sir. Please, Jeff Burke and Phil Garrison, okay? Mr. Garrison moves on. 71 green, 555 was the dial, 550 is the number. Jeff Burke, oh, Jeff. 001 red. Painful. Hate those. I mean, red lights are bad enough. But to cut it that close, oh, not good, not good. Here comes Andy Morris in the second entry. He was up a little bit earlier. Jason O'Terry over on the left side. O'Terry with a 710 dial. Andy Morris with a 625 dial. It'll be Jason O'Terry leaving the line first. Again, one of those things, O'Terry's like, would you please quit talking about it? Because we've got like 2 racers that have been 3 total this weekend, and we've got a Hughes Converter best winning package of the event bonus. I mean, I haven't seen anything better than the 3-pack in our main events. I mean, we've had 2 of them. And it came down to a tiebreaker in reaction time. Jason O'Terry was 002, C.W. Hoper was 001, and that's where we stand right now. O'Terry, 710 is the dial. Morris chasing him down. Win light goes to Jason O'Terry. 24 green and dead on 0. Getting him an 11th thou stripe. Andy Morris was 11 on the tree and goes 627 on a 625. So 24 thou above the dial and 11 thou behind at the stripe. Andy Morris loses one of his entries here. This will bring up Jeremy Jacobs and Cody Robinson. Jacobs in the 62 Savoy out of Whitman, Arizona. Cody Robinson, the 70-bodied Camaro, and then we're going to have 2 topless cars in Tucson. Cody Robinson, 645. Jeremy Jacobs, dial 591. Steady, go. Advantage on the tree by 21 thou goes to Cody Robinson. He goes 645 on a 645, dead on 2, getting there first by 11 thousandths of a second. Jeremy Jacobs had a 40 bulb, tried to make up for it, but ran too quick, 590 on a 591. Wasn't going to catch Cody as Cody locked it down. And here we go, twofer in topless Tucson. Keith Montague in the Nova on the left side of the racetrack, and Doug Cash out of Albuquerque, New Mexico in the 61 Corvette on the right side. It's a topless twofer. 4 thou the difference between the 2 at this end of the racetrack. Montague trying to get it done. No good. 589 on a 587. Montague was 16 green, 2 above, and comes up 9 thou short as Doug Cash put up a 12 thousandths of a second reaction time and goes 15 thousandths above the dial. So the 27 thou pack beats the 36 thou package as Brian Fritz and Dave Mazier will be our next pair. Brian, left side in the Roadster. Mazier, right side in the Roadster. Another topless twofer. Mazier's Cavalier out of Escondido, California. Again, thank you very much to Mazier Enterprises, the entire Mazier family, throwing their support behind the K&N Southwest Showdown yet again. Big-time supporters of bracket racing across the country. Mazier Enterprises as they engineer and build some of the best stuff out there. Mazier 003 red goes dead on 6. Oops. Brian Fritz, 009 and 11th thou above the dial for the win. As we have got Kelly Harper and Martin Corella. Corella's Roadster, Vail, Arizona based, 5.29 second dial. And for Kelly Harper in the 5.39 second dialed ride. Head start to Harper's silver 598 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. Getting down to the end of it in our Super Pro door cars. As our last of the Super Pro door cars has been matched up with the first of our Super Pro dragsters. So again, Super Pro dragster, Super Pro dragster. We have called yummy. Oh yeah, that looks good. We have called Super Pro dragster in the lanes. Again, our double entered cars should be in lanes 2 and 4. Kelly Harper gets the win that time, 597. On the 593. As Race Kid rolls up in the Nova. And Dustin Wirtz rolls up in the dragster. Dustin out of Nampa, Idaho, 462. Race Kid out of Boise, Idaho, 582. 1.2 second head start. Going to Little Orange door car. And we'll take all Super Pro dragsters. All Super Pro dragsters. Let's get you headed back to the staging lanes for round 2, please. All Super Pro dragsters. Let's get you headed back here for round number 2, please. Race Kid bows out. Dustin Wirtz taking care of it. 009 on the tree. Gave him the advantage at this end of the racetrack over Race's 21 thousandths of a second reaction time. Dustin, 463 on a 462. Gets their first 21 thou and wins it as Chuck Hawk and Shane Thompson. Thompson dialed 471. Chuck Hawk dialed 475. So 0.04 of a second. The difference in the dials. 0.05 of a second, the difference in the reaction time, and Shane Thompson, running on Chuck Hawk's dial, wins it, 474 on a 471. Shane was 008 at this end of the racetrack. Chuck was 13 green. Chuck ends up 5 above with a 480 on a 475 and 26 thousandths of a second behind at the stripe, the Silver State refrigeration and HVAC car into round number 3, and that's going to bring up Greg Hicks and Lloyd Salveson. Once again, a reminder, David Beckwith, before you pack up and leave, we would certainly love to see you up here in the tower to make sure that you get all the goodies that you have kind of earned throughout the weekend. Also need to see Punch Johnson. We've still got some Drag Race Solutions gift certificates to give away. Hicks dialed 481, Salveson dialed 498. Lloyd Salveson, 496 on a 498, takes a 5 thou stripe and breaks out, was 028 on the tree. Greg Hicks, 13 green, and goes 481 on a 481. Dead on 7 as our next two roll out of the water box and up to the starting line. We're going to do the announcer swap. Yeah, it's been a long few days. I'm just kind of slowly rolling back in the chair, and Mike's going to come in and take over on the mic. Eamsy E taking over.
We could go NWA all day. Chandler Mazier, Mark Darso. Darso. Out of Tempe, 506, the dial there for the small block. And Chandler Mazier going to break out by 11 thou as Mark, our winner, From Lucas Oil Products Friday, we'll press forward 001 and 1 above. There for Mark, that's pretty sporty. Chandler Mazier will be done in that entry for the weekends. Nick Cobb and Nick Downing. Nick with the C out of Lake Elsinore. You know what's interesting? So Nick and Nick, both with white dragsters with black scoops, with carbon scoops. Nick Cobb, left side. Your Division 7 Super Comp Jegs All-Star rep last year. And Nick Downing from right up there in Phoenix. 620 the dial. For Nick, the NIK. 620 is the dial. Nick Cobb, 486 the number. One of our competitors is perfect on the starting line, and one of our competitors is 7 total, and it's the same guy. Nick Cobb is just dirty. Perfect on the starting line for Nick. 4867 on the 486. That is dead 7, and 7 total. That's pretty filthy. Nick Downing's 24 green and just wasting fuel. Gabe Torres and Bruce Briscoe. G Money out of Valinda, California, 472 the dial in that National Auto Collision Center lane. And Bruce Briscoe, Pueblo, West Colorado, in that Bolton prepared big block Chevrolet dragster. 530 is the dial in. And the win for Bruce Briscoe, Gabe Torres, was 112 on the starting line, and something obviously got into his eye. Shoelace was untied, something like that for G Money. He's never like 112. Bruce Briscoe, 12 green and 1 above, takes out Gabe Torres. Mark Kidd and Cortland Carter. This is a pretty good one. Mark out of Twin Falls, Idaho. Kid Performance and Dyno. 464 is the dial-in. Cortland Carter, 508 for the youngster out of Lubbock, Texas. So Cortland going to be leaving first. Mark Kidd be doing the chasing. We just saw Sun Race bow out. Mark a little behind on the starting line. Going to have to make the right call down there. And Cortland Carter will hold off Mark Kidd. 5090 on the 508. Cortland was 005. Timed it up to a hun, as Mark Kidd was 19 green and 1 above. And it'll be done in the dragster. It's Thomas Bear and Taylor Vetter. Bear for Lucas Oil Products in that Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing. 514 the dial in for Mr. Bear. Taylor Vetter, 495 the dial for the Matco Tools dragster out of Henderson, Nevada. Thomas Bear and Taylor Vetter. 007 is going to leave second, and Thomas Bear, 12 total to get the win. 007 taking 006 for Thomas Bear. Dead on 5, 12 total. Taylor Vetter, 005 green, 96.3 on the 95. That is 18 total. So Thomas Bear by 6 thou. Will come back is Jeremy Rapp and Logan Orr. All right, so this is not the bounty entry. So this is not the bounty entry here for Logan War. Jeremy Rapp, Las Vegas, 480 is the dial. War, our winner yesterday, who has the bounty on his head in the other entry. And after Logan being brilliant on the starting line for like a while, was 53 thou on the green light start and a lot above. Jeremy Rapp with a pretty easy one there to move forward. Logan will be back with his one entry. Kevin Heffington and Dylan Smith. Dylan, who was your Super Pro track champion here at Tucson Dragway last year, that red dragster with the white flames, and Kevin Heffington coming out of Washington. His blown big block Chevrolet Race Tech pipe rack, 457 the dial. There for Kevy. Dylan out of Buckeye, Arizona. Right over there. 531 the dial. Dylan by about a bulb and a half will get the starting line advantage. 1 thou is the difference in the reaction times. And use some rips down there. Dylan Smith will get around Kevin Heffington on a double breakout. Dylan Smith under by 3 thou. Kevin Heffington under by 5 thou. And on a double breakout makes the margin of victory 2 thousandths of a second. J.R. Learcamp and Morgan Rose. J.R. out of Olympia, Washington. J.R., Dustin, Henches, and Andy, that whole team just terrorizing the Pacific Northwest. As Morgan Rose, Henderson, Nevada for Team Silver State. Morgan has 469 on the side of that white dragster. J.R. Learcamp, 478 the dial in, as Learcamp had to put another bullet in his trusty steed. JR off and away. Morgan trying to run down JR, not going to do it. JR 12 green, 4793 on the 478, was 6 thou in front at the finish line. Morgan Rose, 22 green and dead on 9, but was 6 thou behind to the stripe. This is Dylan Hout and Jerry Devenpeck. Jerry out of Gig Harbor, Washington, the TNT supercar with the big lump blower. I'm gonna go stage. Dylan out of Junction City, Oregon, the youngster who finished number 5 in Division 6 last year in the Super Comp ranks in his first full season in that car. He's been getting better and better and better in that machine. Win light for Dylan Hout was 14 green. Devenpeck was 21 red. And then 448 for Devenpeck. Dylan was 14 green, 1 above. And it was all over early as Jerry turned it red as Sean Page and Jack Sadler. Jack for Team Fig Speed. I mean, what can you say about Les Figueroa and Fig Speed? Just A+, that Les Figueroa guy. 494 the dial, and Sean Page coming out from Meridian turns it red here in round number 2 by 27 thou. Sadler is 006 green and 492. All right, all dragsters, lane 6 and 8, please. All dragsters for round number 2, get you in 6 and 8, please. 6 and 8, all dragsters, if you would, please. As Parker Theobald and Philip Jaramillo Jr. are going to line up. Parker out of St. George, Utah, the young man who finished number 6 in the world in the Super Comp last year in the dragster. Philip Jaramillo Jr. out of Los Lunas, New Mexico, that blue rear engine dragster. 544 the dial in for Philip. How about 2,000 on the starting line leaves second as Parker Theobald is perfect on the starting line, puts 5:03 on the car, and goes 5:03.5 to be 5 total. That's pretty sporty. Phil Jaramillo Jr. is 002, which is also solid. Goes down and runs 5:42.5 on the 5:42, breaks it out. But Parker, 5 total. As his brother Tanner is next up in the same lane. All right, now, Tanner, if you get inside 5 total, I'm going to be super impressed. Tanner, the birthday boy from the other day out of St. George, Utah. That hot rod is for sale if you want to get in a very competitive race car. That is a pretty good one. Ethan Bourne out of Riverton. Big E. Dad Paul back behind, sitting on the wall, the right-hand side of son Ethan's machine. 491 the dial for Ethan. $5,000 difference on the starting line. Tanner's not going to be inside 5 total because he's 16 green and on a double breakout. Tanner Theobald. We'll put another Theobald drag shirt in round number 3. 16 green, under by 4 thou. Ethan Bourne under by 13 thou. It's Tanner Theobald. We'll get out of round number 2. Ethan Bourne in this entry will be done for the weekend as Tim O'More and Alexis Thompson. Tim out of Tucson, 539 to dial in for Tim O'More, 471 on the board for Alexis Thompson. Out of Henderson, Nevada for Team Silver State. Shane and Morgan and that whole team that does such a great job supporting so many different racing endeavors. Really appreciate Shane Thompson and everything that he does for the sport. Alexis, 471 on the dial-in. Going to be doing the chasing. Tim O'More is off and away. And Tim O'More is perfect on the starting line and is not going to light a win light. Alexis, 14 green and 1 above is good enough. Tim O'More was perfect on the starting line. But then the car ended up being 400ths over the dial. As Nathan Hershey points to some stuff, and I concur. Oh, hold on. So Tim O'More being perfect and losing. We'll hook you up with something from our good friends at Drag Race Solutions, Dustin Henches and Don Toya. Dustin and Don, Henches and Toya. Dustin out of Olympia, Washington for Left Coast Racing, 493 on the board. Don Toya, 488. And Toya, that Bender Yancer dragster, is out in front of green by 8 thou, 14 green, and dead zero for Dustin Henches. He was ready. Henches will be back around for round number 3. Don Toya's done as Dan Lafferty, Marco Peravaleris. Standing matchup here in round number 2. Lafferty out of Wendell, Idaho for Lafferty Drilling and Blasting. 462 the dial-in for Dynamite Dan, and Marco Peravaleris out of Sonoma. Marco, Layla, Nick, and the team. 462 on each side of the racetrack. Tree and away. Wow. 002 leaves second here. Marco is perfect on the starting line and dead on 3. Marco Peravaleris just laid down the best package of the weekend, which is a tie, but the tiebreaker is the reaction time. Marco Peravaleris, perfect on the starting line, dead on 3, and that prize for the best package of the event is the torque converter of choice from our friends at Hughes Performance. Marco, the leader in the clubhouse, 3 total. And a really good race there between Marco and Dan Lafferty, Kevin Johnson and Cody Weber. Kevin out of Draper, Utah, 507 the dial, and Doty Cornelius Weber out of Kingman, Arizona. 463 the dial in for Doty. He's going to be doing the chasing. Kevin is off and away. Cody has cut Kevin's reaction time in half. Weber is going to get the win. 464 on the 463 was 24 green. Kevin Johnson went Jimmy Johnson on the starting line. 48 thou and dead on one and was 8 thou behind at the finish line. So again, all dragsters, you should be in the lanes, please. Val Torres Sr. and Lane Desper. Senior out of Valinda, California for Val Torres Racing. Val Torres Construction, 480 the dial for the young man who finished number 5 in the world. In Super Comp Eliminator last year, we just saw Parker Theobald who finished number 6 in the world. Last year, he picked up a win. As our top 10 finishers in the world looking to keep going rounds. Lane Desper for Lane's Tire and Auto. As Val Torres, 10 green, dead 7 is 17 total. Desper was 12 green, got to the finish line first by 8 thousandths of a second, breaks out by 3 thou. Needed to take 5 or less to move that win line. This final call for my Super Pro dragsters. You should all be in the lanes this time, please. Is Tony Tito and Trey Vetter. Tony out of Mesa, Arizona, 490 the dial in for T squared. And Trey Vetter, TV, Henderson, Nevada, 469 the dial. So Trey with the all orange dragster, Tony with the orange half yellow dragster. It's not often that you have like 2 orange dragsters on the starting line at the same time. Tony just got annihilated on the starting line. Trey Vetter 11 green and 4 above and had him covered by a bunch as Tony was 85 green, and even though Tony was dead on 7, had no chance whatsoever. That's Taylor Strange and Chad Weber. Chad out of Kingman, Arizona for Sherway Engine and Machine. Just saw little brother Cody advance a couple pair ago. Chad looking to put both Webers in round number 3. Taylor Strange out of Colorado, 504. The dial in for Taylor. Taylor, Chad, bumping in. Weber last to stage. Tree, away. 6 thou the difference between the two. Taylor Strange, Chad Weber. Taylor Strange, 26 green, dead on 3 is 29 total. Chad Weber was 32 thou, ripping the finger off the button, and didn't matter what happened because 29 total for Taylor Strange is less than, as we have the alligator jaws. Is it greater than or less than? Taylor Strange combined is less than Cody Weber's reaction time, and nothing Chad Weber could have done as Lance Parker and Richard McFarland. Lance out of Roy, Utah, the race tag dragster, 487 for Lance, 593. The dial in for Richard McFarland out of Yucca Valley, that Barron's little shorty dragster. With the super cool hood scoop, little Pontiac power plant there for McFarland, 593 the dial in for Richard. McFarland a little better on the starting line, looking over the left shoulder for Lance Parker. Parker is not going to be able to run him down. Richard McFarland, 003 green, dead on 9 for Richard McFarland, being 12 total. Lance Parker, 27 green, and in the way. Chuck Babcock, Jordan Stewart. Chuck out of Yorba Linda, 516. Jordan Stewart, 485 the dial for the Speed Machining team car. 485 the dial in there for Jordan. Chuck Babcock, 516 the number for Chuckles. Just over half a bulb. Beat Chuck's head start. 1 thou difference on the starting line. Jordan Stewart snugs it up to 5 thou at the finish. 486.0 on the 485. Babcock's over by 13 thou. When you add, subtract, multiply, and divide, I think even Munson math gets you to 4 thou margin of victory there for Jordan Stewart. It's Pat Marbach and Lloyd Coker. Nathan and I need to continue working on the Munson math song. Guaranteed to be like a top 40 hit around the country. Pat Marbach, the little shorty American dragster, 513 is the dial for Pat. Lloyd Coker, 509 the dial for Lloyd. Out of Glendale, right up the road. Red light start for Coker by 5 thou. Marbach, a free look at 513. How do you feel about 512 with a 2? 134 miles an hour. Marbach was 15 green after Lloyd was red by 5 thou. Was 200 over the dial going 511. So Pat Marbach. We'll be back in round number 3. Bring up Tyler Murrup and Mark Lalonde. Tyler for Jordan Moore Motorsports and Pete's Diesel Repair. That red Mullis chassis dragster over on the National Auto Collision Center side of the racetrack. And Mark Lalonde, Cottonwood, Arizona for the American Walk-In Cooler side. 527 the dial for Mark. So Tyler and Mark. Mark has a little advantage on the starting line, a couple of hun. Murrup looking over, going to get the win on a breakout. Mark Lalonde got to the finish line, 31 thousandths of a second in front of Tyler Murrup, breaks it out by 9. Let's see, totally horked in the finish line down there, Mark Lalonde. Tyler Murrup, 34 green, dead on 1 is good enough as Lalonde breaks out. Tyler will advance as Sammy Franco the second and Brandon Lynch. Sammy out of Los Lunas, New Mexico, 544 the dial. Mike Boss prepared dragster with a mono strut wing up there, and Brandon Lynch for Wild Ride Racing and Discount Tire. Brandon, Mark, and the whole family. 490 is the dial in for Brandon. Brandon a little bit late, ripping the finger off the button. Can he get around Sammy Franco? Double breakout win, Sammy Franco the second. 543.4 on the 544, under by 6 thou, was 32 green. Brandon Lynch, 53 thou on the green light start. Gave up a couple right off the bat and under by a 100th of a second. 4 thou going to be the margin of victory for Sammy Franco the second. This is Chris Northup. Funny Car Chris and Bobby Dye Jr. Bobby for Team Specialty Fasteners out of Ontario, California. Bobby and Bobby Sr. out there. 484 the number for Bobby. Funny Car Chris Northup. 526 the number. Starting line advantage for Northup. And the win for Chris. 529 on the 526 was 21 green. Bobby flat out missed the tree, was 52, which is great if you're looking for a number of cards in a poker deck, or just on a card deck, period. Doesn't that necessarily have to be a poker deck? And a deck of cards. Look, it's Sunday. We've been talking for like 4 days straight. Nothing knows what's coming out. But Funny Car Chris Will, moving around number 3, J.R. Learcamp and Pat War Jr. J.R. out of Olympia, Washington, 478 the dial in for J.R., 442 the number. For Pat Jr., for Pete's Diesel Repair, 3 thou the difference between the two drivers. Pat, J.R. Learcamp on a double breakout. Under by 1 thou is J.R. Pat Jr. under by 13 thou, and one is closer than 13. J.R. Learcamp back around for round number 3. All right, attention to the pit area. Pro round 3 for all my French friends. Pro round 3. Get in the lanes, please. 2 and 4 for my double entries. 2 and 4 for my double entries. 6 and 8 for all my single entries. Chandler Mazier and Don Sefton. Chandler out of Escondido for Team Mazier Enterprises. Sefton out of Bremerton, Washington, the TNT Supercar. The power adder on top, 447. The dial in for Don, 508 for the Mazier Enterprises Dragster. Speaking of Chandler, I saw a social media post that Zach Mazier picked up a win in Texas last night. Zach, who just moved out to the Texas way, doing some work with K&N. A thou is the difference on the starting line. Chandler looking over to the right. Here comes Sefton, and a win via the breakout for Chandler Mazier. Don Sefton was 25 green and under by 7 thou. Was in front, 12 thou at the finish line, so there was a little room there. Chandler, 24 green, dead on 6. Will advance as Dustin Wirtz and Nick Downing. Dustin out of Napa, Idaho. And that purple, blue, white accent, Miller prepared dragster, just a beautiful hot rod. 463 the dial for Dustin. And Nick Downing, 620 the dial. For the Downing family, so a complete tree plus a little bit will be the starting advantage for Nick Downing. How about 001 leaving second? Nick Downing is perfect. Dustin Wirtz is 001, and Nick Downing 622 on the 620. Nick Downing 200 over, being perfect. Dustin Wirtz on the starting line was 001 and under by 19 thou, but Nick on the right side. Thomas Bear and Trevor Harkema. Bear for Lucas Oil and Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing. 477 is the dial for Thomas Bear. Trevor Harkema, my little Pookie Bear. In Jerry Denton's machine out of Coeur d'Alene coming down to be with us this weekend. Trevor behind by 5 thou. Bear left side, Harkema right side, Thomas Bear. As Trevor Harkema breaks out by 8 thou, taking 23 at the stripe. So that'll be Trevor's last run of the weekend. Thomas Bear, 19 green and 2 above. As Harkema going to break out. Brian Hout and Greg Hicks. Brian, the top alcohol funny car pilot. It's just forever going to be a funny car. Brian for Team Hout. Son Dylan out here doing work. Cascade Truck Body and Trailer Sales. Brian and Mindy and that whole team. Greg Hicks out of North Las Vegas, Hollywood. For Silver State, Fig Speed, 481 the dial in there for PG. Hicks, dominating on the starting line, and a win on the racetrack. 12 green for Greg. Brian Hout was 86th thou on the green light start. 485.6, 133 there for Hicks. 476 after Brian was 86th on the tree, and it was pretty much all academic from that point. Is Gabe Torres and Cortland Carter. Now, earlier in this round, I don't want to say what Gabe's reaction time was, but, well, there was a 1 at the front, and there wasn't a 0 before the 1. Gabe out of Valinda. Cortland Carter, 509 the dial. He has 1 entry through. Gabe a little bit behind again on the starting line. Going to get around Cortland Carter. Double breakout win for Gabe Torres. Gabe 475.2, under by 8 thou. Cortland under by 18 thou. As Gabe by 100th on that double breakout will advance. Cortland a little better on the starting line, was 26 to Gabe's 41. But G Money back in for round number 3 is Kevin Heffington and Dylan Hout. We just saw Dad Brian a couple pair ago fall by the wayside. Heffington in that blown race tag dragster, 456 the dial. Dylan, the youngster from Junction City, Oregon. 471 the number for Dylan. We are whittling our way towards the end of Super Pro Dragster round number 2, and Dylan RED by 2 thou. Kevin Heffington was 64 green, and I just hope Dylan doesn't take a look at the time slip, because that's going to be a full-on daymare. Right? Daymare? It's not a nightmare because it's not night. That's going to give him a daymare. Parker Theobald and Sean Page. Now, when Parker came up earlier in the round, I mean, he was pure trash. And by pure trash, I mean he was 5 total. Sean Page out of Meridian. 510 the dial. Parker 503 the number. We'll see if Parker can be good and good. Nope. Parker's in a tight spot. But he's going to get away with it on a double breakout. Sean Page was 006. Parker was 34th thou on the green light start. Sean had 510 on the side of that car. Goes 507. Breaks it out 27th thou, taking 51 down there. Parker missed the tree, under by 4th thou, and gets away with it. It's Tanner Theobald and Logan War. This is the bounty. Final Call Pro, Final Call Pro, Final Call Pro. In the lanes, my doubles in 2 and 4, regular in 6 and 8. So Logan, our winner from Hughes Performance Saturday, in this entry, has the bounty. Tanner Theobald, St. George, Utah. That dragster's for sale, $490 on the dial. Tanner can take out Logan here. He wins the Specialty Fasteners bounty. Coin flip on the starting line. Rips down there. Logan War going to get the win. Logan was possibly there for the taking. 470 on the 468. Tanner was 14 green. Breaks out by 8 thou. Was in front 32 thou at the finish line. So Logan Orr gets around Tanner Theobald and keeps on keeping on. It's Brandon Umberger and George Maddock as we're moving into round number 3 in Pro. Round number 3 in Pro Eliminator, Brandon Umberger, George Maddock. Umberger, Grand Junction, Colorado, in the Jelly Bean, the 77 Chevette. George Maddock from right around where Nathan Hershey's at, Henderson, Nevada. And that 74 Camaro. And speaking of the devastatingly handsome Nathan Hershey, the microphone's going to get a whole bunch prettier. So I'm going to move out of the way. And Nathan, how was lunch?
Lunch was delicious. George Matty doesn't like that, though. George Matty, 45 thou on the red side. Fouls it away, hands it back over to Brandon Umberger in the Jelly Bean, who was 17 green and goes 587 on a 590. So George Matty leaving the starting line, and when he left early, handing the win over to Mr. Umberger. As we're going to bring up Tim Arnswald and Steve Valdez. Valdez, a chat room favorite. For those that are watching along on Bang Shift. Arnswald, who is double entered in our pro category and trying to stay alive in a couple of those entries. Arnswald dialed in at 766. Valdez dialed in at 670. Valdez in the Vega out of Douglas, Arizona. So we're kind of looking at that overall points chase. Is this pro? Got it. Red light start for Valdez. Goes 57 thousandths of a second on the wrong side of the tree. Tim Arnswald, 15 green. And then runs 765 on the 766. So Arnswald will get the win light here. As we are bringing up Howard DeVore and Ryan Johnston. And as we are looking at it coming into this round, Mike Eames walks away with the point sheet. They're going to kind of double check things. Howard DeVore, 677 on the left side of the racetrack. Ryan Johnson out of North Las Vegas, Nevada. Over on the right side. DeVore getting the head start. Ryan Johnson doing the chase in just 1,000th of a second. The difference between the two at this end of the racetrack, and it's going to be Ryan Johnston. By 2,000ths of a second, he gets the Camaro out front. 594 on a 593 for Ryan. Ryan, 44 thousandths of a second behind the green light. Howard DeVore was a tick better with an 043 bulb as he goes 678 on a 677. DeVore, 16 thou above the dial. Ryan Johnston was 13 thou above the dial. And it comes down to a 2 thou stripe as Phil Loader and Chuck Hawk Jr. now. Jr. in the Mustang, Loader in the Camaro. And again, coming into this round, we were looking at a overall Pro Points Chase Championship. Mark Kidd in the lead by 1 round over Chris Hall. Brandon Umberger picking up the win this time. Draws within 1. As Umberger's got a total of 9 points. Tony Marconi, Tim Arnswald tied. Sasha Hofer in there with 7. Again, these shootout points do not, or the shootout rounds don't count. It's just the main events. Phil Loader was 25 on the tree. Chuck Hawk with an 067 reaction time is able to run right around where he needed to be, 689 on a 687, and lights up the scoreboard. Loader, after an 025 reaction time, ends up 643 on a 632 for the loss. Gene, you can do that. You can do that if you want. You got it, man. Justin Lamb, the 5-time world champ, lining up on the left side, and Victor Sandoval dialed in at 571. He wants to, Steve, the altered, when we were calling him Steve Mass. He wants to start using that down. Take it, run with it. Make it your own. Thank you very much, Gene. Appreciate that. As Justin got the pre-stage, now stage full blitz. Sandoval over on the other side. Here we go. Victor Sandoval getting the advantage on the starting line over Justin Lamb, and Victor Sandoval lights up the scoreboard. It comes down to a margin of .00001. 1/10,000th of a second. Victor Sandoval is able to sneak by. He was 003 on the tree. Got a 9,000ths of a second advantage at this end of the racetrack, and by 1 measly 10,000ths of a second, Victor Sandoval lights up the board against the 5-time champ. Right? Originally we were going, Moss. But the mass is what it turned into. Craig Sauerbaugh and Matt Hawk. Hawk getting the head start in the Mustang. Craig Sauerbaugh, Oh, no. Yeah, 264 on the tree is not going to work out for Craig Sauerbaugh. Matt Hawk, 051 at this end of the racetrack. Gets out of the throttle, still gets there first by over a 10th of a second, and lights up the board. Super Pro door cars, Super Pro door car. If we could get you headed back this direction, please, that would be great. Super Pro door car. Come on back. Double enters to lane 2 and 4, single enters to lane 6 and 8. Super Pro door car, round number 3. Let's get you headed back this direction. Jeff Devy, 645 is the dial on the right side. Chris Citro, 656, the dial on the left side. Mustang versus Camaro. Local runner versus the Invader. Coming in out of Idaho. Citro, 658. On the 656, lights up the board by way of a 16 thou reaction time. Jeff Devy was 088 at this end of the racetrack, goes 3 above the dial to check out here. And again, racers, remember, as we do have more and more folks that are headed home, we do want to make sure that you get your goodies, your prizes, the stuff that's coming to you. So Punch Johnson, Tim O'More, we've got some stuff up here in the tower for you. Before you take off, please make sure that you come up and get it. You know, I'm sure you guys are, still focused on the racing thing, but we just want to make sure you get your prizes. So please stop by. Tony Marconi put up an impressive lap last time, trying to do the same thing here against Brad Hoff. A couple of regulars that are used to seeing each other from time to time. Marconi 603 on a 601. Scoreboards on American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack for the Aero. 37 on the tree and 26 thou above the dial for Tony Marconi. Winner. Brad Hawk was 59 on the tree and then 31 thou above, as he is behind at the stripe by 27 thousandths of a second. Once again, Super Pro door car. Super Pro door car. We need you into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro door car, round number 3. Come on back. We'll take you here. Rick Reynolds, 599, going up against Paul Polito. Paul in the Vega. Behind 2 thou at the hit, gets the win light, ahead 10 thou. 44 on the tree for Paul Polito, 622 on a 622. That is dead on 1. And getting a 10 thou stripe for the win. Rick Reynolds got rolled, 042 on the tree for Rick as he goes 600 on the 599. That's going to bring up Dan Fiello and John Schur. Schur in the 69, Plymouth Valiant, 440 cubic inches, dialed in at 672 on the right side of the racetrack. And on this National Auto Collision Center side at Tucson Dragway, 6.33 seconds is what Dan Fiello believes that he's going to be able to run. 12 thou the difference between the two at this end of the racetrack. Advantage to John Schur, and he, by 5 thousandths of a second, will advance. John, 30 on the tree, and 674 on a 672. Dan Fiello was 634 on the 633. He was over at 17 thou. But a 5 thou stripe advantage for John Schur will light up the scoreboard on the right side. And Gene, I just got thinking about it. You are absolutely able to do that. Just make sure Steve's okay with it. Because I don't know, he never came up and said anything to me, but just make sure. Mark Kidd, Joe Accardo. Mark Kidd, who is currently leading the way in the points chase on the pro side for that Lincoln Welder and the best overall, and he adds 1 to the board. So Mark Kidd now has 13 points. And the lead in the pro points chase. Joe Accardo was 52 on the tree and 717 on a 715. Mark Kidd 048 at this end of the racetrack to take a 9 thou stripe and get the win. Eric Halsey and Rick Barnhouse. Rick 742 the dial in for the red Mustang on the right side. Eric Halsey out of Mesa in the Trans Am, that LS1 powered. Ride dialed in at 711. Barnhouse gets the advantage on the starting line, and Barnhouse will get the win light. 742 on a 742, 8 dead on 5 to get their first 10 thousandths of a second. Rick takes care of business against Eric Halsey. Halsey was dead on 1, had dialed it in at 711, but was 22 at this end of the racetrack. And we got a bounty run, potentially. Kelly Davis, who's already picked up a very nice 69-piece screwdriver set from Jegs with an 069 light earlier today. Now trying to get the bounty from Specialty Fasteners. Chris Hall, who was last night's winner in Pro, gets the win light. 23 on the tree, dead on 7 to be 30 total. Kelly Davis was 057 on the tree and didn't have a chance at it. So Chris Hall, one of those leaders in the overall pro points chase, has won. So you had Mark Kidd was in the lead. Chris Hall was right behind him by 1. Brandon Umberger hot on their tail. Tony Marconi was in there as well. Everybody that's kind of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 atop of the list, or 5 atop of the list, have won so far. And that's going to bring up Tim O'More and Manny Blea. Hey, racers, your attention please, your attention please. Just to give it a little heads up, the fuel trailer is going to close up at 3:30. So at 3:30 today, fuel sales will close. If you need it, you got to go get it now. Just giving you a little heads up. Tim O'More, not going to need it. Unfortunately, Tim red by 12 thousandths of a second. Manny Blea 63 green and goes dead on 8. Tim's going to be a little bit sad about that. Was 605 on a 608, but Blea 063 dead on 8 gets the win light. Let's bring up Troy Jackson and Ron Rios. Rios, the black Camaro out of Santa Fe, New Mexico, 682 the dial for Ron. Troy Jackson dialed in at 733. And a red light start for Rios. Troy Jackson with an 099 light goes 735 on the 733. Ron bows out via the red light, and I think that's going to bring us into our final pair here in the pro category. All right, maybe not quite the final. We got some doubles that are rolling in. So Tony Kataya out of Phoenix, Arizona, dialed in at 674 on the right side. Sasha Hofer in the Firebird, 763. Sasha gets another win. Sasha was 22 on the tree, 768 on a 763. Tony was 58 on the tree, gets to the stripe first by 26 thousandths of a second, and breaks out 3 thousandths of a second. All right, we still got some additional prizes I got to give away. And you know what? We got some of these nice Brodix sunglasses that we can give to the kids. They're great. They're great kids sunglasses because they're like, you know, hey, if you break them and scratch them, whatever, they're perfect. Red light start, Tim Arnswald by 3 thousandths of a second keeps Umberger in the field. Umberger was 30 on the tree, goes 586 on a 589. Tim Arnswald 771 after his 003 on the red side, and that's going to bring out Howard DeVore and Justin Lamb. Final pair, then we'll wrap things up here in pro with a solo shot. Justin dialed 643. Howard in the Nova dialed 677. Away we go. 3/100ths of a second the split between them at this end of the racetrack, and Justin Lamb, 14 total, getting their first 10 thou, gets the win light. Justin was 11 green, dead on 3 to light up the scoreboard. Howard DeVore was 041 on the tree and locked out of trying to light up a scoreboard as he runs 675. That'll bring up Remy Reynolds. Final car in category. So I'm going to say this as Mike Eames makes his way back up into the tower carrying a hot dog. 004 on the tree for Remy and 598 on a 599. How's your weenie?
Pretty good, actually.
There you go. All right, so if you've got some kids on property, you're still hanging around, just like pop up here to the tower. We've got some really nice little Brodix sunglasses that we'll be happy to hand to the kids. These things are great. I mean, if you're wheeling them around in the stroller or they're out running around, these things are perfect because if they happen to like fall off your head or get scratched up or something, they'll take it. They'll take the abuse. So again, it looks like we've got a few pair of these. So the first few kids that get up here to the tower in the announcer booth, come on up. We'll get you some sunglasses. No, we're not going to make them announce for 15 minutes. Yeah, that's true. Mike, that's very true. They'll certainly be better than we are. But we've got our Super Pro door cars waiting in the wings. So again, if you've got a couple of kids out there, again, we don't have a ton of them, but we've got about 8 pair. So the first few kids that roll up here to the tower, we'll get you hooked up with some Brodix sunglasses. Because we can, and because we care. All right, Super Pro door cars, Super Pro door car. Last call, Super Pro door car, final call. Super Pro dragster. We'll take you to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro dragster, we'll take you to the staging lanes, please. Hey, and for a brand new set of Goodyears, our best losing package there in Super Pro in round number 2 for a brand new set of Goodyears. Taylor Vetter, you got yourself a brand new set of tires. So on the Goodyear side, so Taylor Vetter, best losing package is Marco Paravalaris and Chuck Hawk Jr. Chuck in the truck. Moving on a double breakout. Chuck, 551 on a 552, gets there second. Marco was 008. Marco, 008, and then goes 506 on a 507. Chuck Hawk was under by less, getting the win light. As we bring out Rick Hosen and James Hartvigsen. Sir James in the Barracuda. All right, so pardon me for a moment. James Hartvigsen getting the win over Rick Hosen. Hartvigsen by 5 thousandths of a second. 608 on a 606 was 003 on the tree. We're down to what, 2 pair of glasses up here? So the next 2 kids that get up here to the tower, we can give away the sunglasses. Hosen was 023 and 647 on a 646 is Scott Sturm and Judd Shoup. I'm sorry, but you're going to have to deal with me eating the little creamy, the ice cream that the Theobald's brought up here. This stuff is awesome. Judge Shoup, 22 green and 538 on the 537. Scott Sturm was 16 green, taking 24th thou at the stripe, and breaks out 657 on a 658. Got there first, 24th thou, breaks it out 7th thou, as Phil Garrison and Nick Jonoff. I mean, the very first time I had one of these little creamy, like fudge-sickle, popsicle ice cream things, I was coming back down from the top end in Pomona, and the Theobald, the whole compound was sitting over there. They waved me over like, hey, you want some ice cream? I'm like, yeah, I do. So I got the ice cream. Driving the golf cart back down to the tower, I go walking up there, and like Joe and Alan are sitting in the booth, and they're sitting there, and I'm like, this is good. They look at me like, did you get ice cream, dude? I'm like, I'm loved. What can I say? People like throw food at me over the fence. Phil Garrison, 22 on the tree and 552 on a 550, gets him the win light over Nick Jonoff. Jonoff was 071, getting there second to go 649. On the racetrack is now Daryl Nance and Brad Pierce. How about the Mustang 2 versus the Corvette? Guess what I see down here at the bottom of the tower? I see our next two kids that are going to get these last two pair of sunglasses. So after these two come up here, we're going to be out of sunglasses. Daryl Nance dialed in at 611. Brad Pierce dialed in at 630. Brad Pierce with the win light, 009 green to Daryl Nance's 007 red. Brad Pierce ends up running 629 on the 630 with the win light on. Mopar, man, this ice cream's good, man. It's called, I don't know where it's available, but I know they have it in Utah and they have it in Nevada. Made in Utah. This stuff is awesome. They're called Creamies. They're great. They're great. Angelo Sanchez and Cody Robinson going to be the next two. So again, Super Pro door cars on the track right now. Super Pro dragsters should be headed back into the staging lanes, please. And Eric Halsey, apparently you're not done winning stuff yet. You were the best losing package in Pro round number 3. Gets you a $200 Jegs gift certificate. How cool. Cody Robinson red by 0.06 of a second. Angelo Sanchez 15 green and 555 on the 554. But Eric Halsey, come on up here and collect up your $200 Jegs gift certificate. You got that $1,000 Brodix certificate earlier today. Now you get the $200 Jegs gift certificate by way of being the best losing package in round 3. Taylor Venner, best losing package in Super Pro. You have got the Goodyear Racing tires. Again, we still got Punch's gift certificate up here. All the stuff for David Beckwith. And Tim O'More, we've got your DRS, Drag Race Solutions, $100 gift certificate as well. Here now is Brian Fritz and Brian Lopez. Lopez, the white Camaro, out of Tucson with a 1:21 reaction time. Unfortunately not going to return. As Brian Fritz, 33 on the tree and 652 on a 650. Going to bring out Jason O'Terry and Robert Neighbor. O'Terry decided to roll back through the water box, get a little bit more water under the tires before he completes the burnout. Robert Neighbor already up there on the starting line in the Corvette. Sorry. Just enjoying the I got some ice cream. So looking at the points chase in Super Pro. Let's see here. Who was our leader again in the clubhouse in Pro? Oh, Mark Kidd. You know who our leader is in Super Pro? Mark Kidd. Mark Kidd with like 10 points. You got, it's pretty cool. We'll just go with that. Isn't it? No. This is pro. Never mind. I don't have Super Pro yet. Don't have Super Pro yet. This is just pro. Red light start for Jason O'Terry by 0.005 of a second. Gets out of the throttle. As Robert Neighbor, 44 green and 517 on a 506. Rob winning in the usual style, 44 something, and get a little luck to fall his way. As now Scott Hess and Don Toya. Toya selected as our best appearing car here today. Dialed in at 525. Oh! 41 thou separate him at this end of the racetrack, and oh! All right. Don Toya. Ouch. Trip zip perfect on the tree, had a 41 thou advantage, and gives it back 1,000th of a second. Scott Hess was 41 green and dead on 5. All right, Don. We are going to give you the same thing that we gave to Tim O'More. So Tim O'More and Don Toya, we've got some gift certificates up here for you. Trip zip perfect, giving it back 1,000. You need something to help you feel a little bit better about that. I mean, granted, the best appearing car thing was pretty nice, but how about Funny Car Chris and Andy Morris? Morris in the silver Camaro, Funny Car Chris in the orange Camaro. 669, the dial for Chris. 626, the dial for Andy. Just 2,000 between them at this end of the racetrack. And the win light goes to Funny Car. 670 on a 6. Oh, wait, no, is that Sam? That's right. No, Sam's right there, so it is Chris. Okay. I thought he said this morning that, whatever. All right. So 009 on the tree and 670 on a 669 for Funny Car. Andy Morris, 007 and 628. Losing it by 7,000 is Kelly Harper and Doug Cash. $10,000 red light for Doug Cash. So Kelly Harper gets the win with a 1:31 reaction time as Doug Cash was 10 red as Parker Theobald and Jordan Stewart are going to be our next two. Jordan over on the right side, Parker Theobald on the left side. Parker Theobald a couple of rounds ago was 5 total. This round missed the tree by 1 thou and bows out. Jordan Stewart will advance, 14 green, and goes 483 on the 485. As now we'll bring out Tanner Theobald, who's got the 488 dial, and Greg Hicks. Hicks, one of the cars that is still, from what I'm hearing, double entered. Still got 2 entries alive, if I'm hearing the background chatter correctly. I don't know if I am hearing it correctly, but I believe so. So with a 700 split in the dial, we'll see what happens. 7 Hun split in the dial, 7 thou split in reaction time. Greg Hicks, 11 on the tree, 14 thou above, gets the win light by by 6 thousandths of a second. Tanner Theobald was 18 green and 13 thou above to be 6 thou behind at the stripe on the loss. So Hollywood advancing now is Tom Bayer and Jack Sadler. Again, talking about double entered cars. I think Bayer's still in 2. Mike Eames just made the mistake of the day. Cracked into the bag of kettle corn. And actually, the way that stuff is made here, Chad was talking about it all day yesterday on the live feed and eating it on the live feed. That's not kettle corn, that's kettle crack. I mean, one hit and you are hooked. Tom Bayer and Jack Sadler, 2 thou apart in reaction time, and Jack Sadler lays one down. 006, dead on 5. Gets there first 14 thousandths of a second. Tom Bayer was 008 and 17 thou above. Ooh. Jack Sadler gets the win light to advance as J.R. Learcamp and Bruce Briscoe. Briscoe, the dragster, over on the right side. J.R. Learcamp over on the left side. Win light to Bruce Briscoe, 20 on the tree and dead on 6 to be 26 total. J.R. Learcamp was 23 on the tree and 16 thou above as he bows out. That is going to bring up Jeremy Rapp and Shane Thompson. Thompson, 471 is the dial for the Silver State ride. Jeremy Rapp, 480 is the dial for the HBR ride. Couple of Las Vegas players. You know, here's Mike Eames talking about this is any old Saturday night at the Strip. And Shane Thompson lights up the scoreboard. 11 on the tree and 471 on the 471 for Shane. Jeremy Rapp was 25 green and then goes 481 on the 480. And for Irwin back there in the staging lanes, we're going to go ahead and call Pro. Round number 4. We're going to get you headed back to the staging lanes, please. Pro, round number 4. Because we're in our Jags.com round. Best losing packages, getting those $200 Jags gift certificates. Again, big thanks to the folks at Jags. We do. We need to give away the mats and the fender protector in this round. All right. All right. Nick Cobb on the left side. Alexis Thompson on the right side. Dad Shane just won a moment ago. Can Alexis turn on the scoreboard? Nick Cobb gets the advantage at this end of the racetrack and gets the win at that end. 487 on a 486, gets there first at 30 thousandths of a second, was 007. Alexis Thompson was 22 thou behind at the hit. And then goes 473 on a 471. So Dustin, 463 dial, right side. Taylor Strange, 504 dial, left side. Oh yeah. What are you doing? Oh! That did not sound right at all for Taylor Strange's car. It didn't look right at all. Strange was 032 on the tree to Dustin's 039. And luckily enough, with a little bit of a delay here on the Bank Shift live feed, I want to see what exactly may have happened there, but Strange was off and away on the run, and then it just kind of went. Brrr. It growled in an angry way. Yeah. Right about there, you just saw that car lose all sense of acceleration. And it was done. Dustin Wirtz moving by on the win is Dylan Howe and Trey Vetter. Vetter, the orange car right side, 469 dial. Dylan, the black car, and Dylan, who's been like chopping down the tree, just let the button go a little bit too early that time. Missed it by a little over a tenth, goes 547. Trey Vetter, 29 green and 469 on a 469. As Sammy Franco and Mark Darso. Mark, Friday night's winner in the Super Pro main event. Bowed out early on in Saturday, but is back at it. As I'm going to let Chad know, just our little secret. But Chad, you've got a delivery on the way. He's bringing you the kettle crack. Red light start for Mark by 1,000th of a second. It is over as he goes 506 on a 507. Sammy Franco 007 and then 543 on the 544. There's Miss Taylor Vetter. So 007 and 543 on the 544. Win light for Sammy. Val Torres. And Nick Downing. Downing, the dragster, on the right side. Val Sr., the dragster, on the left side. As Val's dialed in at 480. Downing dialed in at 621. Six down between them at this end of the racetrack, and how about Nick? 19 green and 623 on a 621. Taking a 22 thou stripe, gets the win. Val Torres was 13 green and goes 485 on the 480. So Downing takes the 6.2 second dial dragster in Super Pro into the next go round as Pat Marbach and Cody Weber going to be up next. Hey, Don Toya, just a little heads up for you. We've got a DRS gift certificate up here for you, Don Toya. That last round in the Roadster did not quite go the way that you wanted it to. We got you hooked up. Cody Weber, 004 green. Pat Marbach fouled it away by 17 thousandths of a second. As Cody, 004 and 463 on a 464. Cortland Carter bowing out there. What a drag race it was. Dustin Hinch is 007 and dead on 5. Getting to the stripe first by 11 thousandths of a second. As Dylan Smith and Chandler Mazier will be our next two. Chandler on the left side, Dylan over to the right. The Buckeye Arizona-based dragster, 532 on a 531 and bows out. Chandler Mazier, 11 green and 509 on a 508. Winner. Winner. Dylan Smith was 15 green and 532 on the 531 as Tyler Murrup and Richard McFarland. I love them. I mean, the McFarland car, when I heard the story about it, when they won at the Fling a few years back, the fact that these guys all work together, like, I think, what is it, the LA Department of Water and Power, out there in Yucca Valley, they basically spent time together hanging out at the shop after work to build this dragster, put it all together, and then brought it out and started bracket racing with the thing. Oh! 22,000 the difference between Tyler Murrup and Richard McFarland, and how about Richard? Twip, zip, perfect reaction time. And 595 on a 593 to get their first 13 thousandths of a second. Tyler Murrup was 22 green, one above the dial. And I know that some folks are watching in from Idaho that'll be very interested in the next pair after this one. There's a lot of folks that are interested in this one. Kevin Heffington and Marco Paravalaris. 1/10 of a second difference in the dials. Kevin Heffington dialed in a little bit quicker, 452. The number for the racer out of Moxie, Washington. How much Moxie do you have? Just a little bit. Marco Paravalaris out of Sonoma, the Petaluma area. How about it? Red light start for Kevin Heffington. Marco marches on. Marco, 10 on the tree, and Lella. How about 462 on a 462? Sister doing the dialing on the car and doing it well. Kevin Heffington was 453 on the 452. But boy, oh boy, man, oh man. Here's G-Money. Gabe Torres on the right side of the racetrack out of Olinda, California. And funny car Chris. Chris Northup talked about the fact that he's actually going to have a TV show on Discovery coming out here in a couple of weeks. Actually, excuse me, a couple of months. Just kind of keep your eyes open for it. I think it's going to be something like Floribama Shores meets Keeping Up with the Kardashians. I'm not sure. I don't know. I have no idea what it's all about, but something tells me there's going to be a little bit of Floribama Shores vibe to it. 526 the dial for Funny Car. 476 the dial for Gabe Torres. Advantage to Chris Northup and win light to Chris Northup. 008, 528 on the 526. Gabe Torres was 22 on the tree. And I'm not sure if Gabe just kind of gave up the chase there or what, but 491 on the 476. Well off the dial. I think he might have cut him loose. I'm not exactly sure. I don't know. We'll see. J.R. Learcamp and Hollywood. Greg Hicks. Hicks dialed 481. J.R. Learcamp dialed 479. Greg Hicks with the advantage at this end of the racetrack, and 005 taking 23 thou at the stripe to go 482 on a 481. J.R. Learcamp was 14 green and goes 481 on a 479. So I believe we're getting ready to roll into round number 4. It'll be the Clay Smith Cams round in Pro, the Hoosier Racing Tire round in Super Pro. And racers, your attention please, your attention please. I have been informed that apparently there is some pretty bad traffic on I-10 headed west towards Phoenix. So I-10 west headed towards Phoenix, there is some pretty heavy traffic out there. I think it's backed up and stopped. They got a bad accident. So if you were going to be jumping out that way, headed down the freeway, I'm not exactly sure where it is and how far up the road, but on I-10 west it's where? Prince Road and I-10. All right, so for those of us that aren't from Tucson who are traveling home, how far? 15 minutes on the 10, so it's like not even, oh. Going to the airport. He's not even get that far. So apparently, I guess it's just 15 minutes out, just before you get back to town. So I'm going to kind of look that up. Yeah. Yeah, all right. So I just looked at that. It's pretty much like right in the middle of town. So again, if you're on I-10, headed west, you don't look that good. So our pro cars are rolling this direction for round number 4. We've got a couple, or at least one double-entered car that has made his way back. Parker Theobald and Tom Bayer. Tom was up earlier in his other entry. Parker was up earlier in his other entry. I think, if I remember right, they're both down to 1. Yeah, and I think Bayer did too. They are fighting for survival here. This is like on Survivor where you get sent to that other island and you have to battle it out hoping that you get a chance to get back in. I'm sorry, Parker, you're going to have to bring your torch. You've been voted off the island. Parker Theobald, 29 green, take a 6 thou stripe to break out 5 thou. Oh. Tom Bayer getting the win light. Logan War coming up in his other entry. The Urda Utah racer. I love this. For fun facts, and in the fun facts department, Logan War in the dragsters yesterday carried the buy run throughout. We were like even in Super Pro dragsters through the entire thing. I think it was like, what, second or third round he earned the buy. And we were even the rest of the way through. Today, he earned the buy with a trip zip a couple of rounds ago, carried it through a couple of rounds, carry the buy in the Munson math, and finally gets himself his buy run. Not that it really matters, because yesterday, you know, he ran for and won the $10,000. But today, he gets his buy run. He's all grown up. Our little man is grown up. He's taking his buy run, and it's all good. So I understand we've got our pro category paired up back in the staging lanes. That means it's Super Pro door cars. You're on standby. Be ready. Okay. 19 pro cars left and about 30 Super Pro between the dragsters and the door cars. At about 3:30 in the afternoon. We got to get this show on the road. Actually, we're doing good. We're doing great. We're doing really good. Anna Rickard says hello. Oh, Munson, to the trailer, please. Your Uber is here, or is going to leave you, or is going to ditch you. You're going to have to hitchhike your way back to the airport. Munson, we need you to the tower, please, and we know that if you're standing on the side of the road, nobody's picking you up. Oh, to the trailer. You know what? That's the last time I listen to Matt DeYoung. I'm just saying, man. That's like 3 times now that he's asked me to do something that he goes, oh, wait, nope, sorry, my fault. That's not right. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You know what? I kind of feel like the M&Ms and Santa Claus in that commercial where they see each other finally in the living room and go, he does exist. They do exist. I've been calling Dave Beckwith's name all weekend. And finally he shows up and I can say he does exist. That is cool. Dave Beckwith is a real person. Oh, it's awesome. Awesome, awesome. Hey, Don Toya, Punch Johnson, just a reminder to you that we've got your gift certificates up here. Now that Dave Beckwith has showed up to claim his, the pressure's on you guys. All right, the pressure's on you guys. All right, we're going to swap spots here behind the microphone. Mike Eames is going to take over, and I am going to take a little break.
And in the Jegs round, we're going to give some Jeg stuff away. We don't know how we're going to do it yet. Oh, that was the last round. Okay, so we got to go figure out how we're going to get that Jag stuff away. Brandon Umberger, Ryan Johnson already over as Umberger advances as Ryan Johnson's led by 26 thou. Umberger 589.0, 14 green is 14 total. Ryan Johnson is 26 red and then dead 3 and has nothing for Brandon Umberger being 14 total. Chuck Hawk Jr. and Rick Barthouse. Let's see, do you like your Mustang or do you like your Mustang? Chuck Hawk Jr., Tucson, Arizona, 687 the dial. Red light start for Rick Barthouse. By 30 thousandths of a second, Chuck Hawk Jr. is 39 green and dead on 9. So we just saw Chuck Hawk. We got Matt Hawk. Going to be alongside John Shearer in the Valiant. Hawk in the Mustang. 792 the dial for Matty. John, 672 the dial in the Valiant. Green and green. Sure A little bit better than Hawk? Sure. 16 green. 672 with a 9 is 25 total, and Matt Hawk is 60 and in the way. Smart kid, Tony Marconi. Hey, this has like points implications for the Pro Points champion, as Umberger has picked up a win. As Mark Kidd, Twin Falls, Idaho, the Nova. Tony Marconi in the lidless Arrow. 601 the dial for Tony. Mark Kidd currently leading the way in that points battle. Marconi, a little advantage on the starting line, trying to hold off Mark Kidd. Tony Marconi on a double breakout. 6 flat 4, under by 6 thou to get the win. Mark Kidd under by 14 thou. And he's going to stop earning points. Tony Marconi is going to add another to the tally. And Bounty Gate. Chris Hall, Brigham City, Utah, our winner. Yesterday on Hughes Performance Saturday, Troy Jackson, Mesa in the Nova for Team Torco. Trying to collect that Specialty Fashioners bounty for taking out yesterday's main event champion. Chris also in the running for the overall Pro Points Championship. Chris Hall closing into Troy Jackson. Chris Hall will add another to his tally. 597 on the 590 was 48 green. Troy Jackson broke out by 12 thou, taking 76. Paul Polito and Justin Lamb. Lamb in the Copo. Stock Eliminator I that finished number 3 in the world last year. 641 the dial for Justin. He's leaving first. The Vegasaurus, Paul Polito, Tucson. 77 model. Lamb is off and away. Looking over that left shoulder, here comes the Vega of Paul Polito. And on a breakout, Paul Polito is going to get the win. Lamb dialed 641, goes 6403. Breaks out by 7 thou, was in front 39 thou at the finish line. Just a big stripe there for Justin. Paul Polito in the Vega takes out the 5-time NHRA Super Stock Champion of the World, Paul Polito. We'll make it into round number 5 as we are in the Clay Smith cams. Round number 4 here in Pro Eliminator is Manny Blea III and Chris Citro. Citro, the 87 Mustang out of Tucson, 656 the dial. Manny Blea III, Albuquerque, the 88 Mustang, silver hot rod. Over on the American walk-in cooler side, he'll be leaving first by just over a second. Manny and Chris. Chris and Manny. Manny Blea, 005, 4 above. To be 6'10" thou in front at the finish line. Manny Blea good on both ends. Chris Citro is 53 green. And when Manny Blea is 005 in the other lane, man, that's just tough to overcome in 660 feet. Sasha Hofer and Remy Reynolds. Sasha, 764, our runner-up last night. Got a pretty good payday in that kid performance in Dyno 50K event. Remy Reynolds in the Pinto out of San Diego, 598 on the dial. Remy a little bit late. Sasha down front, watch the nose dip. Boom. Sasha Hofer, 766 on the 764 to get the win. 4 thou in front at the stripe with Sasha Hofer. Super Pro door cars. Super Pro door cars in the lanes, please. Super Pro door, Super Pro dragster, you guys are on deck. It's Brandon Umberger and Tim Arswald. So Umberger already picked up a win on his regular entry. This is the X entry, which is not in the running for the points deal, but Tim Arswald is. Umberger, 002, Arnswald 003, and Brandon Umberger on a double breakout. Takes out Tim Arnswald. $14,000. The under was Tim Arnswald. Umberger, 11,000. $3,000 going to be the margin of victory. There for big check, Brandon Umberger, and the competition solo. Here at 19 cars is Victor Sandoval. Victor out of Tucson. 11 green as Victor will get a free sniff of 572. He's going to take a big old whiff down there and smell like 574.3 at 120 miles an hour. So Victor Sandoval going to close out Clay Smith Cams round number 4. The best losing package going to get $200 cash and product from Clay Smith Cams. All right, Matt Fishley, our prize god for the week. Cortland Carter. Cortland, you are the best losing package in Super Pro Round 3. I have $200 from Jegs for you. I guarantee you can find something there that you would like. All right, Cortland Carter, I got a prize for you. I have Punch Johnson. Punch Johnson, I have a prize for you still up here. Mr. Johnson. And really, that's only the 2 we got up here that are outstanding. We still have some other stuff to give away. So Punch Johnson, Cortland Carter, you are the only 2 that we have prizes for as of right now, but we're working on others. So Super Pro door cars should be heading up in the lanes. We have 30 total Super Pro cars, as in both door car and dragster left. 30 left in Super Pro. We just went from 19 to 10 in Pro. So when Pro comes around next time, they'll be on a ladder. All right, so that update again, everybody that's leaving the property, westbound, 25, 30 miles heading towards Phoenix, there is some pretty substantial traffic. So just be aware of that as you're getting ready to leave if you're loading up.
Are you still using needle pointer gauges on your ride? Now you can get that clean, slick look of a digital dash on your carbureted cruiser. Holley's standalone digital dashes can replace all your traditional gauges with a state-of-the-art full-color touchscreen. Available in 2 sizes, the touchscreen auto-dims, giving you crystal clear sharpness day or night. With access to multiple screens just by swiping, you get to view and customize all your favorite gauges. Easily set up driving screens, tuning, race, even warm-up screens. The fully programmable touchscreen allows you to customize the layout of your gauges, displaying them in analog or digital styles. You can set up warning lights and even virtual switches, eliminating the need for external toggle switches. Configure your own backdrop for that custom one-off look, or choose from the pre-configured screens. Basic engine functions are wired directly to the dash, with plenty of room for additional sensors. Configuring inputs and outputs is easily done through the dash. With predefined Holley sensors already programmed into the dash, adding sensors is easy. Non-Holley sensors are also supported with sensor scaling. An internal GPS sensor calculates speed, odometer, and trip functions. An integrated G-meter monitors your acceleration and lateral forces. These dashes are easily mountable on your console, dashboard, off a roll cage, or simply a steering column. With room for 13 multi-configurable inputs, you can be sure everything will be visible and data logged. A built-in USB connection allows you to expand your available memory for easy file management. On-screen data log playback allows you to review vital run information right on the dash, while full analysis via laptop is available. With USB keyboard and mouse functionality, setup is quick and easy. A CAN bus is included for plug-and-play compatibility with Holley EFI systems. So next time you need to keep tabs on the vitality of your engine, swipe on over to one of Holley's new standalone digital dashes. Learn more about Holley's digital dashes at holley.com.
So you like the looks of a classic carburetor, but you want the benefits of modern EFI. With the versatility of an externally mounted ECU, then Terminator X Stealth was designed for you. Terminator X Stealth is an easy-to-install standalone EFI system with the option of a 4150 or 4500 throttle body. Stealth throttle bodies give you the old-school carburetor look, but inside, they're packed with all the benefits that today's electronic fuel injection has to offer. Our 4150 throttle bodies come in two versions. The first holds 4 fuel injectors. That's enough for 650 horsepower on a naturally aspirated engine or 600 horsepower if you're pushing boost. The 8-injector version can handle 650 horsepower naturally aspirated, but really likes boosted applications, pushing upwards of 1250 horsepower. And if you still need more power than that, then the Terminator X Stealth 4500 is the choice for you. It boasts 8 100-pound-per-hour injectors and can flow 1440 CFM. That's more than enough to keep most large cube engines happy. And it's definitely not shy on power either, with horsepower numbers pushing 1500 naturally aspirated and 1250 on forced induction setups. They don't just look good either. We've packed them with industry-leading technology. With our Terminator X or X Max ECUs, you'll get onboard diagnostics, full control of your ignition timing, configurable inputs and outputs, as well as a wideband O2 sensor that's capable of fuel map self-learning. This all adds up to better idle quality, improved reliability, and all-around better drivability. And in our 4150 throttle bodies, you'll find kickdown provisions for GM's TH350 and 400, as well as the 200R4 and 700R4 transmissions. It's also set up for handling Ford's C4 and C6 applications. And Mopar friends, you can always add our throttle lever extension to connect your 904 or 727 kickdown. Put some excitement back into your classic ride. Upgrade it with EFI. For more information on Terminator X Stealth, visit us at holley.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire round number 4 on the Super Pro side of things. Phil Garrison, Judd Shoup. Phil, coming down from Flagstaff, Arizona, 550 the dial in there for Mr. Garrison, and Judd Shoup, 537. The runner from Gypsum, Colorado in the Dart. So 19 Super Pro dragsters are what we have left. Let's get headed this way, please, as we are. Starting our Hoosier Racing Tire Super Pro door car, round number 4. Red light start for Judd. His K&N Southwest Showdown going to come to an end. 12 thousandths of a second too early. Phil Garrison, 46 green and 2 above. Going to come back for round number 5. Chuck Hawk in the extended S10, 552 the dial. Robert Neighbor in the 63 Super Gas Corvette Roadster out of Miraloma, 506 the dial for Mr. Neighbor. 552 the number for Chuck. Green and green. Chuck, Rob, Neighbor, and Hawk. Give it to the Hawk. 554 on the 552 was 12 green. Robert Neighbor, 20 thou when the green light started and 7 above, got down there and parked it, sent Chuck Hawk through, and Hawk was 2 above and good. That's Chris Northup and Brad Pierce. Funny car Chris, 669 is the dial. For the Northup Racing, guess who? 68 Camaro. 629 is the dial for Brad Pierce, BP out of Riverside, California, the 58 Chevrolet Corvette for Mr. Pierce. Separating them on the starting line. Brad Pierce coming up alongside Chris Northup. Pierce dead on 3. 21 green is going to get the win. Chris Northup dialed 669, went 68 with a 1, under by 9 thou. Taking 17 at the stripe. There was a little bit of room down there to tighten it up. Wasn't able to do so. Brad Pierce will move forward. Brian Fritz. Torco Roadster for the Fritz family. Fritz family. Say that 10 times fast. I can't even say it one time once. James Harvickson in the Barracuda. Sir James ride. James, Brian Fritz. As Harvickson breaks out. Got to the finish line first. Was out in front 66 thousandths of a second. Breaks it out by 7 thou. A lot of room down there, and he all-you-can-eat buffet. The finish line is Brian Fritz, 31 and 4 above, but he'll be back for round number 4. It's Angelo Sanchez and Scott Hess. Angelo out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, 555 the dial-in. For that 67 Nova, Scott Hess out of Surprise, Arizona, 66 model Nova. .570 for Mr. Hess. He'll be leading first. Angelo Sanchez and Scott Hess. Green, rip. Angelo Sanchez, 008, 556 is good. Scott Hess, 23, green, 2 above is not. All right, attention in the pit area. Remy Reynolds, you were the best losing package in Pro Round 4. I have cash money from Clay Smith Cams for you up in the tower. Remy, come see me in the tower. I have prizes. So Angelo Sanchez, I believe that was the last of our door cars. But Remy Reynolds, Remy, you are Clay Smith Cam's best losing package of Pro Round 4. I mean, it's not like a gift certificate or a gift card. It's cash money. Dollar bills, y'all. Remy Reynolds, $200 from Clay Smith Cams, and a super cool 90th anniversary Clay Smith Cams hat. It's good stuff. So Remy Reynolds, come see me up in the tower. Punch Johnson, I still have your prize. And Super Pro Dragster should be coming around the corner. Should be 19 dragsters as we're going from 30 to 15. Greg Hicks. All right, so all right, so some slight back of the staging lanes confusions with a couple of our drivers. All right, so as we whittle down our field, there's sometimes where a door car has to face a dragster. Oh, Kelly Harper in the Camaro. Kelly was supposed to race Greg Hicks. Kelly thought it was supposed to race a different dragster. So Kelly was sitting back in the staging lanes. There was a little confusion, but now we are good to go. Chris Forsyth stopped Kelly on the burnout, went over and made sure Greg Hicks had all the proper numbers in the delay box, and Hicks is good. So Remy Reynolds. Remy, come see me in the tower, please. I have stuff for you, like good stuff. All right, Kelly Harper, 6 flat the dial. Hicks, 477. Hicks is still in 2 entries. So he wants to be first out of the dragsters because he has to hurry back around and run again. Greg is in. The pre-stage bulbs, anyway. Kelly Harper pre-stage as well. Camaro out of Peoria bumping in. Hicks is in. Off and away. Red light start for Kelly Harper by 4th out. Hicks going to get a freebie into round number 5 in this entry. 480 at 143. After Kelly was red by 4th out, Kelly was 596 on the 6 flat dial. Hicks taking that entry into round number 5. Chandler Mazier and Bruce Briscoe. Chandler out of Escondido. 508 the dial for Chandler, 530 the dial for Bruce Briscoe. Bruce out of Pueblo West. American walk-in cooler side. Chandler from Mazier Enterprises. See Dave back behind Chandler. Over on the left-hand side. Mazier Enterprises, just such a big part of a lot of the big money bracket races out here in this part of the world and also across the country. They're a fine line of products that many of the racers utilize. Bruce and Chandler. Chandler, double breakout win, under by 4th thou, 5:076 on the 5:08. Bruce Briscoe, under by 14th thou. Chandler Mazier going to round number 5. Nick Cobb and Nick Downing. Hey, wait a minute. Didn't we see this before? Nick out of Lake Elsinore with the K. Or with the CK, I should say. 487 is the dial. Nick Downing. The NIK out of Phoenix. 622 the dial in for Downing. Cobb is 487, so almost a full tree will be the head start for Nick Downing. Nick Cobb will be doing the chasing. White dragster carbon scoop. White dragster carbon scoop. Nick. Cobb Downing. 008's leaving second as Nick Cobb is perfect on the starting line. 660 feet later, the win. Dead 6 for Nick Cobb is 6 total. That's just filthy nasty. Nick Downing, 008 green, under by 2 thou, took 210 thou at the stripe. But Nick Cobb, 6 total, has been rolling. Sammy Franco, the second, and Alexis Thompson. $5.44 the dial-in for the Mike Boss Prepared Dragster out of New Mexico. Alexis Thompson for Team Silver State out of Henderson, Nevada. Thompson, 471.8 on the 471, will advance. Sammy Franco, the third, a little bit late on the starting line. 5:43.4 on the 5:44 will bow out here in round number 4. Thompson by 0.03 of a second. Snugged it up at the finish line stripe, and will move forward. Dustin Henches and Dustin Wirtz. Dustin with an I, Dustin with an O. That would be Wirtz. Dustin with an I is Henches. Washington, left side. Idaho, right side. Couple of Division 6 players. 494 for Dustin on the dial. Henches, that is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Pro Eliminator, round number 2. Or Pro Eliminator, round number 5. You are on a ladder, get in lane 2, please. As Dustin Wirtz, dead on 3, 17 green. Henches breaks out by 16 thou, taking 28. As Wirtz might have fed it to him down there. Dustin Wirtz will come back around. Let's try this again. Pro Eliminator, there's 10 of you left for round number 5. You are on a ladder. Let's get you in lane 2, please. Pro. 10 left. Staging lane number 2. That's Funny Car Chris Northup and Cody Weber. Cody out of Kingman, Arizona. The Miller Prepared Dragster. Sherway horsepower, 464 the dial. And Funny Car Chris Northup. The Nelson Prepared Dragster, Big Block Chevrolet, 525 the dial for the FCC. Chris and Cody. Red light start for Chris Northup by 0.02 of a second. Cody Weber moving around number 5, 32 green, 462.2 on the 464. Chris Northup lights that big, ugly, heinous, hideous, grotesque red light by 2 thou. Here in Hoosier Super Pro Dragster round number 4 is Logan War and Jordan Stewart. Logan, our winner from yesterday. This is the bounty run. Logan, 469. Jordan Stewart, 484. Jordan, Logan Ward just keeps on keeping on. 469.5 on the 469 was 20 green. Jordan Stewart, 17 green, a little bit better. Got to the finish line first by 0.20 of a second. Broke it out by 4 thou. Jordan needed one more rip down there. Marco Paravaleris and Trey Vetter. Marco out of Sonoma. Paravaleris family, 461 the dial. Trey Vetter, Henderson, Nevada. 469 the dial. Trey Vetter is going to take out Marco Paravaleris. 16 green, dead on 8, 24 total. And there's nothing Marco could have done to move that win light over in his lane other than have a better reaction time. As 25 green. Marco being 25 green would have been one shy no matter what, even if Marco is dead 0. So Trey Vetter will take us down to 15 cars. It's Thomas Bear and Jack Sadler. So Thomas Bear Cherry Valley, California. 479 is the dial-in for Bear with Team Lucas Oil and that Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing. 492 the dial-in for Jack Sadler and Fig Speed. Jack over on the right side. Bear, Sadler, Tom, Jack, Thomas Bear, 12 total. Another situation where one side completely locked out the other side. 009 for Bear, dead on 3, makes 12 combined. Jack Sadler was sweet 16 on the reaction time. That is not very sweet when the guy in the other lane's 12 combined. So Jack Sadler, 16 green, dead on 0. It's Thomas Bear, 009 and dead on 3. As I believe we just have like one pair left because Greg Hicks was doubled. Gotta wait for him to come back around. So Pro Eliminator, 10 cars left. Need you in staging lane number 2, please. Again, Remy Reynolds. Remy, I have like cash money up in the tower for you. Not like a certificate, not like a gift card. I'm talking like cash money in an envelope from Clay Smith Cams is the best losing package in round 4. So Remy Reynolds, come up to the tower if you would, please. I mean cash. Like if you tell me I have cash in an envelope, I'm gonna quasi make that a priority. Okay, I'm not gonna quasi make that a priority. I'm gonna come get it. So we're waiting to get our double entry back around so we can conclude.
Okay, gang, we are getting ready to roll into round number 5, and I am super excited about that. There is no doubt about it. This is going to be the round where everything starts to get into being laddered rounds. If you didn't hear that earlier, that is how everything is going to be in Pro. We're down to 10 cars. In Super Pro Door Car, I believe we're down to 9. Something like that. No, sorry, that's not right either. 7 or something like that, and then like 8 dragsters or whatever. So anyway, we are getting there. So everything is going to be laddered from here on out for the remainder of the event, but we are waiting on one set of double entries to come back in Super Pro Dragster, which I can see them. They are dragging them around the corner with the golf carts right now because those guys obviously just ran. that's where it gets tricky as we go into late rounds, because everybody is trying to get their junk all cooled off and ready to go. But the truth is they don't have any time. They've just got to come right back around to the front. Now, the thing about that is if somebody can do that with a double entry, then why can't they just do that all the time? So they are encouraging everybody to hurry up and get rocking and rolling. It is 4:15 here now. We'd like to get done here early evening so that everybody can start heading toward home. There are cars and trucks and trailers and everything that have left, but there are still plenty of people that are here. So another big night. There is a bunch of extra money on the line, $1,500 to the winner in both Super Pro and in Pro that was added on. So the purse is going to be $11,500 and $4,500, which is pretty cool. So here are the final pair in Super Pro Dragster round number 4.
It's prepared machine. Pontiac Power, just a super unique and super cool Super Pro Dragster. 593 is the dial-in for Richard. This will conclude Hoosier Racing Tire round number 4 in Super Pro Eliminator, taking us from 30 to 15. Hicks has already taken 1 entry into round number 5. Tree and away. Hicks, 6th now in front at the starting line. McFarland, Hicks, Greg Hicks, 484 on the 483, was out in front by 6th now at the finish line. McFarland, 494.4 on the 493 to wrap up. Hoosier, Super Pro, round number 4. Pro Eliminator round number 5. We got 10 cars left with 1 double entered. And that's the first pair out. Brandon Umberger, Grand Junction. The Jelly Bean, 77 Chevette, 588 the dial for Umberger. Sasha, 766. So Sasha Hofer and Brandon Umberger. Sasha looking over that right shoulder. Here comes Brandon Umberger in the Chevette. Umberger 588.5 on the 588. 2,000 in front at the finish line. Sasha 63 green, and too big of a hole to come back out of. Brandon Umberger in the other lane. Chuck Hawk Jr. and Victor Sandoval. Chuck out of Tucson, the Mustang left side. Victor 573 Tucson, the 84 Camaro right lane. 573 the dial. He will be doing the chasing. Chuck Hogg Jr. 687 the dial for the National Auto Collision Center team car, or in the lane, excuse me. National Auto Collision Center lane for Chuck Hogg Jr. and that Hawk family racing team car. Chuck, Victor's 001 on the starting line. 573.6 for Victor Sandoval. That is 7 on the combined numbers. And Chuck Hawk Jr.'s 26 green and just flat out in the way. Victor Sandoval gets to move forward. Paul Polito and Tony Marconi. Paul out of Tucson, Arizona, 622 the dial-in. For the Vegasaurus, Tony Marconi out of Surprise, 76 Aero. Six flat, the dial-in for Tony Marconi. Paul Polito will have the opportunity to leave first. Massive starting line advantage to Tony Marconi. And the win light, 607, 107 for Tony. Was 35 green. And after 3+ days of racing, Paul Polito goes 158 on the green light. That will end his K&N Southwest Showdown, as Tony Marconi adds another to his point tally for the weekend, as Chris Hall in the bounty. Manny Blay III trying to collect the bounty. Chris was our winner, Hughes Performance Saturday. The Nova out of Brigham City, Utah, 589 the dial. Manny Blay III, Albuquerque, New Mexico, as we're trying to go from 10 to 5. Thou, the difference on the starting line. Chris Hall, Manny Blea. Manny Blea takes out Chris Hall. 767 on the 766 for Manny Blea, and he is going to take home the bounty from Specialty Fasteners for taking out Chris Hall here in Pro round number 5. But a great run this weekend for Chris Hall. Turned on a lot of win lights, including picked up that $5,000 payday yesterday. So that we're going to have one pair left to conclude round number 5 in Pro Eliminator, the auto meter round. And as we're going to have a little bit of a break as Brandon Umberger is working his way to get back in, the next voice that you hear will be the dulcet tones of Nathan Hershey.
All right, so Brandon Umberger rolled into the round, still alive in 2 entries. Was able to get around Sasha Hofer in his first entry. So Brandon Umberger dialed in at 588. John Schur dialed in at 671. Down go the lights and down goes Schur by 0.08 of a second. John Schur fouls it away, and Brandon Umberger is going to add another point to that total towards that pro championship hunt. That puts him at like 9, 10, 11, 12. Tony Marconi adds a point that round. That puts him at 8, 9, 10, 11. Chris Hall was stopped in this round and stopped at 13. Mark Kidd was stopped at 13 points. So as of right now, for that pro points chase, unofficially, from what we got up here in the tower, Mark's got 13, Chris Hall's got 13. Umberger behind by 1 with 12, and Tony Marconi behind by a couple. And it's going to be interesting. Hey, your attention to the pits, please. Your attention to the pits. Paul Polito, before you get out of here, we have got a prize up here in the tower for you. Paul Polito. We've got one of these really nice Jegs pit mats up here. It's kind of one of those shop mats. It's one of those things you can put down on the ground and lay on as you're working on your car. So Paul Polito, roll on up here to the tower and see us, please. Paul Polito, we have got a prize in the tower for you. Come on up. As again, we are now down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left in Pro, and 2 of them are Brandon Umberger. And in Super Pro, we've got the ladder now. 15 cars left. in Super Pro, and you are now on a ladder. So Super Pro, listen up. Here are your pairings. Nick Cobb, going to get the solo shot in this go-round. So Nick on the bye run. Logan Ward going to get Brad Pierce. Chuck Hawk going to get Brian Fritz. Trey Vetter gets Chandler Mazier. Sanchez gets Phil Garrison. Greg Hicks in the no-X car gets Alexis Thompson. Tom Bayer gets Cody Weber, and Dustin Wirtz gets Greg Hicks in the X car. And with that, we'll go ahead and take Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro needs you to the staging lanes. Super Pro needs you to the staging lanes. For round number 5, 15 left there. Super Pro to the staging lanes. Round number 5, come on back. Again, it's Cobb on the solo shot. Logan Ward versus Brad Pierce. Chuck Hawk versus Brian Fritz. Trey Vetter versus Chandler Mazier. Sanchez versus Garrison. Hicks in the no-X car versus Alexis Thompson. Tom Bayer versus Cody Weber. And Dustin Wirtz versus Hicks in the X entry. So Greg, make sure you keep that straight as you've got either the X on the car or not. But that is what the ladder looks like in Super Pro. Again, down to 5 in Pro. As we continue to make our way through a Mosier Engineering Sunday. Final day here for the K&N Southwest Showdown. We are getting ready to go into our second half, so to speak, of round number 5, the Super Pro portion of the program, the auto meter round. Again, we'll have a $250 gift certificate headed out the door for our best losing package in Pro. They'll be figuring that out soon. We'll have a $250 gift certificate from Auto Meter for our best losing package in Super Pro. And again, we are looking for that Hughes Performance best winning package of the event. For that torque converter of your choice, we have got 3 racers that have all put up a 3-pack, and the tiebreaker in that is reaction time. The first one to do it was Jason O'Terry, was 002 on the tree. C.W. Hofer with a 3-pack was 001 on the tree. And in the infamous words of Mike Eames from the race up there in Idaho, Marco Paravalaris came back and went 000. Is it Shane in the car? So we'll get that corrected as far as the pewter is concerned. But yeah, and when we're talking a bunch of drivers that were 3 total, O'Terry with a 002, C.W. Hofer with a 001, and as I mentioned before, as Mike Eames made so popular, 000. Marco Paravalaris has the tiebreaker right now. So Marco, leader in the clubhouse for that Hughes Performance best overall winning package. So correction, it's Greg Hicks versus Shane Thompson in Super Pro. But we got plenty of goodies still left to get out. What, Remy Reynolds? No. I'm just saying Remy Reynolds has $200 in cash sitting up here waiting for him in the tower. Well, that was cool. I appreciate that. thank you for stopping by. Mr. Jonna, for swinging in here before he calls it a day. I appreciate you swinging in and saying hello. That was very, very kind, and it's always good to kind of put some faces behind the helmet, because a lot of times when we're sitting up here in the tower, we get to see the cars, we get to see the race, but a lot of times through the window or behind the plexiglass on the helmet, we don't get to see the face a lot of times. So there's many that it's always nice to get to meet somebody new, and Nick, I certainly appreciate that. Again, Super Pro round number 5, Super Pro round number 5. We do want you into the staging lanes, please. All right, so as we are waiting on our Super Pro cars to get in here, we got a little touch-up going down on the starting line. Yes, I have. I have made another hit for Super Pro. Made a couple of them. They're headed back in. And Manny Blea, I know you are busy getting the car turned around, getting ready for your next run. But Remy Reynolds, Punch Johnson, Punch may have already punched out, I'm not sure. Hopefully he's not sitting in that traffic on I-10 West. Hopefully that traffic's gone here in a little while when the rest of us get ready to bow out and head for home.
It was a lifesaver, so yes.
So as I am kind of looking down the return road, I see Chad making his way down in the scissor lift. See, that's the kind of stuff that like bracket racers do for each other, and that was totally cool. The Theobald family took a bar stool down there to Chad that he could sit on throughout the weekend. Right? Yeah. Chad basically couldn't pack anything else except for that big old black case and himself in that Yaris, so he wasn't able to bring his own chair. Instead, the Theobald said, "Hey, look, we got these chairs sitting around. We'll take it down to you and let you sit on it all weekend." So that was super nice. But Tanner, I'm going to let you in on a little lesson that I learned years and years and years ago when I was in Thailand. Never mess with a gorilla in an open cage. Chad up there in the open cage, if you tick him off, I never realized, and I'm telling you, honest to goodness, true story. I was in a city in Thailand called Chiang Mai. We're up in Chiang Mai. We decided that, we're going to go see the zoo in Chiang Mai because there's some pretty awesome animals, in that part of the country. We get out there, and in these like open enclosures, they basically kind of got these big old dugouts, kind of like at other zoos where, the animals are down there doing this, doing that. Well, we realized, and granted, we were younger, so please forgive me, but we realized we could get a reaction out of this very large gorilla that was in this enclosure. And as we kind of paced back and forth in front of this enclosure, the gorilla was getting more and more agitated. Well, these are like 12-inch thick slabs of concrete walls that this thing has, and the gorilla would run over to the wall and punch it twice, once with each fist, and it would shake this 12-inch wall. I mean, if you ever wonder like what kind of power this gorilla has, it can punch a 12-inch thick concrete wall and move it. Well, we of course thought this was kind of entertaining. Again, we were young, not that smart. So we keep pacing back and forth. Well, all of a sudden the gorilla stops, dead center in the enclosure, and of course picks a little bit of stuff up off the ground that he had left there before from something he'd eaten, so you guys know it's basically, and he starts forming this ball and essentially creates this, like somewhere in between a softball and bowling ball size of stuff that was on the ground there. We're talking like mud, dirt, probably other matter, old kale that he had eaten before, and he forms this into this ball and stands in the middle of the thing and starts doing this discus motion. He's got the ball cupped in his hand like a discus thrower in an Olympics, and we're sitting there going, what is this monkey doing? What is this gorilla doing? And all of a sudden, he whips back with his hand and flings this ball of stuff. And you would have no idea how accurate a gorilla could be hurling what essentially was about like a 2 to 3 pound ball of stuff. That thing nailed me. I turned around, realized he nailed me straight in the back with this big dung ball. And so, yeah, so I learned my lesson. And that is an honest story. Honest story. I learned my lesson. Never mess with a gorilla in an open facility, because they don't like that. And you will pay for it.
Chad Reynolds getting hit with like a 2-pound dung ball. That's just like a regular Thursday.
It could be. It could be. Yeah, Deuces Wild, that was some of the stuff that was in it. That was some of the stuff that was in it.
Oh, dude, the track's been epic. You have one car smoke the tires, and it was a crazy powered car.
Brandon Lundbean, you are very welcome. We're glad that you guys were able to listen in throughout the weekend from up there in Salt Lake. Appreciate you guys kind of tuning in and hanging around. But it was, it's been a whole lot of fun. We've still got several rounds of racing to go. We're going to get through all of that.
Yeah, it's not good, yeah. Well, and he's the only car that hasn't just gone right down the racetrack. I mean, yeah, it's been great. And
So kind of a pretty cool deal there. We've got our Super Pro cars rolling around the corner. Greg Hicks, who is still double entered, going to be one of the first pair, and then we'll get him back around to get ready for his second shot at it. Oh yeah, Mopar. I'm telling you, honest story. It actually happened. There are some things that we make up, but the fact that you actually get hit by something that a gorilla has thrown from an open enclosure at a zoo, it doesn't happen rarely, but somehow it happened to me. Oh, it's total. I mean, you have every right in the world, Dale, to laugh about that, because we did it to ourselves. You know, we should not have upset the monkey, but we upset the monkey, and the monkey let us know. I don't know that I've ever heard the story about Ricky Smith wrestling the monkey. I haven't heard that. I may have to go find out the next time I see him. I may have to ask. You're talking about Tricky Ricky, right? Ricky Smith? Deuces? That's who you're talking about? My wife tells me she wished I would have shared the cobra story from Thailand rather than the gorilla story, but there's a few of them out there. There's a few of them out there. I believe it. I'll bet you get Ricky Smith and Roy Hill together, and it's a little bit of a deal. Yeah. Steve Taylor looked kind of like that, except it wasn't an orangutan. I think it was like, I don't know if it was a silverback gorilla, but he was mad. He was mad. But anyway, I digress. Oh, and my 9-year-old son says, Dad, it's not a monkey, it's a gorilla. There's a difference. Hi, Carter, by the way. My son back home after hanging out with his cousins for a little while. And here's what I'm going to say after this pair. Well, I'm going to say this right now. Carter, congratulations, man. I got the videos. I saw you riding the bike for the first time without anybody holding on. Congratulations to you, sir. That was awesome, kiddo. I can't wait to see you do it live tomorrow. You're going to have to show me how you did it. I saw you start off all by yourself. That was so cool, buddy. I love you. I can't wait to get home tonight and give you a big hug and a kiss. So we'll see you soon. Greg Hicks and Dustin Wirtz as we roll into Super Pro round number 5 down to 15 cars. Nick Cobb sitting on the solo. Greg Hicks and Brandon Umberger, the two in competition that still have 2 cars alive. Hicks rolling up here first in the X entry. Dustin sitting on the right side of the racetrack. Dialed in at 462. Greg Hicks dialed in at 483. Head start to the left side of the racetrack as the tree drops. Okay, I was a little early on that. I red lit on the as the tree drops. Dustin red lit this time by 20 thousandths of a second. Goes 463 on the 462, but Greg Hicks takes 1 of 2 so far into round number 6. 10 on the tree. And by way of the red light of Dustin Wirtz gets the insta-win. And will charge his way back to the staging lanes to see if he can take 2 of 2 into round number 6. Nick Cobb rolling out here as the second pair out. He gets the solo shot. That's how the ladder fell. And is going to get a time run. Leaves early by 19 thousandths of a second. And then 487 on the 487 for Cobb. All right, so Chandler Mazier now rolling up left side with a 507 dial. And Trey Vetter with a 469. Vetter, the racer out of Henderson, trying to get down into the round of 8 with the dragsters. Chandler Mazier, let's just say he got a little slower start to the weekend. Wasn't quite performing the way that he wanted to on Friday. Picked it up yesterday, and today made it down into the ladder round, but won't be able to make it much farther as Trey Vetter, 15 green and 469 on the 469 for Trey. Puts up 19 total, taking a 10 thou stripe. Chandler Mazier puts up 24 total, as he was 12 on the tree and 12 thou above the dial. So Vetter into the round of 8. As we'll bring up Brad Pierce and Logan War. Again, we are in the ladder round, and this is a bounty round. Was it Remy? No, it was Manny Blea that picked up the bounty for that Specialty Fasteners prize pack when he took out Chris Hall in the pro category. Will we have the bounty claimed in both pro and super pro in the same round? We'll see. Logan War over on the right side. He likes that right side of the racetrack. He's dialed at 466. Brad Pierce dialed in at 627. Look at that. Brad normally running in the right lane. Gets put over in the left. Logan gets his lane back after he was in the left lane last time. And Logan War continues his charge. 467 on a 466. And in like the last 36 hours, Logan War has only failed to light up the scoreboard. All right, I know he was double entered, so technically he's had some other times. But in this car, he's like only failed to light up the scoreboard in this entry once. Once. That's the combination of yesterday's race as well as the shootout. Once in 36 hours, over 36 hours. It's insane. As Angelo Sanchez and Phil Garrison are going to come up now. Angelo, out of Albuquerque, 5.54 seconds is the dial. And for Phil Garrison, 5:52. Both drivers nailing it at this end of the racetrack, and Angelo, 10 on the tree, takes 6 thou at the stripe. To be dead on 4, he is 14 total. Phil Garrison was 006. And then goes 553 on a 552. 006, 14th thou above, 20 total. Angelo, 14 total, getting a 6th thou stripe and getting the win. Hey, Pro Bracket. We'll take our 5 remaining drivers. Actually, it's 4 because Brandon's going to be bringing 2 of those. So Pro Bracket will get you back into the staging lanes, please. Pro Bracket, get you back into the staging lanes. Chuck Hawk and Brian Fritz. Fritz in the Roadster, Chuck Hawk in the pickup truck. That S10 trying to run down Brian at the finish line. Chuck Hawk on the brakes, goes 555 on the 552, and how about tightening it up to a 9/10,000ths of a second stripe. Brian Fritz, 19 green, 656 on a 52. Looks like Brian may have given it back by just like that 1/10,000th of a second. Chuck Hawk, 555 on the 552, moves on. And as we do wait for our double entry to roll their way back around here, we do have the Pro Ladder. And in the Pro Ladder, check it out. Brandon Umberger went from the bye run in his, again, he is double entered, so he's got his 500U and 500UX. The last round, here we go. Umberger gets the bye in 500U. In 500UX, he will take on Tony Marconi. And on the other side, it's going to be Victor Sandoval versus Manny Blea. So Blea versus Sandoval. It'll be Marconi versus Umberger. And hey, funny car, I know I didn't get to say hi, bye to you, but did give you the fist bump. Bye, bud. And Umberger on the bye. So Brandon Umberger rolling into the round with 2 entries, guaranteed. One of them's moving on by way of the bye run. The other one's going to be taking on Tony Marconi. And then we are going to have Blea versus Sandoval on that side. We got a little track prep taking place. He said so like completely and utterly unclearly. So, yep, we've called Pro back to the staging lanes again. Umberger versus Marconi, Blea versus Sandoval, and then Umberger in the non-X car on the bye, as we're down to 5 in Pro. And then Mopar Man. Let's see here. We got Pookie Bear's mom checking in. Appreciate that for the nice words. RTC says, congratulations, Carter, for kicking them training wheels to the curb. We'll see how we go. We'll see how it goes. We'll see. We'll see. So our Pro cars, our final 5, headed back into the staging lanes. In Pro, we're going to be coming back with 8. We'll get that ladder put together here in a moment, and as soon as we've got that ladder done, we'll let you know who our pairings will be. That's been a whole lot of fun. Again, as we are getting down to it, it's round number 6 coming back. It's going to be the RB Components round, $200 gift certificate, going to our best losing packages in the RB Components round. And I know they are keeping up as fast and as furious as possible with our best losing packages, but as we do get down into these later rounds, we've still got some great prizes to give away. I think in this round, amongst the door cards, we've got a Jegs magnetic fender protector for when you're working on the car. We're going to have to give that away in this round. Again, huge thanks. I mean, all of the sponsors that came together to put something like this together. K&N Southwest Showdown, K&N title sponsor. They have been with us for years. So for everybody out there in the shop, in the offices, taking care of business at K&N, we appreciate all that you do for us as bracket racers, for being here as part of the Southwest Showdown. Couldn't thank you enough for being a part of this. Thanks to Tucson Dragway, our host facility, for allowing us to return here and do some bracket racing. Lucas Oil Products for their sponsorship on Friday. Hughes Performance, the day sponsor on Saturday. Of course, Mosier, the day sponsor here today. Thanks to Kid Performance and Dyno, who helped us out with that big $50,000 bonus race last night that Val Torres Jr. ended up winning. Thanks to Silver State Refrigeration for their help with the stimulus race. You heard Chris talking about it this morning with that idea, and of course Shane Thompson jumping in there to help out with that. Thank you, sir, that Val Torres Jr. ended up winning. He was just like a bonus race. He was greedy on the bonus races. Wasn't sharing with anybody. But he ended up winning both of those. Of course, as we talk about it, speaking of our day winners, congratulations, Kyle Rizzoli picking up the win in Pro on Friday. Congratulations to Mark Darso for picking up the win in Super Pro on Friday. And then congratulations to Logan War for picking up the win in Super Pro last night. Congratulations to Chris Hall for picking up the win in Pro last night. And then we've still got 2 winners to crown before we're all said and done here. Again, thank you to our round sponsors. We want to thank FTI for being the round number 1 sponsor and putting up those fantastic gift certificates. BTE Converter, our round sponsor during the buyback round, for their $250 gift certificates. Thanks to Goodyear, the Super Pro sponsor in round number 3, where 3 lucky folks have all gone home with a brand new set of tires. California Car Cover Company, dude, not only did they do the round sponsorship for the best losing package in Pro in round number 2, we have had all kinds of stuff courtesy of California Car Cover Company that we've given away. I mean, the DeFrank family, we all know where they stand as far as bracket racing and drag racing goes. They're all in, and they continue to prove that with everything that they do, not only on the bracket scene, in the junior scene, just from top to bottom. Those guys are in the middle of it, and we thank you very much. What do you say about Jegs, the yellow and black? I mean, we've got the banner flying here. It seems like you cannot go to a racetrack. You cannot go to a bracket race. You cannot go to a drag race in general without seeing that Jegs.com banner somewhere, as those guys continue to pour money into the programs to keep this grassroots effort going. So thank you so much, Jegs, for the gift certificates in round 3, as well as the sponsorship that you provide. Thank you to Hoosier, again, giving another set of tires to 3 drivers this weekend. Thank you, Clay Smith Cams. We had all kinds of cool stuff up here that we were giving out, from thermometers to T-shirts and hats and all of that. We appreciate you guys. Autometer, thank you again for those gift certificates. RB Components, some of the best organizational products for your trailer. We appreciate that. Of course, Specialty Fasteners for the Bountings. Taylor Motorsports for the gift certificates. Mazier Enterprises, you guys rock. I mean, based there in Escondido, putting together some of the best stuff on earth. We appreciate that. Ultronics for the weather stations. Chris Lindsay and those Lindsay Racing products. Drag Race Solutions, those gift certificates. Brodix, again. Theobald Motorsports putting together the trophies. And then we've still got our points championships and our best overall winning package. Hughes Performance giving a torque converter choice for the best overall package. Lincoln Welders giving a welder to our Pro Points champion. Imagine that Customs, custom painting a Race Quip helmet for our Super Pro Points champ. It doesn't happen without those sponsors. It doesn't happen without them. So racers, when you're out shopping for your program, just use this as your checklist. Those are the people you shop first. All right, we got Tom Bayer and Cody Weber. RTC, you may be right. He may be out there going off the ramp. Cody dialed in at 4:63. Tom Bayer dialed in at 4.78 seconds. The Lucas Oil car, who was our sponsor on Friday. The Lucas Oil Products folks. Lining up left side. Going to be getting the head start over Cody Weber, that Sherway Automotive Group. Dad Bill with the sneaky cheek leaning up on the wall here just behind him in the water box. Cody Weber gets the advantage on the starting line by 68 thousandths of a second, and with a 008 reaction time. Goes 4:68 on a 4:63. 500 above getting there first, 29 thou. Tom Bayer, unfortunately, a little bit tardy at this end of the racetrack with an 076 light. But Cody Weber, 008 and 4:68 on a 4:63. We should have our pro competitors back in the staging lanes. I know that we've got our double up in Super Pro. Greg Hicks back in the lanes. Again, trying to stay alive in 2. Well, RTC, Pro Street, appreciate that, you guys. It's been certainly a pleasure hanging out with you here as I about fall out of the stool. My foot totally slipped off. I about slammed my chin on the thing. Would have needed stitches to get home. That wouldn't have been good. Like you get down to a few pair left in the day and crack your chin and end up bleeding all over the place. All right, here we go. Shane Thompson and Greg Hicks. Didn't we see something like this play out last night in the bonus round? We did. Shane Thompson lining up on the right side of the racetrack in the blue Silver State refrigeration car. Greg Hicks dialed in at 479 in the white car with the Silver State refrigeration on the side of it. So is Shane and Greg essentially teammates racing out of the same camp. Greg, who actually spends a lot of time driving some of Shane's stuff across the country when they go race back east. Down we go. Advantage this time on the tree to Greg Hicks, and at the finish line, Greg Hicks 479 on a 479. I think it might even sound, it looked like a 747 was landed down there. When those tires hit that pavement. But Greg Hicks drops to be dead on 2. Shane Thompson was 36 green and dead on 0. By 21 thousandths of a second, Greg Hicks breaks his way to a win and takes 2 into the next round. Down to 5 in pro. First 2, Brandon Umberger and Tony Marconi. A 1976 Plymouth Arrow versus a 1977 Chevette. Why not? Why not? 588 to down for the Chevette, and Umberger will be alive in 2. Tony Marconi fouls it away by 18 thousandths of a second, as Brandon Umberger was 21 on the tree and 588 on a 588. So when we come back in the round of 3, Brandon Umberger will be 2 of them. The third car that gets to make the cut will be decided now. as Victor Sandoval 572, Manny Blea 765. Is that what you want, Mopar Man? Pew, 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 pew. Victor Sandoval on the chase. He's got the advantage at this end of the racetrack. And with a 68 thou advantage in reaction time, Victor Sandoval 577 on a 572 will get the win line. Manny Blea was 80 on the tree, goes 771 on a 765. And for Manny Blea's crew, just remember, he does have that bounty award up here in the tower when he took out Chris Hall in the last round. So when we bring Pro back, now, at this point, I mean, Brandon Umberger has been down the track so many times in the Chevette, pretty much just has to, like, stage the car. So it's like, man, at this point, just don't even go back to the pit. Just swing it right back down here on the return road, pull it up, stage the car, and then go back. I mean, that's my thought. I'm not that smart, but that's my thought. You know what I mean? Maybe. We'll have to see. But here's the deal. So Umberger is getting the bye this round, which means that the U entry, basically the no-X entry, not eligible for the bye. I don't know if he had the bye in the UX car or not. So we'll double check over on the other side of the tower. And then, yes, Mopar Man, that's true.
Actually, 2 days ago.
That was like last night about 3 o'clock. So Victor Sandoval was 12. I gotta remember what was. We'll see. It very well could be that Umberger may end up having to race himself in the semis. Hey, Chuck Hawk Jr., we've got a $250 auto meter gift certificate up here in the tower for you. Chuck Hawk, you were the best losing package there in your round. So before you disappear, coming up here to the tower and grab your $250 auto meter gift certificate, Chuck Hawk. Jack Sadler, our best losing package in round number 4 of Super Pro. Jack, you got a new set of Hoosiers. We got this gift certificate for you. You'll be able to take it back to Vegas and put those brand new Hoosiers on it. Manny Blea, yep. Manny Blea just bowing out there, but not before he claimed the bounty on Chris Hall. So Blea's got the Specialty Fasteners product bundle that is going to be given to her. Or to him, excuse me. Manny's got that, and we've got the Super Pro ladder. And on the Super Pro ladder, Cody Weber will get Nick Cobb. We got 8 coming back. Greg Hicks will get Trey Vetter in the no-X car. Greg Hicks in the X car will get Chuck Hawk, and Angelo Sanchez will get Logan War. So Brandon Umberger rolling up here to take the solo and the parade lap. Is he pitted way up near the top? So if he's pitted way up near the top, he'll just make it, that'll be a shorter trip. Fair enough. Fair enough. So the Jelly Bean coming back as 2 of the 3 in Pro. Greg Hicks coming back as 2 of the 8 in Super Pro. And yeah, he's pitted up near the top. Why not? It's a straighter drive. Less turning. Less opportunity to become motion sick. Yeah, you don't want to get motion sick. Not at this point of the day. So again, Jack Sadler, before you disappear, coming up here to the tower and see us, we have got your Hoosier Racing Tire gift certificate. Chuck Hawk, you're still racing. You got time. Logan Ward, you're still racing. You got time. Manny Blea, coming up here and see us, you got your gift certificate, man. Your gift certificate.
I am super excited right now, and I want them to announce whether or not Umberger has to run himself in the semis or not. Because okay, they're calling for Tony Marconi. So Brandon Umberger is out of Colorado, but always races at in all the West Coast races and stuff. And so he's been at a bunch of events with us. Super good friends with my buddy Trevor Hayes, and then Trey, of course, Summers, and all of their families. And so Umberger is part of our group, and he's just an awesome dude. And like anytime anybody needs anything, he is the guy that always is like, he gives his car away to people to drive. I mean, he's awesome. And so the Jelly Bean is such a cool little car. In fact, I know this is going to result in a whole lot of stuff being sent to me, and that's okay. I'm actually looking for a Chevette. Really cheap. It needs to be dirt cheap. Hold on. They're announcing this. Hold on. Let me go.
We'll see. Tony Marconi, go ahead and come on up here and see us in the tower, please. Tony Marconi, go ahead and come on up here and see us in the tower, please.
Nate was just teasing me. Okay, so anyway, depending on how the buy run thing works out because of the double entry, the buy run that Umberger had into the semis, which he just used, if it was with the right, quote unquote, entry, then his other entry could be eligible for the buy in this round, which would get him into the hold on. Let's see what he says. Hold on.
Brandon Umberger moves up into a tie with Mark Kidd and Chris Hall. It's just going to come down to the end of it. I'm going to get the official word from the other side of the tower, but according to me and unofficially, Mark Kidd, Chris Hall, and Brandon Umberger all tied now at 13 points. That's pretty impressive. What's up, Mr. Garrison? How you doing, Phil? We've got your Autometer $250 gift certificate. Yeah, it is cool. It is. Okay. We love it. Love it.
I know that Nate is just torturing me now. I know he is. I guarantee you that him and Eames and and Matt are up there going, ha 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 ha, this will be great. Chad's gonna just hate us for this, blah blah. But we are either way, it's gonna be awesome. Even if he has to run himself in the semifinal, he's going to the final. And it should be a great race. This is cool. This is what it's all about. Sundays sometimes the Sunday evenings are totally anticlimactic because everybody's just ready to go. It's been a long weekend, all those things. But this is a great way to end a incredibly huge event for West Coast Bracket Racing. And again, big thanks to Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC. If you need any refrigeration services or any heating and air conditioning for your home, your business, whatever, they do big commercial projects. anything and everything, they've got you handled. Then give them a call. Just a great group of people, great company. We are looking forward to going the last couple of rounds here. The sun is nowhere near down at this point, but it is behind a big bunch of clouds over here, which is kind of nice, I got to tell you. Yeah, we're good to go. We're rocking and rolling. Again, big thanks to Holly. Everybody, please keep Kyle Seipel, Big Nasty, in your thoughts and prayers as well. And thanks to Mosher Engineering for being the Sunday sponsor, and of course K&N for being the presenting sponsor here at the K&N Southwest Showdown at Tucson Dragway. Great staff, dude. Jim Hughes is a great dude, and he only surrounds himself with good people, and that's why Matt DeYoung and all of the crew here are just such great guys, and they've done a great job this weekend, man. Just having everything rocking and rolling, and it's been great to watch. We have a couple rounds left, but we are getting there, and that's because they have stayed on it. Quite frankly, even though they've had a couple of little technical glitches that most of you will never know about, but they were able to quickly solve those and get back to racing. So it was great stuff for sure. So big thanks to all of you guys, everybody that's at home watching. We do appreciate you guys, being here. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you like the videos. Sign up for our notifications as well, and you guys will get a message that tells you when we're going to be live. Now, if you're wondering about the purse for today, we are in Sunday, of course, Mosher Sunday, and you can see over here on the right-hand side that Mosher Sunday is supposed to be a $10,000 day and a $3,000 day, respectively, for Super Pro and Pro. But Chris Forsyth, who owns the West Coast Bracket Racing Series, earlier today said he was so blown away. He was so excited about how many people showed up. And because so many racers showed up here, he took the extra money and put it toward the purse for Sunday. And so they put $11,500 onto the winning purse for Super Pro. $1,500 to make it $11,500. And they put another $1,500 on Pro as well to make it $4,500. So very, very cool deal, and super good of him. Chris is a great guy, runs great races, and it is good to see him back at it, especially with COVID and everything going on. You got a series called West Coast, and you're in an area of the country where COVID has just absolutely blasted everything. This is pretty cool. So. Yeah, everybody hit the thumbs up right now. If you can do that for the likes, it's a big deal. I'll be honest with you, if you guys will really hammer the likes on our videos, I'm working on a plan to be giving away stuff to those of you who like the videos. And you know that our live streams, obviously I can see every one of you that put a like in. We're talking about doing some drawings for parts, stuff that you guys will like. Things that you're seeing in commercials on our live streams. So if that sounds like a good idea to you, I need to be able to show sponsors that it's worthwhile for them to give away stuff to you idiots. So you idiots need to hit the thumbs up. So give us the likes. If we can prove that that's a good, smart thing, then what we're going to do is try and give away parts at some of our events this year. So make sure that you subscribe, that you sign up for notifications, and again, hit the big thumbs up. Oh, hold on. They're talking about Umberger.
Sandoval and Brandon Umberger in the X entry will get the bye. Yes. So there is a possibility that Brandon Umberger could join Dustin Wirtz as somebody that has raced themselves in the final here at a West Coast Bracket race. So with that, we have got
Okay, so as far as I know, in West Coast Bracket Racing history, 3 people have done the racing themselves in a final. And so This is awesome. Umberger could be one of them. So Umberger is racing in the semi and getting the bye in the semi, so he's going to the final for sure, and maybe up against himself. It's going to be awesome.
He might have, but we've got that. Then you've got Val Torres, who won at Fontana and Tucson. And now we could have the possibility of somebody joining into the ranks of somebody that has raced themselves in the final. Thank you very much, Carol Lamb. I appreciate that. Thank you, Trevor Hayes. Pedro Valdez has raced himself at a West Coast bracket race as well. Appreciate the clarity. So Pedro Valdez has done it. Dustin Wirtz has done it. We'll see if Brandon Umberger can do it. And then, Carol Lamb checking in as they are headed up the 10 West, saying that it is clear going that way now. So that'll be good. All right. Manny Blea III has another prize up here in the tower from RB Best Losing Package. All right, so Manny Blea has got the Bounty Award. He's got the Best Losing Package Award. So Manny, before you guys pack up and head out of here, please make sure you get up here and collect up your gift certificate, as well as Jack Sadler. We've still got the Hoosier Tires up here for you. And then Chuck is busy. I'm glad to hear that the 10 West is clear, because when I head that way here in a little while, I want to make sure that I'm not sitting in traffic. I got some ground to cover in order to get back to Vegas. That's true, Zach. Rizzoli almost did it Friday night. But we'll see. All right, so it sounds like our Super Pro cars are all back in the staging lanes. We'll go ahead and take Pro back to the staging lanes, please. Pro will take you back to the lanes. 2 cars, 3 entries. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes. Pro, come on back. Let's bring Victor up this way. Let's go ahead and bring Brandon Umberger and the Jelly Bean up this way. And we'll see if things play out the way that they did Friday night, or if they play out differently. Again, remember in Pro on Friday night, we had, basically Kyle Rizzoli with an opportunity to race himself in the final, got into the semifinal, didn't quite line up the scoreboard, had to come back and essentially run it again. And we'll see if that's what happens with Umberger and Victor Sandoval. It will be interesting.
Absolutely. Did you have fun? That's all that matters. I know, right? This is the way to end it. The wind up here is significantly worse than down there, so it's like, woo! Exactly. Thank you.
Oh, Mike Eames. Found yourself another baseball fan. Couple of them? Yeah? Who is your favorite baseball team, Mike Eames? Is it the Yankees? Oh, goodness. Housekeeping. So our Super Pro cars should be firing up and rolling around this way here pretty soon. Our Pro semifinalists have been called to the staging lanes. They're going to have whatever conversations need to be held back there. Thank you very much, Barn. Appreciate that. We need a gorilla for entertainment. Yeah. Eames is right. That's why we got Chad on the scissor lift. He is the ultimate silverback. During a downtime, Chad needs to tell the Bakersfield scaring him story. Yes. Electric. You want mint for pillow? Oh, goodness. I think one of my favorite, my favorite line. I mean, there's so much funny stuff in that movie, but I really think my favorite one is when he comes back in after he's putting gas in the car and he pulls the door up. It's like, what did you do? Not so much right here, but right about here. No, looks fine. Ship shape. Oh, thank you much, Floyd. Appreciate that. That is nice of you to say. I tell you, myself and Mike Eames have had a great time up here, and we always do. I dig working with Eames as much as I dig working with Jed, and as much as I dig working on the NHRA circuit with Reinhardt, with Loans, and with Joe Costello, everybody that's out there. It's so much fun whenever, Steve LaBarbera, I've got to spend time on the mic with him. You know, Unkefer, I'm going to get to spend some time with him coming up soon in somewhere next month for the divisional in Vegas. There's just so many great guys that are out there. So many great announcers. You know. Yeah, Jake Hodge, Ryan Gleghorn. Dig those guys a lot. But it's just cool. East Coast, West Coast.
I haven't got to work with Hodge because.
Well, I know.
We can't be allowed the same stage together or something.
Well, anyway, we got the Super Pro cars rolling up. But last year, of course, when we were in Galat, I didn't get a really chance to see Hodge because of all the COVID stuff. And then I did get to work with Gleghorn in Vegas for a while. So anyway, we'll see. All right, Greg Hicks and Chuck Hawk Jr. Of course, my partner Fred in Vegas. Dig that dude. Chuck Hawk, 552. Greg Hicks dialed in at 483. Chuck Hawk, who is traditionally over in the left lane, has been bumped over into the right. We'll see how the pickup truck does there. 552, Hawk's going to leave first. Here comes Greg Hicks, 16th out between him in reaction time, and at the finish line, whomp, Greg Hicks. 001 and 486 whomps his way to a 15th stripe over Chuck Hawk, who was 17 on the tree and goes 555 on the 552. So Greg Hicks trying to keep pace with Brandon Umberger and stay alive in 2. As we bring out Angelo Santes. And Logan War. So War, who is looking to keep what has become an amazing streak of win lights alive here. And Angelo Sanchez, who is looking to claim the bounty. Logan, last night's winner, yet to be defeated. So 465 for Logan, 553 for Angelo. Angelo Sanchez gets the advantage on the tree, and Angelo Sanchez does what so many other have not been able to do, and that is park Logan War. Angelo Sanchez with a 12 thousandths of a second reaction time goes 5:56 on the 5:53, getting there first, 27 thousandths of a second. Logan War was 0:36 on the tree and 300 off the dial. So Sanchez with the 12 thou reaction time claims the victory, claims the bounty, and claims a spot in the semifinals of Super Pro Dragster, because we're coming back with 4. That's right, Super Pro period. Thank you. Mike Eames is here to keep me honest. Cody Weber and Nick Cobb. Weber 463 is the dial. Nick Cobb on the left side dialed in at 487. Cody's in and set. Nick 487. Both drivers leave early, and in a true start affair, Nick Cobb will get the win. Cobb was 17 on the red side. Cody Weber was 21 thou on the red side. And it's true start that determines the winner on that one. Nick Cobb's moving on, 486 on a 487, as he gets the victory by going red by 4 thou less than Cody Weber. So we have one pair left in Super Pro. Oh. So I believe I thought I heard somebody say that Hicks was already back. Is he? Check the camera. He's already back, all right. Oh, that's great. All right, Petmar. Vroom, vroom. Vroom. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Does that help? Sorry, Chad. I don't mean to make you guys mad. Sorry, I'm... Yes, Mopar Man, that is very true. Lost it a long time ago. But it's good. All right, I'm going to behave. I'm going to behave. I'll be a nice guy. I will be a nice guy. So again, Greg Hicks is still double entered, just the same. Oh yeah, Marco Pervolaris still has the best overall package with that 3-pack with the Trip Zip Perfect reaction time. Umberger is in the position. Basically right now, unofficially on the Pro Points chase, we've got Mark Kidd, Chris Hall, and Umberger tied at 13. That's, again, unofficially on my side. So, yes, this is the non-X entry. So the X entry has the buy, so he can't earn points on the non-X entry. No, he earns points on the non-X entry. He can't earn points on the X entry. So, right. And so basically with the X entry, he's rolling up here to take on Valdez. So if he wins that one, again, unofficially according to what I've got, that would put him in the lead for the overall Pro Points chase. We'll see. All right, so Super Pro. Wait, never mind. Again, Matt, that's the 4th time this weekend that you have told me to do something and then I've been told don't do it. Yeah, Chad, I would agree. He says stop listening to Matt. Got it, Chad. We will certainly stop listening to Matt unless he has something nice to say about you. And yeah, we'll see where we go. So again, our pro semifinals. Yeah, it has been a long few days here, but it has been a very fun few days here. That is absolutely true. We start racing early in the morning and, get done. When do we finish up? About 10, 11 o'clock at night each night. Get back to the hotel, take a quick nap, run back here and go after it again during the day. But from me to all of the racers that are out there, it is an absolute blast to be able to sit up here, watch you guys do what you do, and just, you guys amaze me on a daily basis. The stuff that you're able to pull off on the racetrack, some of the ways that you're able to survive runs that theoretically on paper you shouldn't win, the decisions that you make at the finish line to get things done, the lights that you're cutting. I just am amazed on a daily basis at how good our bracket racers are from coast to coast for the races that I get to go out and watch, whether it's down here at the Southwest Showdown, whether it's at the Flings, whether it's on the national events, whether it's just the local stuff in Vegas. It is a ton of fun and an honor to be able to sit on the microphone and kind of talk about what you guys are doing on the racetrack so that those that can't be here in person get an opportunity to kind of experience what you're doing out there. And so I'm honored to be part of it. Thank you to all the racers. Thank you very much, Bang Shift, for allowing us to kind of go out through to the world, have the folks in the chat bleachers chime in as well. You guys are great. Really appreciate that. Just a great thing. Kerry, yes, I do like Camaros, but as I said yesterday, my all-time favorite car is a 67 Chevy Nova. It always will be. It's just, that's the car that I fell in love with as a kid, and that's the car that I'll always be in love with probably forever. There's some cool other cars out there, but that's the answer to your question there. So as we fire up our Pro bracket, make that our final Super Pro, excuse me, and then Pro should be rolling up right behind them. Hey, get ready. Vroom, vroom. Here we go. Greg Hicks rolling up here on the left side of the racetrack. He's the realtor up there at Urban Nest Realty in Las Vegas. And this one's going to be like a Vegas affair. Speaking of like Saturday night at the Strip in Super Pro. Greg Hicks and Trey Vetter. Hicks came up through the junior program. He and his dad, Phil, years before I got involved with it out there in Vegas, were out there racing, and they had that little yellow and green golf cart thing and all of that kind of stuff. They've been doing this a long time. He graduated from the junior program, and I think a couple of years after he graduated from the junior program, this young man sitting in the dragster on the right side of the racetrack, Trey Vetter. Again, I always looked at the old guys. I said it before, but, you know, the announcers said, I remember when? I remember the day that Trey Vetter took the first trip down the racetrack. He and Cody Weber showed up. They were 8 years old, got in their juniors, and made their first runs, and it was fun to be there to watch that. So Trey sitting over on the right side. 469 is the dial. Greg Hicks, Hollywood on the left. 484 is the dial. And advantage goes to the younger runner, Trey Vetter, at the finish line. Trey, 17 green and dead on one. He's 18th thou total, taking a 5 thou stripe. So Trey Vetter is coming back in the semifinals of Super Pro, along with Nick Cobb, Greg Hicks, and Angelo Sanchez. That brings us to the semifinals in Pro. Brandon Umberger is still alive in 2 entries. Just like it was Friday night, the situation with Kyle Rizzoli, Brandon's in the same car. So that's where it may be a little confusing. Rizzoli had both his blue Camaro and his white Camaro in the game. Brandon Umberger double entered in this car. One was his X entry. Again, the second entry has the X, one the non-X entry. His non-X entry had the buy run last time. And the way that the tree fell, his X entry gets the buy run this time. So should Brandon Umberger light up the scoreboard against Victor Sandoval, he'll race himself in the final. Advantage on the tree goes to the green Chevette. Victor Sandoval is right alongside of him. And Brandon Umberger will be racing himself in the final here today. The Jelly Bean gets it done. Victor Sandoval was 28th thou in reaction time. Goes 573 on the 572 and ends up 8th thou behind at the stripe. Brandon Umberger, 007, and then goes 590 on the 588. And Brandon Umberger will join Dustin Wirtz and, again, thank you for the clarity there, Trevor Hayes, Pedro Valdez, who have raced themselves in the finals at a West Coast bracket race. So Brandon Umberger becomes the 3rd driver to take a double entry into the finals. How cool is that? Radial tire, great question. I wonder what the split's going to be with Brandon. I wonder how he'll figure it out. Yeah, I hope he does chop it a little. It'd be sad for one guy to go home with, kind of things being too top heavy. That's a great question. Love it. That's awesome. Awesome, awesome. Folks in the chat bleachers, give them props and some love to Valadez for getting things done. And, hey, Chris, not a bad job in the beams there. But I'm all out of screwdriver sets. So that's pretty cool.
This is awesome. Brandon Umberger. Dude, that is so cool. I was sitting here texting with Trevor Hayes, who's at home with his lovely wife in Tennessee, and he was reminding me about how Umberger actually let him use the jelly bean because of Trevor's car was broken, or I can't even remember why now. But he drove. Umberger let Trevor enter the jelly bean and run it, even though Umberger was running it, and Umberger was going rounds, dude. He was killing it, and then the car broke. And so if he had not had Trevor driving it, who knows how far he would have gone. And he, dude, was just super cool about that. So that is awesome, dude. Brandon Umberger going home with $5,000 or more, who knows today. That's really, really cool. That's just awesome. So when Brandon comes back and watches this later, know that all of your friends, dude, were super stoked about this. It's awesome. What a great race too, dude. That was rad, dude. They were out and they about 200 feet, dude. They were side by side. They were staring at each other the whole time. So that was one of those cool ones. Sometimes you get out there and you pull up next to them, and you got two cars that are quick and, same kind of ET, right? And you're just looking over at the other dude like, are you taking it or I'm taking it? Oh, no, it's mine. Oh, no, it's mine. And you sit there and fight it out for the stripe or dump somebody or push them out or whatever. And that was very cool. So very, very cool. And now I don't know if he'll come up here and do a big boy cross the starting line burnout and then run himself, or if he's just going to call it a day. But either way, it's awesome. And now we have the semifinals in Super Pro still to come, and then the finals. So, sounds like Nate's saying that Umberger may have taken over the. Chad, I'm going to ask for an opportunity here. Oh, hold on.
All right. So, Chad, I know I asked to interrupt here, but I think, sorry, something just changed up here in the tower, so I apologize for the interruption, but we may have to go with that a little bit differently. So, sorry, go ahead, go back. Please return to your... Nothing to see here, in the words of the Naked Gun. Nothing to see here. Go ahead and take it back. Sorry, man.
It's totally Matt's fault again. Absolutely. Hold on. All right, so Dude, yeah. So we're in the semifinals in Super Pro. It's coming up next, and Umberger is motoring through the pits right now, which are emptying out at a rapid rate. All of a sudden, there are trucks and trailers hauling ass out of here. And Umberger driving around the corner. Oh, there are other cars up here. Oh, they're coming. He's coming around to go to the winner's circle, baby.
Come on down here for the tower. Please bring your jelly bean. And let's go.
Well, down here in front of the tower with the man whose namesake is Big Check Brandon Umberger, and today you join the ranks of two others that took double entries all the way into the final. Pedro Valdez did it, Dustin Wirtz did it, and now Brandon Umberger, you have taken the jelly bean into the final round to race yourself and collected up $3,000 here at the Southwest Showdown, my friend. That's got to be an awesome feeling.
Oh, it's an unbelievable feeling. It's more than awesome. Something I don't know that I've ever even dreamed of this. To even be here in this situation is very emotional. So, give me a sec.
I'll definitely give you a sec. You know what, man? I mean, I've known you for a little while. I know that for you, you're really kind of a happy-go-lucky, let's go out and enjoy it, and to have something like this touch you so deeply, there's obviously a lot of meaning there for you.
Yeah, it's awesome. I just wish my wife and my kids could be here for me. I love them to death, and if it wasn't for them, none of this would even be possible. So, huge shout-out to Chris, my boys, Trey and Trevor Hayes in Tennessee. They've been cheering me on all day, so this is awesome, man. I know I'm a pussy about this, excuse my language, but, you know, it is what it is. Let me get that out. All right, here we go. I got it out. So now we're good. I mean, I can't thank anybody. Don Toya, if it wasn't for him, this really wouldn't be possible. I broke the car on Friday, tore the pinion gear up, and it's an Oldsmobile rear end, pretty much impossible to find parts for, and he somehow had the exact gear set I needed and basically gave it to me. So if it wasn't for him, this is never happening. So thank you, Don.
Well, that's definitely cool. Again, we talk about racing family taking care of each other, and Don, when we did, and you did come at the tower that night saying, look, I'll bet this is going to be impossible to find, and Don said, nope, I've got what you need, let me get you hooked up. You've also surrounded yourself by a great racing family. There are a couple of guys over here that are with you at almost every race you're at. These guys, you know, cheering you on. How much has that meant for you today?
Oh, that's everything. I mean, we don't go anywhere. I don't go anywhere without Jeremy and Colton and my cousin to be here with me. He's been so much help. I mean, this is what it's about. I mean, I love being here to be with my friends. We got a new buddy, Judd, who just started racing with us a couple years ago, and he's been, I mean, they're the biggest cheerleaders I could ask for, and it's awesome. So that's what it's about for me.
Well, it's time to start the celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, your champ here on a $3,000 to win Mosier Engineering Sunday. Big Check Brandon Umberger taking both cars to the finals.
All right, if we could get my semifinal and Super Pro headed back up this way, pretty please. Pretty please. Semifinal Super Pro, get you headed up this way, please. All the way up to the front of staging, if you would, too, please. Again, all the way to the front of staging, if you would, please. All right, Super Pro Semis. You are all we have left to run today, so please, 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 up here in the front. All the way up in the front of the lanes, please. Angelo Sanchez is here. We need Hicks, Cobb, and Vetter.
That was awesome. Very good. To Brandon's wife and kids back at home. God wish you guys were here with him. Obviously, he does too. But I am so glad you got to watch it all right here on Bang Shift. As we wait for the semifinals and Super Pro to come up, again, I just want to thank all the great sponsors this weekend. We've done that a bunch of times. Silver State Refrigeration, Holly EFI and Holly, all the Holly brands. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mosier Engineering, Kyle Seipel, of course, KNN, Kid, Lucas Oil, Hughes Performance, all of them. Mazier. There's so many great companies. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But on top of that, I want to really thank. There go the McClellans. I really want to thank all the track staff, Jim Hughes, Matt DeYoung, all the guys on the starting line. And it just, to be 100% honest with you, Nate, even Mike Eames, me and Mike and Nate, we have a good time whenever we're all together announcing an event, or I'm streaming it and they're announcing or whatever. We have a good time. They're great dudes. They're just really, really good people. And I feel incredibly fortunate to have met them and got to hang out with them over the years. I will tell you that when you do an event like this, okay, it's fun, right? It's really cool. And I can tell you that whether it's, me or it's Mark and Joanne at Motor Mania TV, we like working with good people, and Chris and the rest of the staff here at West Coast Bracket Races are just awesome people. And we'll do any event that we possibly can fit in the schedule with them. They're just good people. They have a good time. Mike Eames is like No way. Even Mike, yes, even you, Mike Eames. It's one of those things where you'll laugh, but we have this group text message for all of the staff, right, for the event. And holy crap, dude, it cracks me up because there are some nights where I'm like, just shut up. Why is everybody responding? But overall, dude, people are joking and poking fun at each other and having a good time. I work with really good people most of the time. I choose not to work with people I don't like or whose events I don't like to be a part of, unless there's just no way around it. And you know, so there's a lot of events that we used to do and don't do anymore. But this is an event and this is a series that is great. So anybody that's thinking about going and racing at an event like this, come on down, have a good time, join the West Coast Bracket Racing Series. You guys will have a great time. They put on a great show. They give away real money, or you know, put it in the purses, and they have great sponsors. And all of these companies have really, you know, stepped up and do great stuff for all of the racers. So it's cool. Want to also remind you that you know, you should follow West Coast Bracket Racing on Facebook if you want to know what's going on, what events are happening. For those of you that have been asking about events on our schedule, Barn can attest to the fact that I'm not great about putting up a whole schedule for the whole year, and part of that is because we're adding events all the time. But right now, we can't really post a lot of scheduled stuff in certain circumstances because of where the events are being held. And so because some of these events are being held in places where because of COVID restrictions, literally the events aren't being cleared until a few weeks beforehand, which is exactly what happened here. Those circumstances mean that there are going to be events where we're totally planned, it's on my schedule, I'm absolutely coming unless somebody says otherwise, that we still can't make public because somebody could say otherwise. So there are some of those. The Spring Fling Million, which is coming up here in a few weeks in Vegas, that event is happening, but literally we weren't 100% sure that that event was happening until last Monday. So, you know, those are the kinds of things. That's why a lot of this stuff doesn't get announced ahead of time. So the best way to know what we're going to do is to go and visit Barn's site, which is Live Drag Racing. He'll put a link up, and we'll do that. And you also are going to want to go and subscribe to us here at Bang Shift. Hold on. Umberger is here. Dude! You green Chevette driving MFer, I love you, dude. So awesome! Oh my god, dude. I'm just sitting here talking about how great this race is. Oh. Dude, me and Trevor have been talking the whole time, just jumping up and down. I love you, bro. Oh, you too, brother. That's so awesome, dude. So awesome. When you broke the rear end, I thought there's no way you're gonna be back. 9-inch in this bitch, dude. I know, but I know when you change it, the bracket. I know. You don't have another Chevette. Oh no, I want one that's stock. Okay. Because I'm gonna put a little turbo 4-cylinder that I got from AAA with a little 6, and we'll make it just a driver fun car. You know what I mean? You want a 2-door? I prefer a 2-door, and I want the snows if I can. So I know, but that's because they all rust out, all in the bottom here. You know. So, but yeah. So if you hear about, yeah. I've been trying to find one for 5 years. Yeah. Oh, dude, that'd be awesome. Yeah. Well, so I've got this LTG crate motor from GM. It's a little 300 horse 4-cylinder turbo motor. It's all direct injection and everything, all brand new stuff. Like in a brand new Camaro, it's 4-cylinder turbo motor, 6-speed manual. And I just want to make it handle a little bit, and just be a fun driver, cruiser, and yeah, you know what I mean. And they weigh nothing, so it's perfect for that. 300 horsepower, and that thing's crying. Yeah. You know? So, dude, it's so awesome. Trevor and I are literally just. I because because of the delay.
Yeah.
So I'm like, he got it. He's like, I'm watching. Just don't tell me.
It's like a pair behind almost.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, so perfect, dude. Oh. Okay.
Thanks, man.
Were you? I assume your wife and the kids were watching and everything.
Well, they were. I don't know.
Yeah.
I hope they were. Maybe not. Fuck crybaby.
I know it was perfect, dude. Everybody's loving you on this thing,
Man.
dude. I put up there, so I'm zoomed in, and I put pro winner, and then I was all pro winner and runner. All right, dude.
Thanks for everything you do.
Hey, dude. No, thank you. It's awesome. All right. Yeah.
Where you at, Texas?
Dallas area. Yep. Yeah.
No, all the boys are trying to get me to go to fucking
I.
They just started a new job, so it's a little tough.
No, I was gonna say. All right, go load that thing up.
All right, brother.
Have fun, brother.
Take care.
All right, you too. Be careful. The jelly bean. Love that thing. Love, love, love the jelly bean. All right, so I was trying to tell you guys earlier that.
Alright, yeah. Just give you a little heads up down there.
Oh, hold on. Nate's giving me a heads
We're
up.
back on top of the list. We got our Super Pro semifinals. Our Super Pro semifinals.
Okay.
Are getting the cars, getting suited up,
Yay!
getting ready to roll.
Super Pro semifinal is apparently getting in their cars and ready to roll right now. That will be good. Okay, so what I was starting to tell you guys earlier also, besides how awesome everybody was here, is that yeah, sorry, I had to leave and go hang out. But yes, you can follow what's happening in the world of live streaming video drag racing at livedragracing.com, which is Barnes' website. Also, subscribe here at Bang Shift and you'll know. And subscribe at Motor Mania TV. You'll know what's going on. But I also have a car I need you guys to help me find. I need a cheap one. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Making their way into the water box, I am going to turn the mic over to Mike Eames as we got Super Pro semifinals in the water.
We're just going to do two pair, but that's all good. So the lone door car of Angelo Sanchez, Albuquerque, New Mexico, the 67 Nova. Angelo has 554 on that National Auto Collision Center scoreboard. Trey Vetter. The orange drag strut of Henderson, Nevada. Trey 469. As we look at that American walk-in cooler scoreboard, going to make up one half of the final round for 10 GER / $11,500 because Chris Forsyth put another 15 hundo in the pot. So Trey for Team Matco Tools. See Dad Mike. Mom Noelle back behind. Watching their baby boy, Trey Vet. So just shy of a 1 second head start for Angelo Sanchez in the door car. Tree, away, and away. Fourth out the difference down here on the short end. Trey Vetter, Angelo Sanchez taking the door car to the final. 008, 556 on the 554. Margin of victory at the finish line, 1/1000th of a second. Trey Vetter was 12 green and 2 above, and 16-10 thou behind at the stripe. So Angelo Sanchez taking the door car, the Nova, to the final round for 10 grand here on Mosier Engineering Sunday. Greg Hicks and Nick Cobb. Hicks had 2 cars at 8. Got knocked out in one of the entries. Here's going to be alongside Nick Cobb. Greg out of North Las Vegas for Silver State Refrigeration and Fig Speed. Nick Cobb, Renegade Race Fuels. Over there for Nick out of Lake Elsinore. 487 the number for Nick. It's the slightest of head starts to Mr. Cobb. Greg's had a pretty good day, taking 2 entries deep. Who will join Angelo in the final? Cobb looking over to the left. Here comes Hicks with the spray and dump. How about Nick Cobb completely locks out Greg Hicks? 007 green, dead 4 is 11 total. And there's absolutely positively nothing Greg Hicks could have done, as he was 13 green. And when Nick Cobb is 11 total, well, you're just wasting a little nitrous there for Greg Hicks, because he was completely locked out. So we're going to have Nick Cobb and Angelo Sanchez in the final here on Mosier Engineering Sunday there, Nathan Hershey.
Hey, Mike, just real quick. Your attention in the pitch, please. Paging Weston to the starting line, please. Weston, we need you to the starting line. It's race time, Weston.
I understand that we've had a little bit of a call out.
Oh,
That has taken place here this
hold on.
afternoon.
There's been a call out of some
Break
kind.
it down for a little while.
Hello?
Had the baby. Did a little bit of a foot race.
Yeah.
Weston called out Chris and said, whoa, whoa, whoa. How you going to leave me out of this? I'm going to take you on. He says, I'll beat you.
I hope Weston packed a lunch.
I'll beat you. I think Weston's going to tear Chris up.
I mean, what are the odds here that Forsyth ruptures an Achilles or like?
Well, I really think
hamstring or
we need to put them on opposite sides and see who's got the better bull. That's what I think.
Hey, Matt, you should do it each.
Are we doing one at a time? Let's see. Ooh!
Buck 45 red.
Look at that. Chris went red. All Weston's got to do is be green, and he's the champ.
Hey, Weston, just leave your foot in it for like 30 seconds and you're going to win. Because Chris was
Weston,
red.
Go green, man. Go green, and you got him whooped.
Hey, Weston, just go green, and Chris has to give you like $100 because he lost.
Hey, guess what that is?
A true start.
True
win.
start. Both of them went red. Weston went red by less, and Chris Forsyth gets whooped up. Good thing we got true start in effect. Yay! So Weston wins that one, and Forsyth is going to be forced to, I don't know, Weston, what do you want? You want like McDonald's on the way home? Big Mac meal? $100? What is it you want to get?
So Mike English just said that he could beat them both. I highly disagree, because if English tried to rip his foot out that high, he would probably fracture a hip.
And need pins in his ankle.
And need pins in it. And then okay, here's what's going to happen. English is going to rip the foot out. The other foot is going to get stuck in the VHT, and then he's going to like end up falling over, and that's going to be bad.
Then he's going to need to get out his medic alert, hit the button. Help, I've fallen when I can't get up.
Okay, gang. All we are waiting on is the Super Pro final. And the last two cars that just ran have pulled back into their pits. I don't know where, well, the two I can see, I don't know where Angelo in the Chevy 2 is pitted. I can't see that, so we'll see. But anyway, they should be here in just a few minutes, and we will run that Super Pro final. So, just to give you guys a little recap, if you're just joining us and you haven't been watching all weekend long, we had Thursday. We had the we'll go over the schedule right here. I mean, it's right here. I've got it. It's right here. It's not a problem, really. It's right here. So we can, there we go. So we started out with time trials or test and tune on Thursday, and then the 8K stimulus race, which unfortunately in El Camino went down the racetrack, that green one, and blew a trans-cooler line off of it, spun it around, and oiled all the lanes. If there were 3 or 4 of them, it oiled all of those. And so we had to postpone the race until Friday night to pick that up. But then Friday we had our 10K and 3K purse, and then Saturday we had 10K and 5K Super Pro and Pro respectively, and then we had the Kid Performance and Dyno 50K shootout on Saturday night. Now Friday night we did the 8K, and the 8K race was won by Val Torres Jr., I believe. Yeah, I think Val Torres Jr. won it on, yes, he did. He won it on Thursday night's race, which actually was Friday night, which not only gave him $8,000, but also gave him an entry into Saturday's 50K, which he'd already bought. So I think his brother then raced in the 50K also, and then Val Torres Jr. won the 50K. And then now here we are on Sunday, where all we had was the 10K, 3K, Super Pro and Pro, but because the entries were so big and Chris Forsyth is so excited, he decided to give more money out, and so he put another $3,000 in, so $1,500 on each of those, which is awesome. So yeah, so that's what we had going on this weekend. Now, in addition to that, and so here's the payout, how it worked on the 50K. And then here are all of our round sponsors, which you guys have seen in all of the classes or what have you. But these are the things that you get for best losing packages in each of those rounds, or maybe it's best package. I think it's best losing package. But anyway, and then daily purses, as we discussed a little while ago. Today's Sunday was 10 and 3, but they bumped that up. And then here is all of the event giveaways. So there's a bunch of different stuff that people were giving away. And it was awesome. So all the best losing package folks, Mazir was giving, so actually those other ones were best winning packages, I guess. I had that wrong on the list. But best losing packages were Mazir. There's just tons of stuff that was out here. It looks like Marco is going to win that best winning package of the event, unless this next round has something unbelievably awesome that happens. And these are the trophies that everybody was going for. These things are beautiful. They're big. You saw one in Umberger's hands. I mean, this thing's like an 18-inch tall trophy or so, maybe taller than that. Really, really bitchin'. So a very cool deal. And those trophies, again, just one of those things where, having the cool trophy is awesome. I mean, there's no doubt. Want to thank all of you guys again for tuning in. All we're doing, waiting on the final pair to come on up. And as soon as I see that they are doing that, I will let you know, but this place is clearing out. Although I have a feeling that there are a fair number of the people that are here, or whose trucks and trailers are here, who will be leaving in the morning. And there are some that are still rolling out now, but this place thinned out in a hurry. So very good. If you are looking for another fun racetrack to come hang out with, then here it is. Come to Tucson Dragway. It's great. Jim Hughes is the track general manager, owner, whatever of this place, and Matt DeYoung is the race director and race operations director, or I don't know what his title is, but he's the head dude that makes everything happen. And so Matt's pretty cool. And again, thanks. We all appreciate it for sure. And one last time, I'm going to say it. Please, thoughts and prayers. Kyle Seipel, Big Nasty. We love Kyle, and he is a really good friend to a lot of us that are involved in a lot of his racing, and a lot of us that just know Kyle. And he's rad, and he has been battling cancer and kicking its ass and all this for the last couple of years now. And he is definitely having a tough time of it right now. And I was just on the phone with him and Peter a few days ago about the Spring Fling Million, and it was just so good to hear his voice. But he can use all that you can give him, that's for sure. So, Nate's talking.
Has not yet received enough punishment from Weston. As we had the in the foot reaction time race, the foot and the beams reaction time race. Now they're going to go out there, line it up, and run it out to 60 feet. Now, let me tell you something. At my age, I know Chris is still younger than I am, but at my age, I am certainly smarter than to allow my 9-year-old to challenge me to a foot race because, like I said, I'm going to end up pulling a hammy or I'm going to drop down and end up stuck face first in the VHT. But Chris apparently still feels pretty young. Weston, over on the left lane, they're racing to 60 feet. He's in. Look at him. Blinking the bulbs. He's getting that thing staged in really shallow. Staging it up shallow to get a run at it, and here we go. Tree drops, and off we go. Weston is making 86 steps to get to the 60 foot, and Chris, with those long old legs, took 12. But it's Weston with a 2:22 reaction time to Chris's 4:50 light, and Weston, 4.12 seconds to the 60-foot mark, gets there first in a heads-up race. I know they run like no prep down at the far end of the racetrack, and we're running 60 foot on foot down at this end of the racetrack. There you go. I think we should have our Super Pro finalists should be headed all the way up to the front of the staging lanes, and I'm hearing engines rumbling. So, while I'm hearing engines rumbling around back there, what I was going to interrupt Kyle for earlier, I'm going to go ahead and take care of now. Once again, I know that a lot of folks have already packed up shop and are headed home to their respective parts of the country. I know that a lot of them will be kind of with us in Vegas here in a couple of weeks when we get up there for another one of these awesome big buck bracket races. Again, finalists will take you all the way to the front of the lanes, please. Finalists all the way up front, just like we did last time. Come all the way up. We are looking for the two of you to join us here at the front of the staging lane. So as I was saying, I know that several of you will be joining us in Vegas, but I said it before. I just want to kind of reiterate. To all of the racers that are out there, I wanted to say thank you very much for coming out here, for racing at these high-dollar races, for being a part of the game, and for basically entertaining all of us up here in the tower, for entertaining everybody on Bang Shift, essentially putting on a fantastic show. I certainly appreciate what you guys do and the talent that you have that allows you to do it so well. Certainly am honored to be a part of that. I want to thank everybody here at Tucson Dragway for allowing us to come in and do this. For me, myself, you know, it's always a little different. I come from Vegas, and when you get to go to another racetrack and they open up the gates and welcome you with open arms, make you feel like part of the family, I appreciate that. I want to say thanks to Mike Eames for being my partner here this weekend. That was absolutely a great time. He is a fantastic guy to work with, a lot of knowledge, a lot of experience, and his background up there as the manager at Rocky Mountain Raceway before, unfortunately, we lost that a couple of years ago. He is certainly an asset to the sport, and I'm definitely happy that I get the chance to be here to work with him. Chad, sitting up there in the scissor lift, brother, I appreciate all that you do. You stand out there, you take the elements, but you've got that camera swinging for every pair that goes down the racetrack. And much respect, much love. I am so glad, like you said a little while ago, that I got the opportunity, as I know Mike is, to meet up with you in this great drag racing family. So thank you for allowing us to be called friends. You know, you're a great friend, and I appreciate everything. I know that a lot of times in the racing family, as friends, we don't get together that much, but when we do, it's like we were, never apart. It's like not a single day has gone by, and we just pick up where we left off. So I appreciate that, man. You do a spectacular job, and it is always a pleasure to work with you, just like it is with Mark and Joanne over there on the other side of the country. And of course, with Drag Racer TV, it is certainly an honor to work with anybody. So I certainly appreciate everybody. And again, to all of you that are watching on Bang Shift, thank you for allowing us to be part of your program, for allowing us to sit up here and hopefully entertain you throughout the day. But again, thank you very much to Silver State Refrigeration, Mosier, Holly EFI, all of the sponsors this weekend for keeping that camera running, keeping it live, and allowing you to be part of it. Hopefully our paths cross somewhere soon at some racetrack. I know I'm going to get to add a new track to my ones that I visited this year when we head on out to National Trail in Ohio. Going to go see JJ. So if we haven't had a chance to meet in person or face-to-face, come on up to the tower. If you get a chance, introduce yourself. I'd love to get to know you, kind of at least know your name and put a face behind the name. But again, thank you very much for allowing us to be part of this. And Mike, you're a good partner and the best there is. Thank you.
Like, couldn't have said it better myself, but like, you must have like different definitions of words than I have. I mean, it's always a pleasure to work with you. I mean, we've been to Disneyland together. Like,
yes,
that's really the most important thing, you know.
And that was actually a surprise. That was a pretty cool surprise.
It all works out. And I mean, Chad Reynolds, I mean, what can you say about him? I mean, there's a lot of things that we could say about him, but I think there's like FCC rules that are involved as he's broadcasting. Had the pleasure of knowing Chad for a while, and just like one of the coolest dudes like walking the earth is that Chad Reynolds guy. And just to really appreciate Chris Forsyth and, you know, just giving me the opportunity. This is the first time I've worked one of his events, and you know, we tried to make it happen on a couple different occasions, and it was always, you know, schedule conflicts with this and that, blah blah blah. But really glad that he let me come down and hang out with them. And I mean, obviously, you know, this is what our like 30th race that we worked together, and it never gets stale, never gets boring. And just appreciate everybody and all the kind words that everybody says on the chat bleachers. You know, kind of as an announcer, you're really trying to do a good job and try to share some knowledge and have a little bit of fun and keep everything entertaining and amusing. But, you know, sometimes, like, I know both of us, we're our own worst critics. And, you know, so to see positive comments, you know, we really appreciate it, because I know Nate really works hard. I work hard to not suck, to not be horrible. And we just really appreciate all the kind words and all the people that we've met through racing. If you think about, you know, all the people that, I mean, we never would have met if it wasn't because of racing. And I'm really, really appreciative just for racing in general, you know, running a facility for over a decade. You know, you see everything. And just those experiences, you know, just make your life rich and full. And just very, very humbled and very appreciative.
Yeah, I mean, I could not have even begun to imagine that, you know, how much my family, quote unquote, would grow the day that I stepped into the announcer booth at Las Vegas Motor Speedway and picked up a mic. But the people that I've met, the families that I've met, the groups that I've met, have all become part of the extended racing family. And I know all the racers out there, you've got the same story, that the day you walk through the gate, your family grew, and that's exactly how we are here. So thank you very much, racers. We've got our finalists back in the staging lanes. That's kind of where we're at. And pretty much what we've got going on here, we're going to run this final. We're going to get down there. We're going to have our winner circle celebration. And then I got to beat feet. I'm jumping on the I-10 and headed west. Time to go home and see the family, and we'll see or talk to everybody in a couple of weeks in Vegas. So it's going to be fun. All right. Our final pair is back in the staging lanes. They are having whatever conversations it is that needs to be had. And it sounds like they are done with that. Mike Eames serving as the eyes and ears out the back of the tower. And I see them getting into the race cars as the view from the Bank Shift live feed is there. That's a good sound. That's a great sound. And now it went quiet. We don't like that. Get the cars fired up. That's a better sound. I'm just saying. I like the sound of race cars. They go vroom vroom. There we go. Nick Cobb. Rolling up on the right side of the racetrack. And Angelo Sanchez, the realtor out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, rolling up on the left side in the door car. Our final two of the day. Our final two of the 2021. K&N Southwest Showdown. 555 is the dial for Angelo Sanchez. 487 is the dial for Nick Cobb. One dragster, one door car, one big check, and one trophy left. The burnouts are complete. The adjustments in the cockpit are complete. The cars begin to inch forward towards the pre-stage bulbs. Angelo Sanchez is in and set. Nick Cobb begins to inch the dragster forward. And the last run is underway. Advantage on the tree to the door car, and at the finish line, Angelo Sanchez, 555 on a 555 with a 008 reaction time is 9 total to lock it down. Nick Cobb was 27 on the tree and not able to convert as the math didn't add up. Angelo Sanchez, how about it? 008 dead on one in the door car. dropping the nose big time at the finish line. Getting there first, 16 thousandths of a second. What a race for Angelo Sanchez. Essentially at that point, he might as well have just stood on the starting line and pointed to the scoreboards to call his shot. 008, dead on one. Beautiful. So Angelo Sanchez will be bringing the Nova back down the return road here. We'll be claiming the big check and the trophy. And the racer out of Albuquerque, New Mexico will get it done. Once again, racers, race fans, everybody listening online, thank you so much. We're going to head down in front of the tower, do one last little check-in. I am going to be shutting things down, so chat bleachers, ta-ta for now. We'll talk to you later. Have a great night. And we'll talk to you soon.
Just wanted to give one more thank you this weekend, dude. Barn, I cannot do this without you. You keep the monkeys in the cage. Thank you so much. Everybody, big thanks for everybody tuning in. We're going to show the winner's circle, and then we are out of here. Thank you, everybody, so much. It's been a pleasure. This has been the Southwest Showdown.
Thing and Angelo. You know, there's a lot of talk between door car and dragster. Everybody that was watching online was rooting for the door car, and man, did you not disappoint. 008, dead on 9 total in the last round. Man, you laid that down.
No, I appreciate it. You know, I'm here with my dad, and it's just priceless. This guy builds a beautiful car. We build it in our garage. I mean, we put good stuff, but it's not a Don Davis. It's not, you know, it's home build. But it goes A to B, and when you're at a beautiful track and you got a good track that hooks and you can adjust everything, you don't have to be the fastest car. You just got to be somewhat consistent, which, anyways, I just want to thank everybody. I got a ton of friends online watching, and my beautiful wife at home, and my kids, and my mom, my stepmom, Patricia Sanchez. And so, like I said, this guy right here, I mean, we literally come for this guy. This guy knows how to throw a party. He knows how to take care of his peers and whatever you want to call us, our peeps. But anyways, thank the God up, you know, the man upstairs. And
this is for Derek Sanchez.
This is for my cousin Derek Sanchez. his birthday was yesterday. I was actually trying to win this race yesterday for him, but I guess he was a day late, and hopefully, and he wasn't a dollar short. So thanks again. I know everybody wants to get on, and I need a nice cold something or other. But
Well, congratulations. Obviously, a lot of motion there between you and our other winner today. It means a lot to you. You talked about this race car being a home-built deal, not something that you guys went to some race shop and done, and I can tell between you and your dad just how much this one means to you. Congratulations on picking up the final check of the event. Thank you so much for being here with us, and for everybody that's watching online, what do you want to say to them?
love you. We'll be home tomorrow, and it's going to party for about a week, maybe longer. Love you guys. Thanks to all my buddies. We played poker till 3 in the morning, and I'm telling you, I do so much better on no sleep. So, hey, I'm a truck driver. I work for UPS, and I called in tonight. I was supposed to be at work at 3:30 in the morning, Monday morning, and my wife said, you better call in because you ain't coming home anytime soon, and she's always worried for the other people. But anyways, I want to thank my buddies Francos. They know how to put on a party. We partied like no other, and I brought the race car just so I can party. But when we do race, we race hard, and you know, anyways, we'd be here all night, but I know all of us have to get on.
Well, I'll tell you what, congratulations to our champ here in Super Pro. One last shout out.
Yeah.
He's got a bag of chips.
Yeah.
He's on the phone right now, live with you.
Hi, Tony. You know, you're the man. No, we're looking at a big check over here, and we put it in victory lane, Tony, and you know, my car's not as smooth as yours, but I've driven this car 30 years, and I know what it's going to do before it does it. But I love you, Tony, and you take care.
All right, so our champ going to celebrate here in the winner's circle with a $10,000 check that's been bumped up to $11,500. Hey, for those of you that are watching online, thank you for being here with us. Congratulations one more time, Angelo Sanchez, your last champ of the K&N Southwest Showdown.
That is it. All in, all done, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us for the Southwest Showdown. Support your local racetrack. I know that this is weird times, but man, watch online if you can't go in person, and if you can, go. Wear your mask, be safe, take care of your family, and take care of you. This has been a pleasure. I appreciate it as always. We will see you guys next time.